Welcome to CFS eSports, where the world's top CROSSFIRE teams come together to compete. Now, let's explore the newly introduced CFS Path for 2024. CFS Path is the journey towards the Grand Finals and consists of two main stages. First, the regional qualifiers, where lower-ranked teams from each regional league's point system compete. Second, the regional finals, where top teams from the regional qualifiers and the top-ranked teams from each regional league's point system fight for the slots in the Grand Finals. Finally, we have the highly anticipated Grand Finals themselves. The journey along the CFS path begins with the regional qualifiers. First, let's take a look at the point standings of the 2024 Regional Pro Leagues, CFVL, CFBL, and CFWL. Based on the point system, teams ranked 5th to 12th will compete in the regional qualifiers. These teams are divided into two groups and compete in a single round-robin format. The top two teams from each group will advance to the regional finals. In the next stage, the regional finals, the teams that will qualify for the Grand Finals are determined. The regional finals are also divided into two groups, each playing in a single round-robin format. The top two teams from each group will advance to the single elimination playoffs. In the Philippines, 8 teams will compete in a single group, with the top 4 advancing to the single elimination stage to determine the final winner. In North America, teams compete in single elimination for the group stage and switch to double elimination for the playoffs to determine the winner. The China regional qualifiers consist of group stage and the playoffs. Seeds are determined based on the CFPL Season 23 and Season 24 point rankings, with higher scores across both seasons giving teams a better position in the CFS 2024 Regional Finals China. The group stage is conducted in a single league system with a BO1 format. The results of the group stage will determine the playoff seeding. 1. The top 4 teams from the group stage advance to the winner's bracket. 2. The teams ranked 5th to 8th will move to the loser's bracket. 3. The teams ranked 9th and 10th are eliminated. 4. The tournament consists of 3 rounds, with each round determining one CFS seed. The ultimate goal for every team is to reach the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. A total of 16 teams will participate in the Grand Finals. 3 teams from China, 3 from Brazil, 4 from Vietnam, as the winners of CFS SC 2024, 3 from Eumena, 2 from the Philippines, and 1 from North America. From the regional qualifiers to the Grand Finals, this journey is filled with challenges and fierce competition. The incredible journey of CFS 2024 is about to begin. Join us on this epic path.
أنا اسمي محمد محروس، عندي 24 سنة. بدرس كمبيوتر ساينس في الجامعة العربية المفتوحة. ابتديت ألعب كروس فاير من وأنا عندي 12 أو 13 سنة. كنت بلعبها عادي فور فن، وبعد كده ابتديت ألعبها كومبيتيتيف وإن أنا أخش في مسابقات من أول 2017. كان أول فريق أخشه، وبعد كده اهتميت باللعبة شوية أكتر وابتديت إن أنا أديها اهتمام.
انا اسمي بينجوين وكنت كابتن فريق 3 بي ال السنه اللي فاتت. يعني انا عرفت حورس من 3 سنين. كان عندي مكان في الفريق، كنت بدور على لعيب زي حورس. شفت ان انا ممكن اقدر العب معاه، اتكلمت معاه قلت له لو انت عندك فرصه انك تقدر تلعب معانا، هو رحب بالموضوع، بدا يجي معايا. كان علاقتي بيه مجرد لاعب في الفريق. انا كنت انا كابتن الفريق وهو كان لاعب عندي في الفريق. طورت العلاقه بينا بصراحه وبدا الموضوع يكبر بينا. بقيت اتخذ حورس كصديق معايا ليا اكتر ما هو كان لاعب معايا في الفريق. يعني بصراحه حورس المينتاليتي بتاعته ساعدته جدا ان هو يخش في الاجواء بسرعه. كان من اول، انا فاكر اول سيزون جدا حورس بدا معايا يلعب. كان اول سيزون كان يعتبر احسن بلاير موجود في الفريق، كان احسن واحد بيبقى بيساعد الفريق، وكان اكتر واحد بيفتح، كان اكتر واحد عايز الفريق ده ان هو يتقدم. فبصراحه المينتاليتي بتاعته دخلته في الاجواء. فاقل من اعتقد 6 شهور كان حورس اسمه بيتقال على كل المنصات العالميه لكروس فاير انه واحد من امهر واحسن اللاعبين اللي وجدوا في الميدل ايست.
بصي، في الاول طبعا احنا استغربنا جدا، يعني كنا مش متخيلين اصلا. يعني كان محمد بيلعب مع اصحابه طول الوقت في الشارع، عجل، انتشار. فاضطرينا في فتره نقعد في البيت، فبقت حياته كلها الكمبيوتر واختفاء بقى طول الوقت مع اصحابه. واحنا ناس ما نعرفهمش، يعني معظم الوقت محمد انا بلعب مع اصحابي. فاتعزل فتره كبيره جدا ومفيش خروج خالص. احنا حتى اتخضينا، يعني محمد ليه ما بتنزلش؟ ليه ما بتقابلش اصحاب بره؟ ليه ما بتروحش الكليه تقابل اصحابك اللي في الكليه، تعمل علاقات اصلا مع اصحاب اللي في الكليه اصلا؟ فلقيناه طول الوقت لا، قاعد في الاوضه ومحبوس. انا مسافر، قلنا له مسافر فين يا محمد؟ قال المسابقه وهنكسب، لو كسبنا هنسافر. فسكتنا، فخدناها كده ايه، خلاص اوكي او كلام وخلاص. بس لقينا بقى ما شاء الله كسب، والتيم بتاعه اوريدي خلاص احنا مسافرين.
خلينا نقول ده تمن القعاد لوحده، تمام، وانعزاله في وقت من الاوقات، لانه في اوقات ما كناش بنشوفه باليومين. اقفل الباب، خلص لعب، نام. وخصوصا في الاوقات اللي بيلعب فيها مع دول مختلفه معاك في فرق التوقيت، تمام. فممكن يكون بيلعب مثلا الفجر، فخلص نام، فاحنا في الوقت ده صاحيين عادي وهو نايم. بعد كده عنده دور او لعبه تانية او بطوله تانية. ففي اوقات كتير ما كناش بنشوف فترات. زي ما قلت ده احتراف، والمجتمع خلاص تقبل الشكل ده من الالعاب. فبالتالي بقى ليه سبونسر، بقى بيقدر مدى مهارته للعبه، وبالتالي ابتدى لما بيخش مسابقات يكسب، فبالتالي بيبقى ليها مردود مالي. وده زي اي العاب رياضيه عاديه، زي كره القدم، زي السله، زي الهاندبول. واحد
علاقتي بحورس على مستوى صداقه او مستوى الفريندلي يعني قويه جدا من زمان، او هو اول واحد كلمني في الفريق او لما جينا نستارت في كروس فاير. والله حورس من النوع اللي هو متعلق باصحابه بشكل جامد. فاحنا بعد السنه اللي فاتت لما قدمنا بشكل كويس سيزون 1، لما بدا بعد كده كان هو محتاج يلعب يغير التيم او انه يلعب مع ناس قريبه منه فاهم اسلوب لعبه والكلام ده كله. فلما استارتنا بالتيم بتاع السنه دي كنت متوقع ان هو هيكون من افضل اللعيبه على مستوى العالم، واوريدي احنا حققنا حاجات كويسه جدا السنه دي مع بعض.
سافرت 4 مرات، مرتين في كوريا ومره في الصين ومره في فيتنام. كل مره رحت ما حققتش اي حاجه، كل مره بروح ببقى اطلع نفس المركز وبيبقى من ضمن اخر 3. انا ما حققتش لسه حاجه، ومستقبلي في اللعبه دي بالذات ان هو عايز اخد الخطوه اللي بعد كده. انا كانت اول خطوه ليا ان انا اكسب دوري، تاني خطوه ليا ان انا اسافر، تالت خطوه ليا دلوقتي ان انا عايز احقق حاجه في السفر. هو نقطه ان انا اسافر دي خلاص بالنسبه لي بقت ممله، ما بقتش زي اول مره. لا دلوقتي بقى عندي هدف اكتر ان انا احقق حاجه، اللي هو يبقى مثلا يكون اول فريق في الشرق الاوسط كله عملها، مثلا ان انا اطلع من التوب 4، ان العب في السيميز، ان انا ابقى توب 2 او توب 3، ابقى حاجه اللي هو ما بقاش على الستيج العادي، لا ابقى قصاد الجماهير، ابقى قصاد المين ستيج كله.
All game, and you just can't let this happen. It's happened for 3-on.
Okay, nice shot from Michael once again, and man, he's made a lot of good connections on this, but now you just got down to 2 players. Oh man,
and all of them are. A bit of a change up here though, I will say. However, they don't expect the flank. Mercs looks for 3, gets 3 as well. You know, surely there's a weekend better spent. Or on the other side, of course, it's where Parapeps, who knows what's going to happen. Oh, not exactly the easiest thing in the world, that's for sure, but there's a 1-for-1. Make that bone, getting another. Not bad. We were talking about the 6-3. You might just get it here as well. Still a 2 versus 3 in favor of Showtime. Oh, make that 1 versus 3. All down to Josh. He's doing damage, sure, but this is tough. He's low. Why, but Dizzy Wide will get that kill. Looking for more as well. Lewis up close, spamming. Gonna get a couple. All right. Maybe with a chance to work with. Time is ticking there, 15 seconds. Don't have a lot of it to work with. Brando gets that down. Close right. So does Hunt. Oh my gosh, all down to 1. All down to Famous. If anybody can clutch it up, it would be him. But the stick in the defuse. The stick in the defuse. Michael gonna get on timing. Oh my god.
I know, because he's gonna get a little bit overwhelmed here, Josh, but at least he finds himself 1. But look at Michael. He's just mowing him down, looking for a triple. Yeah, why not? He's just going to take him out. Be able to come clutch into this, and oh, this over peak. Oh, this over peak. Oh, he misses the shot, but he's not going to expect this player above him. Surely not. All of a sudden, he looks like he has a bit of a spidey sense, but no, now he's about to be a dead man. Unless we see Kai's, unless he over peaks himself. Oh, dear God, Kai's, what are you doing?
Play it, but it will allow them now to kind of take the site and maybe try and work with it. Kai's going to try and come up close. He'll get caught. So will Hunt. And 1 by 1, they're just getting picked off here. Like dominoes, they're dropping.
Really pull off on this. They don't want to go for the fight, but this is a really smart play because, again, they have the number advantage. They're just going to turtle up, and it's just a slaughterhouse in here. The resurrection of them, I have no idea, but not looking good. When Alvin's hitting shots like that, Alvin's just popping off. Alvin's finding himself a double. Make it a triple. Why not? 20 seconds remaining too. So again, right down to the 2v2 situation. That time is ticking here. You got to get going, and beautiful shots here.
At the very least, maybe a sign of things to come. Oh,
What?
double from Gofree. And Gofree's had a real nice couple of moments, and he might be able to add a little bit more. One, look for two. Oh, he's going to get it. Gofree.
They're in a deficit by 3, so the beginning of be able to find this opening duel, but can they find the second? Yes, they will. The 1.22, a 1.18. Now we're starting to see everybody contributing. This is what I always, really talk about. Like this right here, the double kill.
Couple of taps around that corner. Again, a little awkward, but there's space to work with GZY. Famous Brando all combining. That is a shutdown, a massacre in the... A bit of a move. Time is of the essence. And I said, nice shot for him. Parked up for a second as Michael going to try and support as well. And they're both combining. Those double snipers are doing real good work. Oh, and another one from Michael. I mean, this is pretty on this fight. This could be a pretty important one. Brando looking for a jump off from the window, but
Unless LSN can hit this shot, that's going to be the most critical.
let's see. Swing, LSM. Over towards that backside. Trying to deny them. He's going to get caught. Quick scope going to come through from Kai. Trying to Kai's in first, which is kind of an interesting decision. Goes 1 for 1. GZY now on towards Steve in this 1 versus 1. 20 seconds basically to work with. Steve tagged and caught on the cross. Yeah, he dips away. He knows there's no kind of onus on him to stick around too much, and he gets to isolate another. Looks for one more. Finds Josh. Colt pulled out.
Gonna hunt. He is absolutely gonna hunt. Why wouldn't he? It's famous. Finds himself that one. He gets a secondary as well.
Welcome to CFS eSports, where the world's top CROSSFIRE teams come together to compete. Now, let's explore the newly introduced CFS Path for 2024. CFS Path is the journey towards the Grand Finals and consists of 2 main stages. First, the regional qualifiers, where lower-ranked teams from each regional league's point system compete. Second, the regional finals, where top teams from the regional qualifiers and the top-ranked teams from each regional league's point system fight for the slots in the Grand Finals. Finally, we have the highly anticipated Grand Finals themselves. The journey along the CFS path begins with the regional qualifiers. First, let's take a look at the point standings of the 2024 Regional Pro Leagues, CFVL, CFBL, and CFWL. Based on the point system, teams ranked 5th to 12th will compete in the regional qualifiers. These teams are divided into 2 groups and compete in a single round-robin format. The top 2 teams from each group will advance to the regional finals. In the next stage, the regional finals, the teams that will qualify for the grand finals are determined. The regional finals are also divided into 2 groups, each playing in a single round-robin format. The top 2 teams from each group will advance to the single elimination playoffs. In the Philippines, 8 teams will compete in a single group, with the top 4 advancing to the single elimination stage to determine the final winner. In North America, teams compete in single elimination for the group stage and switch to double elimination for the playoffs to determine the winner. The China regional qualifiers consist of group stage and the playoffs. Seeds are determined based on the CFPL Season 23 and Season 24 point rankings, with higher scores across both seasons giving teams a better position in the CFS 2024 Regional Finals China. The group stage is conducted in a single league system with a BO1 format. The results of the group stage will determine the playoff seeding. 1. The top 4 teams from the group stage advance to the winners bracket. 2. The teams ranked 5th to 8th will move to the losers bracket. 3. The teams ranked 9th and 10th are eliminated. 4. The tournament consists of 3 rounds, with each round determining 1 CFS seed. The ultimate goal for every team is to reach the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. A total of 16 teams will participate in the Grand Finals. 3 teams from China, 3 from Brazil, 4 from Vietnam as the winners of CFS SC 2024, 3 from Eumena, 2 from the Philippines, and 1 from North America. From the regional qualifiers to the Grand Finals, this journey is filled with challenges and fierce competition. The incredible journey of CFS 2024 is about to begin. Join us on this epic path.
أنا اسمي محمد محروس، عندي 24 سنة. بدرس كمبيوتر ساينس في الجامعة العربية المفتوحة. ابتديت ألعب كروس فاير من وأنا عندي 12 أو 13 سنة. كنت بلعبها عادي فور فن، وبعد كده ابتديت ألعبها كومبيتيتيف وإن أنا أخش في مسابقات من أول 2017. كان أول فريق أخشه، وبعد كده اهتميت باللعبة شوية أكتر وابتديت إن أنا أديها اهتمام.
انا اسمي بينجوين وكنت كابتن فريق 3 بي السنه اللي فاتت. يعني انا عرفت حورس من 3 سنين. كان عندي مكان في الفريق، كنت بدور على لعيب زي حورس. شفت ان انا ممكن اقدر العب معاك، كلمت معاه قلت له لو انت عندك فرصه انك تقدر تلعب معانا، هو رحب بالموضوع، بدا يجي معايا. كان علاقتي بيه مجرد لاعب في الفريق. انا كنت انا كابتن الفريق وهو كان لاعب عندي في الفريق. طورت العلاقه بينا بصراحه، وبدا الموضوع يكبر بينا. بقيت اتخذ حورس كصديق معايا ليا اكتر ما هو كان لاعب معايا في الفريق. يعني بصراحه حورس المينتاليتي بتاعته ساعدته جدا ان هو يخش في الاجواء بسرعه. كان من اول، انا فاكر اول سيزون جدا حورس بدا معايا يلعب. كان اول سيزون كان يعتبر احسن بلاير موجود في الفريق، كان احسن واحد بيبقى بيساعد الفريق، وكان اكتر واحد بيفتح، كان اكتر واحد عايز الفريق ده ان هو يتقدم. فصراحه المينتاليتي بتاعته دخلته في الاجواء. فاقل من اعتقد 6 شهور كان حورس اسمه بيتقال على كل المنصات العالميه لكروس فاير انه واحد من امهر واحسن اللاعبين اللي وجدوا في الميدل ايست.
بص، في الاول طبعا احنا استغربنا جدا، يعني كنا مش متخيلين اصلا. يعني كان محمد بيلعب مع اصحابه طول الوقت في الشارع، عجل، انتشار. فاضطرينا في فتره نقعد في البيت، فبقت حياته كلها الكمبيوتر واختفاء بقى طول الوقت مع اصحابه. واحنا ناس ما نعرفهمش، يعني معظم الوقت محمد انا بلعب مع اصحابي. فاتعزل فتره كبيره جدا ومفيش خروج خالص، وطول الوقت في البيت. احنا حتى اتخضينا، يعني محمد ليه ما بتنزلش؟ ليه ما بتقابلش اصحاب بره؟ ليه ما بتروحش الكليه تقابل اصحابك اللي في الكليه، تعمل علاقات اصلا مع اصحاب اللي في الكليه اصلا؟ فلقيناه طول الوقت لا، قاعد في الاوضه ومحبوس. بس جه فتره لقينا انا مسافر. قلنا له مسافر فين يا محمد؟ قال المسابقه وهنكسب، لو كسبنا هنسافر. فسكتنا، فخدناها كده ايه، خلاص اوكي او كلام وخلاص. بس لقينا بقى ما شاء الله كسب، والتيم بتاعه اوريدي خلاص احنا مسافرين.
خلينا نقول ده تمن القعاد لوحده، تمام، وانعزاله في وقت من الاوقات، لان في اوقات ما كناش بنشوفه باليومين. اقفل الباب، خلص لعب، نام. وخصوصا في الاوقات اللي بيلعب فيها مع دول مختلفه معاك في فرق التوقيت، تمام. فممكن يكون بيلعب مثلا الفجر، فخلص نام، فاحنا في الوقت ده صاحيين عادي وهو نايم. بعد كده عنده دورة أو لعبة تانية أو بطولة تانية. ففي أوقات كتير ما كناش بنشوف فترات. زي ما قلت ده احتراف، والمجتمع خلاص تقبل الشكل ده من الألعاب. فبالتالي بقى ليه سبونسر، بقى بيقدر مدى مهارته للعبة، وبالتالي ابتدى لما بيخش مسابقات يكسب، فبالتالي بيبقى ليها مردود مالي. وده زي اي العاب رياضيه عاديه، زي كره القدم، زي السله، زي الهاندبول. واحد
علاقتي بحورس على مستوى الصداقه او مستوى الفريندلي يعني قويه جدا من زمان، او هو اول واحد كلمني في الفريق، او لما جينا نسيطر في كروس فاير. والله حورس من النوع اللي هو متعلق باصحابه بشكل جامد. فاحنا بعد السنه اللي فاتت لما قدمنا بشكل كويس سيزون 1، لما بدا بعد كده كان هو محتاج يلعب، يغير التيم، او انه يلعب مع ناس قريبه منه فاهم اسلوب لعبه والكلام ده كله. فلما استيقظنا بالتيم بتاع السنه دي، كنت متوقع ان هو هيكون من افضل اللعيبه على مستوى العالم، واوريدي احنا حققنا حاجات كويسه جدا السنه دي مع بعض.
سافرت 4 مرات، مرتين في كوريا ومره في الصين ومره في فيتنام. كل مره رحت ما حققتش اي حاجه. كل مره بروح ببقى اطلع نفس المركز وبيبقى من ضمن اخر 3. انا ما حققتش لسه حاجه. هو مستقبلي في اللعبه دي بالذات ان هو عايز اخد الخطوه اللي بعد كده. انا كانت اول خطوه ليا ان انا اكسب دوري، تاني خطوه ليا ان انا اسافر، تالت خطوه ليا دلوقتي ان انا عايز احقق حاجه في السفر. هو نقطه ان انا اسافر دي خلاص بقى بالنسبه لي بقت ممله، ما بقتش زي اول مره. لا دلوقتي بقى عندي هدف اكتر ان انا احقق حاجه، اللي هو يبقى مثلا يكون اول فريق في الشرق الاوسط كلها عملها، مثلا ان انا اطلع من التوب 4، ان العب في السيميز، ان انا ابقى توب 2 او توب 3، ابقى حاجه اللي هو ما بقاش على الستيج العادي، لا ابقى قصاد الجماهير، ابقى قصاد المين ستيج كله.
All gamers, you just can't let this happen. It's happened for 3-on.
Ooh, okay. Nice shot from Michael once again. And man, he's made a lot of good connections on this, but now you just got down to 2 players. Oh, man.
And all of them are. A bit of a change up here, though, I will say. However, they don't expect the flank. Mercs looks for 3, gets 3 as well. You know, surely there's a weekend better spent. Or on the other side, of course, it's where Parapeps, who knows what's going to happen. Oh, not exactly the easiest thing in the world, that's for sure, but there's a 1-for-1. Make that bone, getting another. Not bad. We were talking about the 6-3. He might just get it here as well. Still a 2 versus 3 in favor of Showtime. Oh, make that 1 versus 3. All down to Josh. He's doing damage, sure, but this is tough. He's low. Why, but this is why we'll get that kill. Looking for more as well. Lewis up close, spamming. Gonna get a couple. All right. Maybe with a chance to work with. Time is ticking at 15 seconds. Don't have a lot of it to work with. Brando gets tapped down. Close right. So does Hunt. Oh my gosh, all down to 1. All down to Famous. If anybody can clutch it up, it would be him. With the stick in the defuse. The stick in the defuse. Michael gonna get on timing. Oh my god.
I know, because he's gonna get a little bit overwhelmed here, Josh, but at least he finds himself 1. But look at Michael. He's just mowing him down, looking for a triple. Yeah, why not? He's just going to take him out. Be able to come clutch into this, and oh, this over peak. Oh, he misses the shot, but he's not going to expect this player above him. Surely not. All of a sudden, it looks like he has a bit of a spidey sense, but no, now he's about to be a dead man. Unless we see Kai's, unless he overpeaks himself. Oh, dear God, Kai's, what are you doing?
Play it, but it will allow them now to kind of take the site and maybe try and work with it. Kai's going to try and come up close. He'll get caught. So will Hunt. And 1 by 1, they're just getting picked off here. Like dominoes, they're dropping.
Really pull off on this. They don't want to go for the fight, but this is a really smart play because, again, they have the number advantage. They're just going to turtle up, and it's just a slaughterhouse in here. The resurrection of them, I have no idea, but not looking good when Alvin's hitting shots like that. Alvin's just popping off. Alvin's finding himself a double. Make it a triple. Why not?
welcome to the CFS 2024 Regional Finals here for Eumena. I am Valdez, with me is Bench, and once again, we're going to be taking you through this wonderful tournament. How are you doing today, Bench?
Feeling absolutely pumped up to bring you some quality Crossfire to you guys. Of course, this is going to be the regional finals for Eumena, as we do have 8 teams competing for the juice for the money, Valdez, and look how much money is on the line. But this time around, it's actually split quite even, I would say, compared to the last one.
Yeah, I mean, the money's always on the line. You always want to make it to the grand finals later on this year, and it's, you know, just to make it to this regional finals is always kind of an honor, and it always feels like, okay, we're taking the next step in our Crossfire career for any team, or for many teams that have been here many times, they feel like, okay, well, this is going to be our chance. This is our year to really make our mark on, you know, CFS for 2024. So definitely going to be very close. I would say we have a lot of strong teams. We've got 8 teams this time around. We are going to take a look at the overview as well, just to show you what we've got here. It's 3 days of group stage, and then it's 2 days of playoffs, Bench.
Yep, you have to fight your way through the playoffs, or group stages, to get into the playoffs and be able to finally compete for the money. But rather, let's go take a look at our teams. Group A and B, we got 2 groups, 4 teams each. So it's going to be 3BL eSports, GV eSports, Anubis Gaming, and SSV Clan for Group A.
Yeah, and for Group B, we got LCK, unKnights, Lazarus, TBI eSports, and you'll note that the way they got into this is either through the points that they were able to earn through the CFWL, and you can see who got first, second, third, fourth, based on those points, and then also the 4 teams that had to qualify through the regional qualifiers just to make it here to the regional finals. Same maps that you would expect here at CFS,
and just right before cast, how we were talking about it. I mean, now we did get Eagle Eye 2.0 just a couple months back. Why don't we have a chance for Eagle Eye 3.0? Get a little bit more update to the map, because teams so far don't really prefer to play that map. But this is our tournament format. 8 teams will compete in the group stages and have 4 teams get knocked out. And once you go into the playoffs, they will be able to compete for the prize money given on the right. First place gets a $20,000. Second place gets $17,000. And so in all, it's $100,000 in total for the prize money.
Yeah, it's a lot of money, and also, very importantly, first to third place in the final standings advance to CFS 2024 Grand Finals. So, you know, you got to make your money on the way, but also there's a bigger prize pool at the end of the year that you might get a chance to play for, and that you desperately want to, as any team here at CFS. And you got to get either first, second, or third to make it happen. And it's not going to be easy, as the competition is fierce here. We're taking a look at the group stage matches that we have, and we're starting off with GV versus Anubis.
Yeah, GV eSports versus Anubis Gaming for today's matchup. First game to be brought to you guys as well, and second is going to be SSV versus 3BL. And for Group B, we do have Lazarus versus TBI and LCK against unKnights. So these are some tough matchups, all this, for some of these teams to compete. But some way, somehow, they're all here standing on the same ground. So can't really say who's got the better opportunity to, you know, get the prize. But we'll have to wait and see what happens. Since Crossfire, it's all about skills, all about your practice. You grind it into the game. So let's go take a look at the teams.
Hello guys, this is Seven. I'm the team captain of GV eSports. I mean, obviously we're looking forward to compete in the regional finals. I mean, it's by far the most important online tournament of the year. And my teammates are quite experienced. We played it 10 times, 9 times whatsoever. And obviously, we want to qualify for the big event in China. To be honest, we changed our playstyle quite a lot. Last year we played heavily on executes, but we figured out it doesn't work that good anymore, especially because teams heavily improved their GR setups. So yeah, we're playing more on our individual skill and more randomly, I would say. I mean, there's an obvious answer. The top 2 teams will be 3BL, LCK. 3BL, basically, they have the 5 best Egyptian players in one team, only Dipsy is missing. And LCK, yeah, they have Spoxy, the best sniper in the West, Flex, probably the best IGL right now. So those 2 teams will be very hard to beat, but I mean, 3 teams will go to China, and even if we face them in the playoffs, I think we can also beat them if we have like a great day, and maybe they don't have their best day, right? So yeah, 3BL and LCK. That's an interesting question. I would say what separates us is definitely our experience. I mean, FaZe was playing CFS 10 years ago, so sometimes when you see like other teams or other players, especially in the live chat, like shit talking us, it's for me kind of funny because like 10 years ago they didn't even compete, and like players from our team, they already played CFS. So I think the experience is definitely one thing which separates us from most of the teams. And also, I mean, we're all close friends, we have a good team chemistry, and our ceiling is pretty high. But I mean, you never know what you can expect from G, right? Sometimes we underperform and sometimes we're just the best team. So yeah, let's see how it goes. That's an interesting one. I feel like the most significant moment for us was probably after we lost the playoffs against unKnights. I felt like, okay guys, now we have like 1 month break, vacation and stuff, see you soon. But my teammates were like, hey, no, come on guys, let's practice next week, let's work even harder, so we're gonna qualify for the main event in China. So I feel like this was probably the most crucial moment in the last couple of weeks for us preparing for this event, because I could feel, okay, my teammates, they really want to win this event and they really want to show everyone that we're still able to compete with the best teams here in this region. So if I look back the last couple of years, I feel like our region was lacking the right mentality towards this game. I feel like the Brazilian region, also the Chinese region, they worked so much harder than us. And you can tell at the biggest events, right? The Brazilian and the Chinese teams were just far ahead of us. But now we had like 3BL in Vietnam that did a great job. Also last year we at least were able to beat the Vietnamese team, Ranking eSports, and Ranking eSports, they reached 4th place at the main event in China at CFS. So it's also a good sign that we can still compete with best teams in the world. But yeah, I feel like the last couple of years, again, the mentality wasn't the right one from the Eumena teams, but now I feel like, especially 3BL and LCK, we have some upcoming talents, and I'm looking forward to see those teams at CFS this year. Maybe they can even show a better result than in Vietnam. I'll be honest, this could be potentially the last tournament of some of our players, so going into this event, we just want to play as a team, you know, we just want to show that we're still able to compete with the best in our region and we're still able to dominate this region. So, I mean, we just want to, surprise some of you guys with some individual plays, maybe from FaZe, from Awesome, from Creed, from Snox. And yeah, just show you guys that we're still able to perform at the highest level. This is our main goal. Thank you guys for your unconditional support. We're making sure to make you proud once again that we're gonna play at the main event in China. And yeah, see you soon, and thank you so much, guys.
Well, there you have it from Seven. Had a lot to say about his team, about the chances, about the region, right? Their experience. They've been here basically forever. And it's always awesome to see these guys once again making it back to the regional finals. Best of luck to them. Very curious to see how well they will do this time around, Bench.
Yeah, definitely curious, as they had some good times. They were able to meet Ranking eSports, like Seven said. They were placed 4th in the CFesports finals, and they were able to also beat teams like 3BL, who of course had some great results in Vietnam. So they definitely are still in the talk of being the world's first. But at the same time, they have been putting in that dedication, like Seven mentioned. You know, they have a month vacation, but they're still practicing, practice after practice. So they are definitely grinding the time in for some quality Crossfire. So let's go take a look at some of the stats from GV eSports. So on top is going to be Seven. What a pretty low KD, but he's always entering into the bomb sites and you know, always prying open the defense.
Yeah.
So hence is why his KD is a little bit low, but doesn't necessarily speak for his skills.
Yeah, I mean, he's got IGL. It's always very difficult to try to fulfill that role and also put up huge numbers. You know, he didn't mention himself as the guy who's going to pull off the flashy plays, but he mentioned everybody else. I mean, we've seen Seven do it in the past, but individually, you know, they talked about their play style. It's going to be fun to watch them, as now let's check out Anubis.
Hello, I'm Jaguar, and I am from Team Anubis Gaming. Competing in the regional finals makes me very excited. During the regional qualifiers, we face teams we are not used to it, but we have adapted and overcome these challenges. Our team strategy that evolved leading up to the regional qualifiers was the flexibility and adaptation to each team. I believe the toughest opponent will face us in our group is Team 3BL because they are performing this year very well. I don't put any pressure on me thinking about all of these matches or trying to think about the expectations, but I am only focusing on performing well and playing the game round by round. The most significant moment leading up to the regional finals was finishing our group in the regional qualifiers undefeated. Securing a win in the regional finals makes us more confident for the next match and tournament. I want to thank our fans for supporting us. Thank you all.
Here's Anubis. You heard from Jaguar talking about, you know, some of the tough times they had coming in here, trying to go through the regional qualifiers, the fact that they went undefeated there, and they did make it here to the regional finals. Definitely a strong team in their own right. Seven even pointing out Dipsy. We saw some highlights from him saying that, you know, 3BL might have 5 of the most talented Egyptian players except Dipsy. So definitely looking for some big things from him specifically.
Yeah, indeed, for sure, as it really just comes down to the gunplay of the Armors to win the rounds for your team, so we'll have to win if Dipsy is going to be able to provide that action. This is casually biting into the camera. A little bit unnecessary, but that's going to give us that 2-finger heart. That is nice to see. But Anubis, all in all, seems pretty happy, and they're ready to fight against GV eSports as the match history of Anubis Gaming. The kill log, the kill stats, not the highest, but at the same time, of course, this team is also one of the more aggressive teams. And in general, more aggressive teams tend to have a lower kill stat because they do get a lot of kills, but at the same time, they do also die a lot.
Yeah, and Anubis, unfortunately, just barely not able to make it on points, so they had to fight through that regional qualifiers, as Jaguar mentioned. You can see the match history here. In the last couple of years, GV eSports does win out just barely in 3-2 in those maps. And we're going to take a look here at our key players. The sniper matchup here between FaZe and Dipsy.
1.15 and 1.10, both quite positive at the same time. It just really comes down to whether your teammates are going to be able to support you bombing down the enemies, you know, possibly do a pop flash onto the angles that the arm can't quite cover. Dipsy on screen as well, as we just had a chance to take a look at FaZe. But now, let's go take a look at the map comparison. So, definitely seeing a trend here. We do see GV in the lead for a bit more, especially for Black Widow. It's almost a double the score of Anubis, but all in all, I believe that it just really comes down to the ban picks. If you're able to take away Black Widow from GV, then Anubis has a pretty good chance of going toe-to-toe, maybe a 50-50, maybe a 51-49, but at the same time, some maps are in favor of Anubis, like Port.
Yeah, they're going to be looking for the Port, and then obviously GV will be looking for that Black Widow. But You'll note that Eagle Eye and Mexico are going to be the bans, so no focus on those maps we mentioned. And Black Widow is left until the very end as well, so Anubis not scared to fight on that map either. We start off with sub-base, and then we go to Compound, and then immediately go over to Black Widow. So no port, you know, GV able to give the respect to Anubis on that map, maybe not feeling too comfortable themselves. But yeah, looks like we are ready, guys, to hop into the match, so we can jump into this in just a moment. GV eSports versus Anubis Gaming.
Yeah, looks like we're just readying the lobby up. Map ban picks, all this, like you've mentioned, seems pretty even. Definitely GV paying respects to port. Good stats from Anubis, and Anubis as well banning out not banning out, but leaving Black Widow the third map. Anubis definitely hoping to win this series out 2-0 on the first two maps. If not, then it's going to be a tough fight, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. Maybe they believe Mexico and Eagle Eye is probably the maps that they would rather not play in comparison to Black Widow. So yeah, all in all, seems to be a pretty even ban pick, slightly favoring that of GV, but looks like we're ready to kick right into the first match, first game of the tournament. That's going to be GV eSports versus Anubis Gaming. And to start off, Dipsy gets completely obliterated by the of FaZe. So down a player is going to be Anubis with only 4 players looking towards B bomb site. We have 7 up on top of Heaven. He might have a general idea of where Anubis wants to take their angle of attack at.
Yeah, a lot of smokes thrown in there into the lockers, but you can see that Seven's able to cover that angle, and they still have 3 guys over by A, although the slower push is going to come in from Anubis through the lockers. They're behind the boxes. Jaguar just trying to make some noise and shot call for his teammates on the other side of the map, but you'll note that Seven and FaZe are here trying to defend this. But yeah, very nice start from GV to just eliminate Dipsy. I feel like if you're doing that consistently, you're probably going to win a lot of the rounds in general, especially when it is Dipsy specifically that you're taking out.
You are absolutely correct. It looks like Anubis is going to be looking down towards middle instead of B. Definitely a better choice, as B could become a slaughterhouse. These 2 players are holding a strong angle, but the breach is going to open up straight up by Doom. Now the angle of attack going down towards a bomb site. The C4 not dropped yet. We still do have Tazen kind of lingering outside of B to catch off any rotators, but now less than a minute left. Tazen going down. All of GV is going to start rotating in towards A, but a good quick headshot from Doom is going to open things up onto the bomb site. Kreese just continues to put the damage possible, wrap up the round with a quick headshot. That's going to be the first round being picked up by GV eSports.
Yeah, nice try by Anubis to try to get in there onto A. A lot of rotations, trying to make noise, smokes in. But now we got a rush from the side of GV. They get aggressive outside of A doors in the first round, but here they go into the machine room in the second round. Just try to get in the faces of Anubis. And Anubis will be pushed back just a little bit. Not going to be too deterred, though. They've got 3 guys still in A road. Design has taken a lot of damage already. And let's see where they do want to execute, because it's not towards A at this point in time. We do have a lurk coming in from Dipsy.
Yeah, like you said, machine push. Dipsy's going to catch 7 off guard. Almost get the second. He's going to turn his crosshair, not having enough time to reload, but Jagger comes in time and is going to be able to salvage for his team. Awesome. Will be traded out by Tazen, so the bomb gets planted. On a 2 now, down to 2 versus 1. That's quick kill.
Double kill.
Another quick tap from FaZe with the AK. Is going to be able to grant GV their second round, but going back to what I was mentioning, yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of early machine push from the side of Global Risk, but you know, if you're able to gain some map control, so be it, right? Gain more information.
Yeah, I mean, Seven was talking a little bit about their, you know, mentality, their overall strategy, trying to be a little bit more random, a little bit more aggressive, keep their opponents guessing. And I mean, I think it's fine if you try that and it works. You know, you get a couple of rounds in like that, it's totally fine as long as you're not overcommitting to it. And so they're going to get some value out of it, although Anubis, it did look like with that lurk coming in from Dipsy, they were in a pretty good spot. But yeah, not meant to be at the end of the day for them. For me, this matchup I feel like could be the closest though, Bench, between Anubis and GV. So it wouldn't be surprised if Anubis do make a strike back.
And at this point of gunplay, I feel like even if they take it to Black Widow, I think Anubis is not falling back by a lot. Maybe just for a little bit, but now we do see some aggression coming down towards the A steps. FaZe is going to be on top of Heaven. Is going to be looking down. Might be able to catch 1 or 2 kills. Yes, indeed, he does get to 1. This is Jaguar now. Pops an HE grenade. He's quick to bounce on top and shouldn't be able to do much. So aiming for the rotation is going to be able to find Dempsey, who has jumped down the rafters. Now onto 3-on-3. We're going to have the C4 being planted, and the bomb timer is now ticking against GV.
Yeah, not going to be an easy retake here. I mean, FaZe was really popping off. He was 5-0 before he was taken down, so definitely doing some heavy lifting from the GR sides. The sniper, here comes GV down the stairs, just trying to rush over the top with the flashes, but Jaguar just going to spray down all 3 as easy as you'd like, and Anubis will pick up their first round win.
3 quick spray downs from Jaguar grants Anubis their first round they needed. So that'll be 2-1 for the scoreboard as we have a quick reconnect onto the lobbies. But yeah, even though GV has 1 more round on top of Anubis, so far, based on how these rounds played out, it feels very even to me, Valdez, as
yeah.
Even though the kills a little bit more in favor of GV, the rounds definitely in favor of GV, but once Anubis switches sides, then I do feel like they're going to be able to start raking in a lot of rounds.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I do think that both of these teams are very evenly matched. You know, we had 4th place, 5th place in points from CFWL, and it's a couple of teams that you come into this and you don't have a clear favorite, right? You don't say, oh, absolutely GV's going to knock it down, or absolutely Anubis is going to take this match. So always makes it pretty interesting. A little bit of a spoiler, some matches later on, you absolutely do have some matches that are like, well, this team is very favored in some of those matchups. But for this first one, I think it really could go either way, and we haven't gotten too much of a look. Unfortunately, a little issue that we're trying to get resolved here and get back in the lobby in just a moment. But as you're mentioning, Bench, really could be either team's map to win so far. Still very early on, though, just 2-1.
Just 2-1, and then given that subbase is a pick by GV eSports, and being this map so far being played out quite even, I don't know if it's going to be a good thing for GV at all, because the map coming up next is going to be Compound. It's Anubis' pick, so Anubis might be able to close this one out 2-0, we never know, or GV just completely shutting off Anubis, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. We also have 3 more matches coming up after the game of GV versus Anubis. We have Lazarus versus TBI Esports, SSV Clan versus 3BL, and LCK versus unKnights to wrap up the day. So don't go anywhere, as now we are bouncing right back into subbase. It's going to be 2-1 on the scoreboard, and uh-oh. Yeah, ooh, FaZe gets counter boosted. Up in fences, and Dipsy almost goes down, but he barely gets out of there. Was almost getting caught red-handed, getting the vents.
I mean, FaZe went about as fast as you could through the vents and still wasn't able to get the kill with the shotgun. So does not pay off. Generally, it's awesome from what I remember. That was kind of the guy that would pick up the shotgun and do that kind of thing. But FaZe this time, he says, you know, it's all about being random. And it almost works, but he doesn't get the kill. Dipsy pretty low. And you see Anubis just waiting, not committing just yet to either side.
It could have almost worked out. Just one more bullet hitting him would have done the job, but apparently FaZe is going to miss his chance of picking up one more kill. Minute 23 left onto the clock here, and we do have Anubis. All 3 players kind of just creeping in down towards the B corridor. The C4 still lingering down towards the middle, or just right next to middle. So we'll have to wait and see where they really want to aggress. Could be selling a fake, but so far GV seems to have a pretty good idea whether if the aggression is a fake or not. So we do have 7, and we got players backing out of machines. That's going to be Anubis. Now the clock being burnt down less than a minute. Looks like Anubis is going to pick A as their favorite.
Yeah, FaZe pretty close here. Still has the shotgun, of course. He's just waiting in the corner. one of the spots who would get some value out of this. He does trade Dipsy, but again, that's the guy who took some damage before. Tazen does get the kill on a Creeds over at B, and now all of a sudden this push coming into A is very strong. Snock's gonna get one kill though, and trying to shut down some of this aggression. That's another one onto Doom. It's just Design left. He picks up a couple, but now we're set up in a 1v1.
1v1, Tazen goes for the pistol, awesome swing, he gets caught out. Anubis is going to tie things back up to 2-on-2. Already into the 4th round, we're going to be seeing a pretty even score divided between these two teams, as we have 5 rounds remaining on the first half. Early push coming out from Awesome, Doom gets caught. That's a quick headshot as well. Reeds will add onto the kill point as well, Dipsy goes down. As GV now has a definite man advantage against Anubis.
Yeah, that's pretty huge. I think that Doom going in there by himself has to be very careful. Needs to know that he could be pressured there. That's a bit of a mistake. And now they're trying to pressure in towards the missile onto A. Jaguar, you know, this guy, he's the IGL. He's putting up some big numbers already as well. So definitely pulling some weight for his team in this 2-2 bout, and now Anubis are in a good spot, even though they got first blooded, they got second blooded as well.
Yeah, the bomb timer ticking down. Tazen down in the bomb site by Truck. It was going to go for the crouch peeks, but the clock is against GV, and now they have to start moving in, inching closer towards the bomb site. Jaguar swings out, but Awesome quickly taps him out. And FaZe also picks up a kill, half blind as well. 7 goes down. But Tazen doesn't realize Awesome is on the flank. 7 is going to be able to steal the kill, but the timer already ticked down to 5 seconds. There won't be enough time for the Global Risk side to defuse it. And GV eSports is going to start leading out. It's going to be 3-2.
Yeah, very close rounds. Also, that's going to feel a little bit iffy for GV, where it's like, okay, we got these first couple of kills, and then we just kind of got bowled over on A. Might give some information to Anubis as well that, hey, maybe we should exploit this a bit. You know, our A pushes are working out really well. We're getting down the stairs pretty much for free, and, you know, GV aren't able to hold this pressure. So we'll see if they continue with that kind of pressure towards A. As of right now, got a lot of guys that are outside of the A road. And for GV, nothing too aggressive this time to start out this round.
Yes, as Anubis is going to be gathered closer in towards A, like you said, bringing in the rest of their team as well. As looks like they're interested in poking and prodding in towards middle. We do see some nades being cooked up here. As FaZe now has to be pushing back, but it looks like he's going to stick it and be able to go for a push shot. Unfortunately, not going to hit that. As Dipsy now already down towards the staircase. Holmes is going to be able to find that kill. Dipsy gets a second. Somebody somehow down super low. Now Awesome on top of Heaven is going to find the kill onto Doom, leaving Tazen all alone in a 1v3 and a dream. Has a pistol. Rather, he's going to go for the here to clear the angles for a long range, but all 3 players of GV has given up on Heaven and is on the run for the staircase here.
I don't think he's going to expect them to have rotated this fast, but they're actually going to miss each other. And GV will know, well, there's only one direction he could have gone. Unless he sprinted away. They see him, they take him down, and that's another round on the board here for GV. So, yeah, I mean, some iffy moments, but overall, it's still GV that are in control from the Global Risk side and are looking like the dominant team so far.
The nades are not going to find much of a value from Doom. Thrown in towards Machine as now he has the ball back out of it. And GV already 15 seconds into the round is going to be able to gain a lot of ground, completely clearing out Machine. Is going to be able to send 7 down towards A, so if any aggression happens towards A, then it could be a very easy defense. As the C4 now actually rotates out from A and goes in closer towards middle, towards B. And FaZe is going to be counter boosted once again into the vents with the shotgun, but we'll have to wait and see if this time it works or whether it fails.
I mean, this time he's pretty far out. There's nobody forward in the vents from Anubis this time. They're playing very carefully and just re-clearing parts of the map where they lost initially, right? The machine room. So they're going to retake this. The bomb is still back there, so no commit just yet. Just trying to see what they can see and trying to gain some information. But again, one of the issues with you know, not dealing with global risk aggression is that you lose a lot of the map, you lose map control. It kind of leaves you in a spot where you don't have a lot of information. So they're trying to gain some, but at the moment they haven't really seen anything. So looking for a push into B. That's what it looks like now.
The fault on the clock and some pot shots being thrown up by Creeds. This is going to take Dipsy out. Having a rough time here coming into Subway for the first match. But 7 with a big spray transfer is going to get 2. Up on top of Heaven gets taken out by Creeds, leaving Design all alone. Now he gets tapped out by FaZe as well. So that's going to be the 5th round being picked up by GV, showing some sort of dominance here, 5-2.
Yeah, again, I think it took a little bit long for Anubis to, you know, clear everything out and then make the decision to push to B, and the push was not that clean. So, you know, they get in, Creeds gets that first shot down, and a lot of the push potential is taken away. Dipsy, ooh, getting some information.
Some information, but not a lot, as he was not going to be able to take the kill onto Awesome, who was jump checking into vents. This time around, you know, just not regarding FaZe possibly being in vents with a shotgun. They're going to be sending clears towards vents and clear this one out, but flashes are being thrown out towards enemy as well to possibly distract the members of GV from vents. Jaguar is already down onto the side of the staircase. Now they're going to start swinging. Awesome gets caught out, and the big transfer from Jaguar, double kill for him. And all of a sudden, GV onto a very tough retake. 2v4, but Design already snuck up onto the end part of the vents here. Could spring out any moment, any time, and take a kill of his own. Creeds. Now he knows where the angle of nade being thrown out. Down to a 2v2. Design's going to be able to finish off 7. 20 seconds remaining. Creeds 1v2 with about 10 HP and a dream. Was in heaven. If he finds 2 headshots, that'll do the work. The timer is running against them. He is against the clock. Looks like this round should be surely Anubis's. And it's going to be a quick 8th round being picked up by Anubis. Getting closer to a tie. 5-3.
Again, still very close. I mean, Anubis, they claw their way back. They're getting close to even here in this first half. As, well, it's not going to do much. Awesome pushing out with his buddy Snux, trying to get some presence here on A road. Design himself has pushed all the way up into the lockers box and might actually just straight up check 7 here. There he goes. Spray gets the headshot. FaZe, very nice angle into the vents though. And Creeds and FaZe are the couple of guys that will shut down this push. As you see, that bomb is heading in towards lockers once again. That is the one area that was relatively cleared out by that push, but besides getting that one kill, they don't know exactly where the rest of the members of GV are.
Yeah, pretty risky maneuver as well. I mean, you don't want to take the C4 in towards lockers. You drop it, that's a done deal, done round for Anubis, especially now they're a man down as well. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. As Tazin is going to be hopping on top of boxes, find a better angle to peek. Jaguar now trying to poke and prod in towards mid doors, but looks like not much of an action will pop just yet. As 3-on-4 on the blacklist side. In general, you would like to go in towards B because there's more angles you can flank through, but if GV has a pretty strong defense setup like this, then I don't know if that's possible. Jaguar takes down FaZe, picks up big. Oh, with the Snox as well. Gets a quick 2 kill down. All down to Tazin, gets knocked out by Snox. It's going to be a 6-3 first half.
Yeah, not half bad. I think that Anubis, you know, they ran into a brick wall after their push didn't exactly work. Just trying to send in some feelers, trying to get a couple of kills, and they got the 1 onto 7, but immediately was cleaned up by FaZe and Creeds. And so, lost a lot of pressure from the blacklist side. I feel like, you know, teams definitely are getting stronger on GR in general, as 7 was talking about, but at the same time on Subbase, I feel like if you only got 3 from the blacklist side, you're not feeling too good. I guess for Anubis, you can take solace in the fact that this is GV's map pick. But based on the stats we saw, You know, these teams should both be relatively comfortable on this map, although we do know in the past GV has certainly liked to play this map. So we'll see if Anubis can turn it around here on the second half on the GR side, or if GV's just going to run away with their map pick.
That will be the question, not only for me to answer, but for you guys, you viewers, to answer as well, and the fans of each team to answer too. Now, moving into the second half, to go through the wall, through the doors, is going to take down FaZe to open things up. Somehow, Anubis, are they going to be able to just hold on to the rounds here and possibly tie it back up 6-6? And like you said, and like the player said, Global Risk side gets stronger over time as the meta develops. But, you know, if you find the vulnerabilities of the bomb sites, and as a blacklist, you can still pick up some rounds. And that's what GV really wants to do at this point.
You see those two, they've got their heads down, they're playing careful. Awesome just kind of runs through the door. He's like, no, we're going. And in fact, looks like they might just do that. Try to run it down the stairs, especially down a man. If they can take out Dipsy very quickly, they'll have a good push, but Dipsy's got a pretty passive position. He gets the information, calls his teammates over, stays alive, and now he's going to line up that first kill, which is huge for stopping the pressure of this push. Dipsy going to try to check again. Creed's lining up a couple, giving GV a chance in this one. They're trying to get around the missile and pressure them back up the stairs, which they will do. Jaguar on the flank here. He's going to get a bunch of damage into Creeds. There's the snipe from Tazin. And all of a sudden, GV are just running out of health. They've only got 2 guys left, and they're just trying to hold on.
2 guys combined less than 50 health, but a dream with them as well. Snox is going to tie things back up to 2-on-2. The timer is working against Anubis. 17 seconds and ticking. Good lineup by Snox. Gets one more pistol now. Quick headshot coming through, a double kill. And that will do the round for GV. That's going to be a 7-3.
Yeah, that's just a huge clutch performance there from Snox in that round, as well as Creeds. I mean, he got those first couple of kills, really got them position on that site, and then Snox just able to win a 1v1, and then they played the position of that bomb plant so perfectly, just buying time, forcing Anubis to push into them, and then lining up the shots to finish it off. You can see that in the replay just there. And, you know, that might just be the straw that broke the camel's back, because at this point, you know, Anubis, you wanted to start off strong from the GR side. It felt like that round was yours, but it just got kind of snaked away there by GV.
Yeah, and it does drive away a lot of breath away from you, losing that round, going into Global Risk, which is definitely one of the more favorite sides, in sub-base as well. So, I mean, they're not out yet. There's still 3 more rounds to be won by GV to close this map out, as Anubis still stands in there. But whether Anubis is going to be able to bounce back is going to be the real question here, because so far, they are putting out a very default setup compared to how GV has played their Global Risk side. They were poking prodding in towards outside B, and towards Machine, and towards middle. Even sending FaZe with a shotgun in towards vents, but Anubis is playing this one quite passively, I would say. Like, if you're playing very default, that means you are playing very passive.
Yeah, and I feel like you can't really do that on sub-base, especially because GV have come in here with a very nice execute. Although Design's going to get a couple of kills already. They try to pop down through the vents, and immediately Awesome's going to go down as well. And all of a sudden, the air out of this push has been taken away. It's just a pretty flawless round. Nobody goes down on the side of Anubis. And that time, the execution is read like a book. They had multiple members ready for the push that was coming through the vents and down into A. And so GV, they get red this time. They said, you know, they like to play a bit random. That's not random, though. FaZe opening up with the first blood. You can expect more of that in this tournament.
And with that kill, GV is going to be trying to utilize off that information, send the players down towards middle, closing in towards vents once again. I think they're still interested in just poking prodding, as FaZe is going to get one more kill before going down towards Taz. 7 swings out, is taken out, and Design is insane right now. Picks up one more kill for himself, eventually goes out. Dempsey arrives for a quick double kill, and is going to be able to secure one more round for the side of Anubis.
Yeah, it's pretty crucial. Dipsy in the clutch right at the end, able to win the 1v2. Even after he gave away his position, right? He wasn't able to get that initial tap, and immediately both guys on GV turned to face him, and still he was able to win that 1v2. So props to Dipsy. Had a bit of a struggle in the beginning of the map, but now he's really putting up the numbers, and I mean, he's kind of their guy, right? That's the one guy on the roster that you really expect to be putting up the big numbers, and now I'm sure they're glad that he is doing exactly that, making this a pretty even map at this point in time. 7-5, GV still in control, still in the lead, but let's see what the rest of this map looks like.
Now, like I said, GV still in the lead, but not by a lot. Only 2 rounds away for Anubis to tie it back up. And so far, the way Anubis plays their Global side, they will play pretty default. They will play pretty passive, but once somebody breaks the screws loose, then they will start rotating in and out. As in the meantime, Design's going to be taking that also coming in towards Vents. But yeah, although their setup to begin things off, begin the rounds off even, are pretty passive, pretty default. Once they hear some gunfires, once they do find the pick like this, or once they even find some information, then they will start adapting themselves quite rapidly, I would say, even quicker than the Chinese teams are sending more players in towards A if they feel like the aggression is coming down towards A. But Awesome's going to be finding that shot onto Design to try to equalize things back down.
Let's see what they can get done with this. They're kind of running out of time, but there is only Dipsy on A. A lot of rotations coming in on the flank. They get that kill on a Dipsy, and now all of a sudden, Jaguar and his buddy Doom, they're going to be spotted. Also, B's going to win the sniper war. So all of a sudden, you see GV, they're behind on time, but it doesn't matter because they have all control in this round. They don't want to go for the plan just yet. They know they have the time. They want to take the trade. They want to feel the pressure. Down comes Doom. He's going to be spotted. Down he will be taken. And there it is. A spray comes in from Creeds. And that is the 8th round going the way of GV eSports.
8-5 is going to be the scoreboard.
Chug that water.
Chug it. Like a real man. Stay hydrated, guys. As now it's coming into the cough season. But moving into round number 14. We do have a quick remake of the lobby as one of the players have to reconnect. But so far, GV seems pretty darn strong on the Blacklist side as well, being able to pick up round after round. And especially that they have a pretty strong lead against Anubis. They will only need 1 more round for a possible golden and 2 more rounds to, get into the next game.
Yeah. So taking a tech timeout here is Anubis, and I don't blame them. I think that last round, you're feeling pretty good about it. You've got the rotations coming in. The timing was just barely not there. I think that you can shore up some of those issues by just maybe playing a little bit snappier, right? Making better decisions as a team. Maybe Jaguars got to make quicker calls. Whatever it is, I think now is a good time to call a timeout right before it gets into, a 9th round or, just the map going the way of GV, right? So you got to use it. And that they will.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what Anubis brings up to the board after this tactical timeout. Usually, once teams go through a full minute of tac, then they will, in general, bring out some very wonky strats that somehow works out. But because of this trend, the opponent team also has a pretty good sense of what's going to happen after the tag timeout, so we'll have to wait and see if GV is prepared to face off the wonky tactics of Anubis.
I don't really see a lot of discussion going on, to be honest. I mean,
a lot of chewing gums.
I don't want to read too much into it. I see that Dipsy is doing a decent amount of talking, but, I would expect Jaguar to be giving a little bit more input, but yeah, seems like Dipsy had a lot to say, and they call the timeout, and we'll see if it does help them out going into this one. So the timeout is over. We are going to get back into the game. And get that done in just a moment. Seems like there is a separate issue that we're dealing with, so sorry about that. But yeah, currently sitting at 8-5, right? GV in the lead, tasting the victory, but they're not done yet. They need to get a couple of rounds. I do feel like, although it has been close, GV definitely feel like the favorite team on this map. And in general, they've had the number of Anubis, although Anubis have taken some maps here and there. Do you think GV's got it in them to take it down this time around, or is Anubis going to strike back?
I mean, with only 2 rounds left in the room for Anubis to do anything about it, it would be very tough, but if it's tough, it means there's still chance for Anubis to strike back, like you said. So I was just calculating in my head, okay, 8-5, you have to pick up 3 more rounds, 4 more rounds even to go into the golden round. So could be a tough one, but still doable. But looks like we're ready to go back into sub base. Definitely in favor for GV, especially given that this is their map pick. I mean, if you're picking a map, then you are more confident than the other team to, perform out. So this is exactly what is happening right now. Had Anubis picked up 1 more round, even that last round of the first half, then the whole run out of the second half would have been different, because GV has a round lead on top, extra round lead on top, because they were able to pick up the final round. They are able to, put out more risky strategies, which usually pays better dividends if it works out. So now, going into round number 14, as GV is going to be going for that default spread out, having control of machine room. And for Anubis, after the attack time, is going to be going for the double as Dipsy now picks up a of his own. And let's see if that is going to be put to a good use. 2 minutes left onto the clock, and having a 3-stack on towards B for the side of Anubis. That's going to be Doom, and Jaguar, and Tazin. So both bomb sites are being guarded by an Some poke and prodding coming out from Awesome as well. Pot shots being thrown out, but not going to hit much. Just the poor box gets completely obliterated.
It feels like, I always try to read into the timeouts and think about, what was the call, right? What is the difference that they're trying to bring into their play? From what I can tell, they're really trying not to peek FaZe, and they say, okay, he's doing really well. Don't peek him through A. Deal with their executions. They're not the strongest at the executes. We can handle it if we're ready for it. So it's a couple of stacks, but they have no idea where the push is coming in from. And we'll see if this works out for them. FaZe, he's trying to see what he can see. I think he's going to see much unless he, now he sees a lot. As here comes the push. Down it goes. Dipsy and Jaguar are going to get a couple of kills. They know this is coming in here now. As Snox finally gets one of those kills for the side of GV. Creeds picks up one as well. And they do make their way and plant the bomb on the A site.
And now down 3-on-3, although Awesome and Snox been pretty low. It's going to be tougher for Anubis as the clock is now running against them. 27 seconds and ticking. And as you can see, all 3 of Anubis is going to be up on top of Heaven. So GV is going to be able to use that information as it's from the bomb site. It's going to get traded out. But he was able to take one player down with a super low HP. Now Doom all the way in towards the silo is going to be tapped out by Creeds, leaving Tazin all alone for the clutch share. He does pick up one. He needs one more, but the pistol play is there, but the timer is so low, and he's not going to be able to defuse it. GV is going to just run away. Well, it's going to be 9-5 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, FaZe's maneuver, a little bit crazy, but he saw a lot. He's like, okay, there's 3 guys here stacked on B. Just push. I mean, they were ready to do exactly that, and they knew they had an angle into A. It wasn't the easiest, though. It was a nice hold at first from Anubis, and that kind of made it a closer round. But I still do feel like GV kind of got the better of Anubis when it came down to the strategies utilized in that last round. So now you're on map points here, 9-5. As GV, and you got to be feeling very confident with the way some of these rounds are going, able to clutch out better towards the end of some of the rounds compared to Anubis so far. And it feels like you're one step ahead of them. You're reading the plays a little bit better. So we'll see if they can close it out or if Anubis has something left in the tank.
I mean, they still have hopes, and you should definitely not underestimate those hopes, but we'll have to see if Anubis is going to be able to do it. No, as Snox is just going to do a 360 was that while being crouched and takes a Jaguar out from the lobby. Noob swings out, gets a good kill, also taking a bunch of damage away from Creeds, as Tazin's eventually going to be able to finish on the kill. And the pistol is there to do the work. Now down to a 2-on-2. Awesome, dead stuck in the corner here. He's going to swing out, take down Dipsy, clear one angle out, and now Design in a 1v2. Can GV close this one out?
I mean, this is just classic awesome. Just getting really, really deep in there. Just crazy angles. Takes them very confidently. Some of those one-on-ones. He does go down. And that does leave FaZe in the 1v1, as you mentioned. Design up against FaZe. I mean, at this point in time, who do you favor? I'd say it's pretty close. Design has had a very good map so far. And there's only 30 seconds left. FaZe playing it very slow. Trying to, find the long angles with the Om first, and then see if he'll go for a plant anywhere. But the angle is seen here, and FaZe just gets the flick and takes him down. And Design, I mean, he had the jump on him. He could have just one-tapped him, but getting that headshot from behind a little bit too difficult. FaZe was quick on the trigger. So GV eSports, the better team so far as they take down their map choice of sub-base.
Was it that FaZe was quicker, or Design just missed that wallbang? I mean, given the gap being pretty tight, it's tough to find the head through the wall, of course. But eventually, FaZe was just a little bit better outside, picking a 60-180 there. But we'll be taking a look at some of the highlights coming out from the map.
There you have it. Lots of crazy highlights back and forth in this one, but really gotta give the final prize over to GV. 10-5, pretty dominant. It was a bit back and forth at first, but even there, 6-3 on the first half from the GR side. You gotta feel good about GV's chances, but we'll see what Compound looks like.
Yeah, Compound still in the talk, and if Anubis is going to be able to pick that map up, then we go into Black Widow, but some big numbers being put out by Creeds and FaZe here, 1.90 and 1.67. As you can see, not most, but a good portion of the highlight was filled up by these two players there. On the side of Anubis, of course, we're going to have Tazin on the Om, going to be on the positive side of 1.45, and Jaguar barely making it to 1.00 here. But given that he has been the kind of the tricky player he is, he would be the one entering, and sometimes he's going to be the one on the flank. You would go down to the guns of your enemies, but if your play works out, then usually it will grant your team the round.
Well, we're just about ready to hop into the second map, and we'll see what this one does look like. A lot of smiles on the faces of the GV members, still getting hydrated, still having some snacks in there. Looks like Snox is eating something. But yeah, they're just getting ready for map 2. And on the side of Anubis, still scratching their heads about that last map, but you just gotta leave it behind. You just gotta prepare and get ready for the next one and say, okay, this is where our tournament begins. Because, you know, you're in a group with 4 teams, only 2 get out. You really want to get this win over GV if you want to have a good chance to make it to playoffs later on this weekend.
You are absolutely right, and especially this one being the very first matchup of the whole tournament. A lot of pressure on your shoulder as well, as the opponent, the other teams in this tournament are also observing into this game, most likely. But now we are kicking it into compound for map number 2. And for Anubis, they will have to go back to their point they did, but looks like it will pay off a little bit. Tazza inside picking up a kill each, and Jaguar adding onto it as well, sprinkling kills left and right. 3 players of GV down already, and Dipsy on a good angle here is going to find a kill of his own as well. FaZe in a 1v3 situation. Smoke and flashes are going to stop him from going into the bomb site. Down low, FaZe as well. And Anubis looks like that quick break after map 1 was going to be able to grant them enough time and grant them enough talks, conversations between their teammates, and is going to be giving themselves the first round win here.
Yeah, there was a big firefight in at the pillars, and that one went heavily over to the side of Anubis. GV wanted to challenge them there. It did not work out, and Anubis were able to get a big lead from that. Also, a very cheeky push from Dipsy, as you mentioned. Able to get the jump on the 7 in rotation, and that pretty much sealed the deal for the sniper player FaZe. The last person alone, 1v3, trying to push into B is pretty much impossible. And
servers, going into servers with an arm on the global risk is not the ideal retake you would be going into. I mean, it's probably better to retake A in that case. I don't know, like, since it's top highest quality CROSSFIRE, so FaZe might just be able to make that clutch happen, but that last round didn't seem so possible as Doom just pries open the bomb site by himself. Quick 2 headshots as well. And Tazin, what are you doing? From the side, gets 1, gets 2, takes out the pistol, does not get the third one there. And awesome on a 1v3 retake once again, but how did Tazin get there is my question here, Valdez.
I mean, he just waited for that rotation to come in. Awesome now. Guns placing, very awesome style. There's just, oh, I thought he got the headshot, but nope. Jaguar gonna take him down, and that puts Anubis comfortably in the lead here at 2-0. A couple of rounds that played out pretty similarly, although that one was really just Doom kind of going into A and just clicking on heads. GV not able to deal with it at all. So, showing a next level confidence and aggression is Anubis here on their map pick.
You are absolutely correct. Anubis is going to be leading out to 0, but 7 with an arm of his own as well. We'll be able to find the quick opening onto Doom, crossing the pillars. And now with the pistol, 7 picks up a second kill as well. Design thinking about just pushing through the smoke, probably not the best idea there, so he decides to not go and walk into the dead zone, being put out by 7 with some support provided by Awesome. As the C4 is still left in towards middle and down 2 players, Anubis can always reset and try to, you know, like, take aggressions down towards middle. They still have a smoke and a flash to work with, so they can block off one angle and be able to rotate in towards the opposite bomb site of the majority of the gunfires are coming from. So, minute 23 left onto the clock, and we'll have to wait and see if Jaguar wants to pick up the C4 and head towards B, or just, you know, lurk down towards A once again. A minute to work with, so could be anything happening here as 7 is going to be looking in towards the entrance towards server. Awesome as well, down deep below. Could be springing out any moment soon to pop off the heads. Sign swings out. Creeds is going to be the one to take the kill away from 7.
And he's going to line up another. Pretty nicely done. And you see Jaguar now is just kind of left alone. I think the idea was to push into B, actually, and try to get that bomb plant there with the rotation coming in from Jaguar, but yeah, when you're this far behind, it's not feeling pretty good for them. 30 seconds now and a dream. Jaguar has not died yet, and there he goes, right as the words are coming out of my mouth. And you do see GV now on the board here. Straightforward round from them. 2 too much else to say about it. I mean, Anubis not really clean on some of those initial firefights. They fell too far behind.
Yeah, GV definitely showing some presence here now, marking their first round, coming into map number 2 of Compound. As quite default setups put out by GV once again here. 7 though, juggling himself in towards Pillar. AK this time, not the on, but Dipsy just so much better with the pistol player. And he's gonna be able to take down 7 for the opening frag. Down a member is gonna be GV. They will have to hold on to the bomb sites as the global risk in a 4v5. Might as well as go for a 2-2 split, but it looks like they're not interested in losing control of middle just yet. Leaves Creed still kind of lingering in down towards there. Rather, they might just be trusting Awesome to hold on to the bomb site by himself in servers, which from time to time we were able to see him just holding it down by himself. So definitely not the hardest question being asked to Awesome by his teammates here. And yeah, minute 20 left onto the clock, and let's see what Anubis wants to do after that opening frag.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said, I think, you know, for Anubis. They've got Dipsy in the lineup. They kind of want him to go crazy at times, and that was a bit crazy. Just, you know, if you're very aggressive with the pistol, you can kind of settle your aim quicker. The shot is going to be good, but here comes Creeds. He's going to be traded down. Does see a couple of guys in mid. Dipsy also gets that snipe battle win onto FaZe. And all of a sudden, there's only 2 members left. Make it 1. As it's only Awesome here in on B. Might be able to take down Dipsy, but this C4 is going to A. And there's the kill. So Awesome has a lot to do here with Anubis in position on the A site with 3 guys.
1v3 and a Gene. The bomb gets planted in the open as well to make things worse for Awesome. But luckily for Awesome, he is not just 1 hit away as he is sticking himself on full health here. Comes up on Heaven, does find some damage on Doom, but wasn't able to quite clear that kill and the angle out. But does he realize Jaguar is on the flank here and has him big below, and with the Ana as well. That's a quick scope, I feel like. And Anubis is going to be able to secure their 3rd round here. It's going to be 3-1 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, asking too much there of Awesome. Really just came down to Anubis getting very far ahead early on in that round. And Dipsy with some very big kills early on. Here comes Awesome, though. They're pushing in for mid. Creeds and Awesome able to line up 3 in a row, as only Doom was able to trade 1 back. And that's maybe some of the randomness that 7 was referring to. You know, they get behind a couple of rounds. They're not feeling very good about the way the pace of this match is going, and they wanted to switch it up with some aggression, and it works out for them so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's like playing rock, paper, scissors. Like, okay, you're telling your enemy team, I'm going to play rock, but, you know, you have some ideas in the back of your brain to backstep that. So showing 2-3 rounds of you playing pretty default, like, that kind of builds the idea into the enemy team that, okay, your team is playing default, they're not going to be pushing out from that one angle. And now is about the right time to pull the spring the trap there. Sends 3 players down towards middle. Is going to be GV eventually granting themselves a round here almost, as we do have Jaguar and Design still in the talks here to possibly win the round for their team. Anubis, minute left on the clock, and they're going to be sending it towards servers as Creeds this time is going to be on the responding side of GV. He gets knocked out by Jaguar, so the bomb plant might just be able to be happened here. Yeah, Swings goes down, leaving 7 all alone to a 1v2. I don't know if that is going to be possible. He's going to send us go for a full wide rotation. In all hopes, 7 is just wishing that Anubis doesn't realize this flank happening, but having a good sense of it, Design's going to be waiting by the door. Swings out, gets the kill, and now Anubis is going to be able to find their 4th round here.
Yeah, there you have it. So Anubis feeling pretty good about their position now in this map, their map choice. GV has elected to take an early timeout. Not a bad idea, especially with the way some of these rounds are going. They're not exactly like close down to the wire ones. It's kind of, you know, Awesome trying to 1v4 or, you know, falling pretty far behind and you know, getting pushed into B and not really able to hold off the aggression, even up members. So definitely a lot to be said on the side of GV, I would imagine, trying to fix their compound. But as it stands, Anubis definitely feels like the stronger team on this map.
And at the same time, GV taking tack now is probably a better one to take than later. Like, if you are already down 3 rounds deep against your enemy team, then, you know, might as well as use the tack to not only discuss your stress, but at the same time take the momentum away from the enemy team, put the gas away from their pedal. So, you know, hopefully this tack works out in favor of GV, but if not, then Compound, for a good chance, is going to go towards Anubis. 4-2-1 strong here, as we do have only 4 more rounds left onto the first half. 15 seconds remaining, and Anubis seems pretty chill here. They like their map pick, and they are providing and they are proving why this is their map pick in the number of the rounds they have picked up.
Yeah, I mean, Compound, there's definitely a lot of different pushes you can go for, a lot of crazy angles you can take, and I think that Anubis kind of came out with a very sneaky style that GV were not expecting, and it's really worked out for them, especially when you can kind of send Dipsy to just do whatever he wants and get 1v1 wins, and GV just can't handle that. It really gives you a lot of momentum, not just in terms of the manpower, but also just mentally, where it's like, okay, well, we got to deal with Dipsy, but we're not. He's just kind of taking down our team, you know. And as you mentioned, you know, everybody on the side here of Anubis is feeling happy. Design's always got a huge smile on his face. Everybody's just, is that a heart I just saw just pop out there?
And he knows he's
Where
on
was
camera.
that?
He definitely knows he's on camera.
Where did that heart come from?
Came from nowhere.
It's just from the universe.
The universe loves you.
Mm-hmm. And so does Dipsy.
And so does Dipsy, like I said. But the tech timeout is over, as we're going to be proceeding into round number 6 of Compound any moment soon here. For a quick reminder, 4-1 on the scoreboard. Now, this one favoring Anubis for the guys who are just tuning in. The first map of Subbase was picked up by GV, and we are in map number 2, leaving Black Widow as map number 3. So if Anubis is going to be able to pick up this map in their favor, then we will get to see some Black Widow to wrap up the first series of this tournament. CFS 2024 Path Eumena Regional Finals.
Yeah, I think that based on the first map, I was like, hey, it looks like GV came to play. They're having a good day. Maybe they just take the 2-0, right? But now, after the beginning of this map, I'm like, no, this is initially what I thought. It should be very close. As here comes GV once again. Awesome. He's just so good on these aggressive pushes, and once again, he lights them up. Gets 3 kills, even though FaZe did go down.
Oh, look at that aggression from Jaguar. Just walking through the smoke is going to be able to take the kill from Freeze, but eventually Snox is there to trade him out. And Taz's pistol play, so good, that's awesome, but eventually Snox will find the second kill of his own. So GV now getting in closer towards the rounds of Anubis. It's going to be 4-2. And the quick spray down from Awesome just shown right there as a highlight to win the round for his team.
Yeah. And now that's a couple of rounds where GV, they put on aggression and they kind of win, right? Now they're trying to do that through the pillars, but this time, Anubis, they clear out mid, they take control. Snox is not ready for that. And it's Anubis in the lead now. That's another shot here from Tazin. And Anubis is going to be looking to push into A. He's going to miss that initial shot, which is going to be huge. And Anubis essentially get into A for free. A couple of really nice entry frags. There's only 2 guys left here on GV.
Yeah, I mean, that hold from GV was pretty wonky. Not being able to look at the right angles and not being able to hold and find the right shots at the right moment. 7, though, puts out some effort. Is going to be able to take down, gets second on the Doom. 20 seconds onto the bomb timer. I mean, if he just continues to get kills after kills, it's not going to happen, as Jaguar was waiting behind the backs. As Anubis runs away, it's going to be 5-2 on the scoreboard. Seems to be a similar run out of Subbase up to round number 7. Although it was GV on the lead for the first map. Now it's Anubis leading out, so we'll have to wait and see what happens. Early aggression down towards middle by design. Had he peeked out wider, had he been able to take the kill onto FaZe. Not sure if he had the angle to do so, but eventually that does drive the players of GV away from middle in towards the bomb sites A and B. So mid is now kind of opened up by the side of Anubis.
Yeah, and that's kind of been their go-to strategy. Yes, GV has been challenging them in mid and in pillars, but I think for GV, don't go pillars anymore. That has not been working. You've lost every firefight there, but this is from the Blacklist side where you love to be. You take free control of mid, and now you can either go A or B, leave the GR guessing, but Creeds does get that first kill through the smoke. Design is able to enter, though, in towards A. Here comes Taz in the follow-up. They do not clear out 7. And Snox, though, the spray is good from Snox. He's making up for the last round, but it's only Dipsy left. And this guy is dangerous. Does get shot in the back by Awesome. And that's going to keep GV in it.
5 on 3. GV trying to tie this back up. We'll have to wait and see if they're going to be able to find this last round of the first half here. Early nades being exchanged, but won't be able to find much of a value on towards the players of Anubis. 7 is going to be looking down towards the deep colors from the once again. As, the C4 rotating in towards pillars as well, having 4 players of Anubis kind of just lingering there. But as a commentator, I feel like it's going to be yet another fake towards pillars, and like 3 players down towards middle and 2 down towards the staircase down towards A, and have a pretty quick A split with the support coming from the smokes being put out towards B to block off any rotations and open up the gates. Minute 38 left onto the clock, and it looks like Anubis is going for the setups, like I've mentioned. Valdez.
Yeah, I mean, this has been their go-to. A lot of smokes over the top. Clear on everything, but the snipe in the shoulder there are gonna take out Dipsy. Does FaZe, and all of a sudden a lot of pressure from your push is just gone. Also Creed's just gonna push out of A, gets a couple of shots in the back, and that really takes out so much of that pressure from Anubis. Design, he's there, they're gonna spot him, and Creed's once again gets that flank down and keeps the hopes alive here from GV. That initial snipe from FaZe and then the push out from Creeds really is what won them the round.
Yeah, looks like the tack GV went for paid off some dividends as they're able to close out the first half in a 1-round deficit, 4-5, and given the map being compound, now the real scary part is that GV eSports is going to be playing on the Blacklist side. So now the real question is, can Anubis hold on to the aggression, or will they just be pride opened up like what happened in Subbase last map, 1 map ago?
Yeah, it feels like, you know, compared to Subbase, Anubis had some rounds where it felt like, hey, they're coming back, they're figuring out what GV are doing. But I feel like GV has done a better job of that, of coming from behind to actually figure out Anubis's playbook, at least on the Blacklist side. As you mentioned, this swap at the half is really going to be huge in terms of the strategy. You know, how aggressive does GV get? Can they get the read on to Anubis? Or is Anubis just the better team on Compound right now, and they come out with better strategy and they just close it out when they go to Blacklist? I could easily see both happening, to be honest. This has been a relatively close match. I thought it would be a bit closer, but at the end of the day, it does look like GV came out a little bit stronger than I was expecting. But we'll see if Anubis can make it a bit closer, a bit more of what I was expecting when we first loaded up this match. But GV, a lot of pressure in towards pillars. Maybe looking to mirror what Anubis did from their Blacklist side.
And like I said, now with the sides being switched up here, GV looking to go into the bomb sites, but that early aggression coming up from Anubis is going to be able to push them back down, as Dipsy is going to be able to find the kill into 7 as well to open things up. And look at the position of Dipsy. Now that he was able to find the kill, he gets compromised, and now he goes down finally, but the damage has been already dealt to the side of GV.
Yeah, able to trade it back, and now GV, you know, they take control of mid, but they're down a member. Some of those pushes not going to be as strong from the Blacklist side, down a member. And this allows Anubis, you know, you just throw smoke here towards the edge of the pillars and you know it's not coming in there, you can send a lot of eyes towards mid and just be ready for what is most likely going to be mid pressure. It's most of what we saw from Anubis. Whereas on the side of GV, they're not, you know, they mentioned they don't want to do as many executes nowadays. They're actually just sending phases in alone. It's just checking in here to A room and saying, you know, let me try to get some information, maybe even get a pick off if somebody is a bit too far out of position. But there are a couple of guys here from the side of Anubis, and Jaguar is going to get that first shot, make it 2. That is already the damage done. And Awesome does trade one back, but now GV are in a really rough spot.
Rough spot indeed, but with the 2 kills being sacrificed, GV is going to be able to gain a bit more ground down towards middle. And this being 3v2, ooh, Tazen almost gets the kill there. It takes a bit of damage and is able to find a better position to play with. Creeds takes the kill some way, somehow, but he is down against them. Doom wraps it up as Design is going to finish off the final bullet on towards Creeds. And Anubis is going to be able to start leading out 6-4.
6-4. Got to be feeling pretty good for Anubis. That was a close round somehow. But that play on A-Long was good. But now aggression coming out from them, and it's actually going all the way of GV as they're able to handle this pressure with flying colors. They have not dealt with Jaguar, who's actually going to back away. Also, Design is very much in between two sides of this. They will not expect this at all, but now they're able to close in and easily take him down. And now it's all up to Jaguar in a 1v4. Not looking too good for him. He takes an aggressive angle, gets 1 kill, make it 2. And all of a sudden, Jaguar making it maybe possible, but he was very low on health, so 1 pistol shot to the head is enough to get it done. And GV not gone just yet. 6-5, still in favor of Anubis, but a much closer map this time around.
And GV looking for the tie here. Nades being thrown out as Dipsy takes a bunch of damage, down half already from the nades being thrown out. Jaguar not being able to hold on to the aggression, goes down. Creeds will pick up a kill as well onto Dipsy. Doom now, that's stuck on boxes, swings out, does a bunch of damage, but now he gets 1, but eventually he gets swarmed by the rest of GV. Design comes in hot with Dipsy, and double kill quickly being picked up to equalize things back down onto 2-on-2, but the bomb has been planted. It's going to be Creeds and Snox against Design and Tazen.
Yeah, and that shot in the back from Design, a couple of kills, really just makes it very even. Now, Tazen is still here with an Alm. It's a very awkward weapon to have at this point, but this 1v1 is huge. Creed's going to buy some time, but Tazen's still hanging out in the window. They only have 15 seconds left. They're surely taking their time. Snox just going to hole up in the corner and wait for the push, but they got to clear out this whole site and get the defuse. It's just not enough time, and GV are easily able to clean that up. I feel like Anubis kind of dropping the ball there at the very last moment about how to retake that A site. And that was after, you know, they got a couple of great kills to shore up a round that was looking very much GV-sided. And all of a sudden, I feel like Global, or rather GV eSports, they've realized, hey, if we just get aggressive, we get in their faces, we're winning a lot of these firefights. Let's bring that confidence, let's bring that aggression, and we will win. And so far, it's working.
So far, indeed, it is working out for sure. As now GV kind of taking the foot off the pedal here, taking the gas away, is going to be playing this round out a little bit slow in comparison to the last round. Minute 44 left on the clock, and it looks like the rotation is going to be coming in towards B here. All 4 players except FaZe to be looking down towards A corridor is going to be sending the players inching in closer, but the position of Dipsy and Design seems only so strong here. And the pot shots are going to give away the information that GV has some interest in poking and prodding in towards the B bomb site. The smoke to dissipate any moment soon here. Dipsy springs out, gets 1 but not. Oh, he picks up a double. It's going to be Design. Creeds will trade him out down to a 2v3, but Doom is still there, holding on to servers, and Creeds is going to have one hard moment to clear that angle out.
Yeah, kind of interesting that they did not expect Design. They checked that corner, and then they're like, no, he's not there. And they get distracted by Dipsy. They trade 1 for 1, but then Design, once again, kind of in the sneaky spot, is able to just rack up a couple of kills. And this is a very different round from the one we just had. So now GV in a really rough spot. Only 2 members. They've got FaZe here with the as well, who has been checking a lot of the angles from mid, but they just can't check everywhere. It's so easy to get rotated on compound. There it is. Jaguar gets the rotation from A, cleans it up easily, picks up the 2 headshots, and shuts down the rest of that aggression.
Quick back and forth action between these 2 teams will result in the rounds of 7-6. As the early now, this time Anubis is going to be rushing down towards middle side, picks up a double, and somehow Tazin's going to find a quick scope onto Awesome as well, leaving 7 all alone. So Anubis now spicing up their tactics. Is going to be paid dividends pretty huge as well, with the C4 being down where the can take a direct look at. So 7's going to have one tough 1v3 to take one out as he goes down finally towards the hand of Dipsy. It's going to be 8-6 in favor of Anubis.
Yeah, now it really feels like Anubis is running away with this map. The last couple of rounds very heavily in their favor. And as you mentioned, they bring that aggression to GV. It was GV the ones that were winning a lot of those mid fights, the pillar fights, and all of a sudden Anubis are like, no, we are going to stand our ground. We are going to push into you and get the job done. It felt like GV were not ready for it, and they did lose the fight. So just 2 rounds away and we'll get Black Widow, but let's start off with the snipe here from FaZe. Gonna pick up the first blood on this round. And this time, it looks like GV, they take a much slower approach in the mid, but they still get mid control, and they're just waiting for Anubis to push into them.
They are indeed just waiting for the push to come to shove. But for now, GV, they don't want to give the map point away just yet, so they're going to be playing this one out quite carefully, I would say. They're not really overextending or overswinging the angles, or possibly getting traded out by the players of Anubis. Rather, they just want to clear the angles as a team, but eventually Tazen is going to be able to find the kill onto FaZe to equalize things back down to 4-4. And having Dipsy posted all the way out in double pillars and in towards connector, this might be the backstabber coming out from the side of Anubis. We'll have to wait and see, because if GV decides to go down, and Dipsy swings out, gets a kill, but gets traded out. And all of a sudden, it only so feels that GV is going to start catching up once again, because in the meantime, Awesome was able to find a frag as well.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting from GV. They throw the flash over, they kind of fake a push, and that sparks Dipsy to go for his own push through connector. He trades one, but it really kind of breaks up the defense of Anubis. Now they're kind of left with 1 guy on each site. There's not a lot of time, but this is going to lead to GV getting a very nice 3 versus 1 push onto the A site. But Design has been huge on this map. He's going to get the info. He's going to back away, actually, and wait for his teammate to come over, saying, okay, let's go for the retake 2v3. And although Tazen has already been spotted, so here with an M4, Awesome is in, well, an awesome position. And now the spray is just going to come down from Snox, knowing exactly where they would have to push through. And, you know, I feel like Design should have just gone for it. Maybe getting a little bit of cold feet in that moment, but it wasn't an easy round for him to get done anyway in that position. So can't blame him too much. But GV now keeping it interesting with their 7th round win.
7th round win indeed. And Nate is going to do a bunch with the Jaguar to make things worse for Anubis. Going to be a quick pillars take from Anubis as well. They have full control of B, but GV has no interest in going in towards B just yet. The C4 still all the way far back in the blacklist spawn, just right outside of it towards the A connector. After gaining control of pillars, it looks like Anubis wants to swing out once again, but Dipsy this time, almost gets punched there. But eventually, a kill from Creeds. It's going to be a double kill for Creeds to clear that pillars completely away from the hands of Anubis. Almost as if they're taking candies away from the hands of a little kid. So Anubis now mightily struggling to hold on to the bomb sites here. 4v3, and is about to give away the tie as well.
It's a very close map at this point. I think GV have made some big strides trying to come back in this one. The push now coming into A, it's not great. Anubis are very ready for this, but awesome. Able to push on in with the help of Creeds. These two just so clean on the entries, and they get the job done this time once again. With 52 seconds, that will be the bomb plant here for GV, and a fantastic position for them. Tazin has to land 3 arm shots, essentially, and probably, you know, look for one and then draw the pistol. Okay, he's able to get the one. 25 seconds. Look at this angle from FaZe in mid. That shot is going to miss, but Tazin's still in a rough spot. Just going to go for the ninja defuse in the smoke, I guess, but it's very desperate. The shots are not landing.
Okay.
He's just gonna defuse it, I guess. FaZe is not able to get in there, and that is just a snuck away round by Anubis. They can hardly believe it. And, well, now they're on map points with a round that goes like that.
Some way, somehow, FaZe. Okay, here's the thing. The first mistake from GV. Of course, the first mistake is going to be FaZe missing that arm shot. The second mistake, after missing the arm shot and after seeing or having that information delivered to him by his teammate before going down, the smoke is being popped onto the C4 there, FaZe didn't move into the C4 quickly enough. He was still on top of the hut. He did not come down, and he did not even walk even closer. Had he been about 5 meters closer, he might have had a chance to, you know, start knifing the smoke or something, but did none of that, and eventually that costed them the round. And Anubis now taking attack is just putting the salt into the wound here as well, because I don't know what tactics they could bring out on the global risk side to close the map out. But this does give GV a bit more room to start talking about their tactics as well. 20 seconds remaining onto the clock, and let's see if GV can bounce back. The map point is now taken in the hands of Anubis, 9-7. GV's got 2 more rounds to pick up if they want to go into overtime. Otherwise, map number 2 is going to be given towards Anubis. And then that also means that we have a good chance of, not a good chance, but a 100% chance to take a look at map number 3 of Black Widow.
Yeah, I would definitely favor GV if we do get there. So, you know, as an observer, I would say that GV are still favored, but I don't know. It can always change in a best of 3. Anubis, they get a lot of momentum from this win if they do take it down, and then maybe they just go on to have a great Black Widow that we haven't really seen before, and GV don't have their best, and could still go their way, but let's see how the rest of this compound is going to play out and what that third map will look like in terms of the momentum. Just waiting to get back in here after that tack pause. As you mentioned, it was Anubis actually who did call it. Maybe not expecting to win that round, but they end up winning, and then they have some extra time to just say, hey, let's talk about what we can do better and how we're going to close this one out, and maybe begin to talk about Black Widow. Here they come.
But can they close this one out is the real question. This team takes a bunch, Doom takes a bunch, Dipsy takes a bunch as well. Design barely missing those damages there. As GV starting off the round nicely enough, although it does feel like Anubis has a pretty good control of the map here, having all 5 players posted towards the 50% mark here, taking control of mid, taking control of pillars, and taking control of A quarter as well, but looks like they're going to start falling back once the smokes dissipate, and all of a sudden they want to play this one out passively. After showing that early aggression, but GV was ready for their aggression early on, and the nades were just raining on top of Anubis, sprinkling damages after damages, as you can see on the right bottom there. Doom and Dipsy down very, very low.
Yeah, not the best way to try to put on aggression and get some kills going. It's always a game of chicken, you know, like who's going to commit to the actual fight? Who's just going to throw grenades right on top of you as you're trying to push? Or, you know, if they don't throw grenades and they don't match the aggression, then GR can just get mid for free. We've seen teams give it up and then try to retake it at times, but that hasn't been the theme of this match in particular between these two teams. A lot of fighting over mid. And now it's just TV, they got a bit of damage, and they say, okay, let's clear out every single corner before we go for a straight-up mid-push.
And they're going to be smoking off the both connectors down towards A and B. Not showing exactly which angle they're going to be going, but it's going to be B. Well, the choice from GV. Doom has to fall back right away with 1 health, but the Awesome is going to be just casually pistoling him out from the lobby. Snox gets killed, but 22 seconds. They will have to get the C4 into the side and get the plant done, but Jaguar is going to stall the time longer and longer. Tazin as well with the could be swinging any moment soon. As Awesome now get the bomb planted. Tazin just adds on to the damage, down to a 2v2. Creeds almost gets spotted out there as well. Snox with a big shot. Tazin, though, trying to clutch it back up. Last time he was able to get the Ninja come through. Can he get the final kill here to close map number 2 out in his team's favor? 23 seconds to take. Creeds is going to be quick to spray him out from the lobby here. And some way, somehow, GV still hangs onto the cliff here. 8-9, as they will need to pick up 1 more round to go into overtime.
Yeah, Tazin he was already thinking about Black Widow. In his mind, he was already playing on that third map. He wanted desperately to clutch that one out and just move on to the next part of this best of 3. But at the end of the day, Creed's just nice cold, able to hold on, as that's a nice little entry kill from Snox. And now we got FaZe getting a kill with his own M4, trying to get very aggressive here is GV. That's a 3rd kill on the entry, and this time Tazin not going to get the value. He actually does get 1 though, but eventually just gets overpowered. And GV, they say we're not done with Compound just yet. We have overtime to play. That's what they're looking for, at least, as now it's Design up against 2, up against Snox and Creeds, and it will be Snox to line up that kill and tie it up. We are going into overtime on this second map.
Yeah, I mean, it almost felt like Anubis has... it's like this, right? Like, when you sneeze, like, you blink for like a split second, and the moment you open your eyes back up, like, half your team is dead. That's what exactly happened for Anubis. Happens, but, you know, as long as they're able to hold it in there, like they have shown in the first half and the second half, this overtime might as well be in the hands of Anubis if they're able to continue on with it. But the frustration could build in situations like these, and it will bite into your play. So hopefully that does not happen, as I personally want to see some Black Widow as well. Don't know if that's going to be possible, as GV is looking pretty strong. They have picked up map number 1, and they barely dragged themselves on top of the cliff, and is going to be able to go into the overtime here as we are waiting for the lobby to be remade. Quick reminder, this is the first set. We got 3 more sets to go to wrap up day number 1 of the group stages. So a whole big ton of Crossfire left to be delivered to you guys. So please stay tuned. We will take a quick break, I believe, whether if Anubis takes map number 2 or not. If Anubis takes it, then we will have a quick break before going to the final map of Decider. If GV takes it, then so be that. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, at this point, it's really anybody's map to win. I think that GV did an excellent job to claw their way back and give themselves a second chance, but Anubis, in my opinion, have been the better team so far on this map. Yeah, it's a bit disappointing that you gave GV another chance, but if they just play their game and they handle some of that aggression, which has been the main way that GV are winning rounds, is just kind of running on in, getting some great entries from Creeds and Snox and Awesome at times, and essentially just bowling them over. If you can handle that, I think that Anubis still should be favored, but I'm a little bit dejected at this moment in time, as you mentioned, probably disappointed that they gave them the overtime chance.
I mean, I would put a lash onto, or, you know, just don't let Dipsy push out is what I want for Anubis, because it's not paying off for the amount of risk the team is taking. Especially on the okay, if you're on the blacklist, like whatever, 1 player out, you still have all 4 to aggress onto the bomb site and make a man advantage if you isolate the bomb site from the other players. But on the global risk side, you are throwing 1 player away. Sure, Dipsy might be able to find the kill or 2, but at what cost? Still losing his life and still weakening the defense towards the bomb site that Dipsy has pushed out towards, right? So I think Dipsy was out from the bomb site good 6 rounds out of the 9 in the second half. So yeah, like, we're not saying don't let Dipsy out 100% of the time. Have some rounds had him out there, but not like all 6 rounds, right?
Yeah. No, I think that, as you mentioned, from the Blacklist side, sending him in, finding some good 1v1s can be good, but from the Global Risk side can be a bit risky, but just trying to put on that aggression, not necessarily paying off for them so far. This time around, once again, GV have kind of read the situation. They say, okay, you want to run into mid, you want to take some big firefights in mid, we're just going to throw grenades on top, and they don't get, critical damage this time, but they still get some nice damage onto design. And that could be the difference maker when it does come down to that eventual push. Looks like GV pretty far up in this one. Oh, nice double check. He is going to be taken out eventually, of course, but a lot of information and gets the kill on that push into A room.
And especially Design has been the one getting the frags alongside with Taz, and so him going down is probably not the most ideal situation for Anubis. Creed's now spots Jaguar out, and all of a sudden, GV is going to be able to just fend off the aggression down towards A, as Jaguar is going to back out from that corridor and go all the way back towards Connector. It only so feels like that, as Dipsy now picks up the C4. Less than a minute remaining onto the clock, and looks like the interest is still going to be down towards A. Unless Awesome swings out like that, gets a kill and backs out without losing his life. That's a difference maker by Awesome here to make the round for his team.
Just the timing of that was really excellent, knowing that, okay, they're going to be building up to another push here in a moment. He gets that pick off. Now the push comes in onto A, but Creeds is ready for it. Gets the spray down, Snox finishes it off. And at that point, it was just a bit too predictable. They got that initial trade from FaZe. They knew there were a bunch of guys. I really loved how Creeds, when he first saw, I forget who it was, peeking out of A long, he was able to push out a little bit and get information, say, okay, they backed off. They knew exactly where they were going to be. And once again, another round here where Anubis are just starting from behind on health due to just running into mid grenades.
This time around, Anubis, Doom's going to take a bunch of damage from the nades, and he will have to rotate in towards pillars. But for Anubis, even though they had a disappointing first round coming into the overtime, they still can make something happen. They just need 1 round out of the 3, although they did already gave up 1. So they just need 1 out of the 2 to make something happen for the golden round, or just outright winning this map out to themselves. But Anubis is going to be playing the overtime in a more passive manner with composure. They are not like bum rushing early on in the round. Somehow Snox is going to spray down 2 players and put the dirt in the eyes of Anubis, as it's going to be down 3-5, and looks like GV has a pretty strong lead here moving into round number 20.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. I mean, the timing of that, once again, this time it's Snox. He's just able to get the drop on a 2. They had no idea that somebody would push out there. And now 7 able to line up a snipe of his own. Make it FaZe getting one of his own. That is a flawless round going the way of GV. And all of a sudden, you gave them a second chance. Take a look at this. Snox, just perfect timing on that peek out of A room. You gave them a second chance. They won the last 2 rounds of regulation, and now they've won the first 2 of overtime. GV are making a huge surge to try to take this match right here on Compound.
Right here, right now, Snox lining up. And this time around, not going to be able to find the kill. Green swings out. This gets one, but the damages are being dealt left and right. Still in favor for Anubis, as Doom is barely holding on to his life with about 11 HP. But still, a player advantage is a player advantage, and GV will have to play a 3-on-5 with themselves being put on the global risk side. So this is going to be a lot of disadvantage given towards GV. A minute 30 left onto the clock. FaZe, Awesome, and 7. If that's going to be the trio from GV, this is the trio for GV to clutch it up and possibly close out the first half of the overtime in a 3-0.
It can be pretty rough to hold when you're down members and you have 2 arms as well. It's only Awesome that has the rifle here, and he's gonna line up 1, but now there's just 4 members left, and they're gonna swarm into the A site, and now FaZe and 7 both have to use either the arm or a pistol to try to retake the A site. The shot's gonna be dropped by FaZe, and this is looking all Anubis all the way. 7 has a barrel in his back pocket, which, as we just saw, he did not. So Anubis, they read the position of Snox once again. They isolate him. They win that trade. A couple of drop shots in the A room afterwards from GV, and that kind of just led to the rounds going heavily in favor of Anubis. First couple of rounds, though, heavily in favor of GV. So, you know, I still feel like the vibe is that GV are having the momentum, but maybe Anubis can build off of that round.
Yeah, and now that they're switching sides, GV might be put in some trouble here, as they did end up giving up that 1 round. And like I've mentioned in round number 20 or 19, that 1 round is exactly what Anubis needs of all 3 rounds. 1 out of 3, 33% of it, to just bounce back and take the map point into their backpacks. So the lobby is going to be remade for the second half of the overtime, as now we do see the sides being switched up.
Yeah, the side swap, it's kind of interesting because Anubis have been going and running into mid regardless of side. And I think GV have just been, you know, getting small advantages, throwing some grenades in and getting some damage. But we'll see if they mix it up here from the GR side, or if they want to continue running into mid. And this time, I mean, they're just not really going to put on as much aggression. So they are not willing to take position in mid and take that grenade damage from the GR side this time around, as GV themselves playing it passively to start out the round.
All right, here it is for GV. Can they close this one out, as they are 1 round away from going into the map point? And for now, Anubis, they're going to be playing pretty default as well, like they have done in sub-base. Did not pay off last map, but this time around in Compound, things could be different. Different maps, different angles, and different tactics you have to maneuver. But for GV, they're going to be sending 3 players down towards Connector to clear out the Connector towards Pillars. They know Dipsy has been poking prodding out of there, so this time they wanted to, for sure, clear that angle out, have 3 players clear that one. But with minute 20, they're going to be setting out the smokes to close off the gaps towards A and B, but not really showing interest in just aggressing down towards middle. They want to gain a bit more information before putting the marks into action here, but it looks like they're going to be sending it in there. The C4 following in the front line as well.
This smoke, though, is really going to stop them in their tracks. You can force it through with some flashes, but look at Anubis. They've got 2 guys just waiting. This is very predictable if you do just push through the smoke, but they're going to wait and pretend as if they have rotated away. But the smoke is buying time, and Anubis are just fine to wait this one out from the GR side, as long as that bomb doesn't get planted.
But with the timer being down to the 30-second mark here of all this, they will have to make the go side happen, and Creeds just goes in! He's not scared, he gets the kill. Design, completely blind, but picks up 2 some way, somehow gets straight up by Austin. Down to 3-on-3, Design trying to hold him to the bomb site by himself. Goes down, but Dipsy from the back was able to find 1 more kill of his own head. They will have to pick up C4 GV. They have 9 seconds and a dream. 7, 6, and ticking pass. Comes in with the pistol hot and ready. That was. And Anubis is going to be able to find a tie. 11-on-11.
That was just a wild round. GV, they say, hey, we're running out of time. Smoke is dissipating. Time to just run it down into B. And it kind of worked there for a little bit until they, you know, of course, got shut down as they're trying to bring the bomb in with 15 seconds left. And that's what I was talking about. You know, eventually you run out of time and you're forced to make a move. And Anubis were just so ready for it. So even though it looked okay for GV at some moments in that trade, it was definitely very wild. And Anubis were happy to shut it down. So what are we going to be looking at from here? It's all tied up. It's 11-11. Do we get to a golden round in our first match of the regional finals of Eumena?
Valdez, we just might be able to see the first golden round of the whole tournament here on the very first set and the very first match here. But still, it's all hypothesis. It's all probabilities. We have to wait and see what happens, but the clock has been burnt down, and GB is going to be sending that mid push once again like the last round, but this time, can they pry open the bombs? He takes a bunch of shots, swings out, gets a kill, gets an opening onto Design. Now he steps up towards Heaven. Tazin will go down, Snox will quickly head to the Anubis, stuck in the corner, gets one, and gets a second kill through the wall. Almost Design's going to pick up a kill as well, so Creeds is down and dusted by Dipsy. Somehow Anubis is going to tie it to a lead here almost. It's not a tie, it's a tiebreaker, yeah. 12-11. So, with the very last round here, Valdez, can we see the first golden round?
I'm not so sure. I mean, GV, it looked so good for them. I loved that pinch into the spawn room. And they really caught him with their pants down, but at the end of the day, the follow-up was just not there, and Anubis were able to just hunker down on the site and really hold on to a Jaguar and Doom, a couple of the veterans, and just able to really lock it down. And GV, once again, a bit wild, very aggressive in the push, and it doesn't work out again. That's got to feel bad. As that's some information. Dipsy going to see some feet flying, probably a human connected to that. And
you're right, man. But looks like Dipsy's gonna call for support as we do have Doom moving over from A towards B. And this might just open up enough room for the rest of GV to take some peek in towards A, as you see. And Jaguar will have to play a more passive angle rather than being posted up, since he is only being provided support by only one of his own teammates. That's going to be Tazin, deep in the bomb site. The nades being exchanged left and right. Minute left onto the clock, and let's see what GV is opting out to do. We do have the C4 rotating in as well, with the timer being burnt down. The very first round of their Blacklist side, they did not have enough time to get the bomb planted. Seven had to go on top to pick the C4 back up and get the plant done, but he was caught with his pants down. Here comes the aggression, but do they realize Design is waiting? Fox is going to catch Doom with his pants down. FaZe almost gets the kill. Design quickly sprays down two players. 30 seconds, and they have control of the bomb site.
I mean, that's huge for GV. The rotation was much too fast. Design did not see it coming. Jaguar makes his way in, but he gets blasted. Awesome. Able to pick up two more. And we have a golden round already here at the regional finals of Eumena. I mean, you can't make this up. Second set of compounds, and already we've made it to the golden round. It's not every day you see this. I was expecting to see a close back and forth match. But, wow, that one was kind of crazy. You know, in that last round, GV, they made their way into B very quickly. They finally executed pretty well onto the B side. I think that Design should have been a little bit quicker to rotate. He had a perfect position, but maybe just smoked off a little bit too much, wanted to wait. And the rest of his team just kind of got bowled over into B.
Yeah, we get to see the first golden round of the tournament, like you said. Just bouldering and just pushing into the bomb site like a madman. And eventually the golden round is finally here, as we're going to be seeing GV possibly starting on the blacklist, I believe. Once you move into the golden rounds, you keep the sides that you played on the second half of the overtime. So yeah, GV is going to be starting off on the blacklist side, and Anubis is going to be on the global risk side. And just taking a look at how the rounds have progressed for GV playing on the blacklist side, it's not the most stable gameplays, but it's definitely one of the more creative gameplays coming out from the blacklist side of GV. So let's see if that creativity is going to kick in for that golden round, or will Anubis just farm kills, picking heads after heads of players of GV, just walking into the bomb site with open arms. It will have to come down to that golden round. Can Anubis take us to map 3, or will GV close out set number 1 of the tournament in their favor of 2-0?
That's really the question, and it all comes down to one beautiful, shiny, golden round. Just one round. We played 24 of this map already to get here, and number 25 is the one that will decide it. At this point, it's really just a toss-up. I mean, both of these teams have been so close. You can talk about side selection as you did, Bench, and GV, they've been pretty wonky. They've been a bit random, very aggressive in some of their plays that they've made. Will they get the jump on Anubis again? Or will Anubis lock it down?
Oh yeah, this is the golden round music that I've been missed out on for a while. Anubis, once again, actually not once again, but this time they're going to go a little bit cheeky here. It's going to be take that aggression on towards pillars, have control of connector, but reading that like a book, GV's going to be just sending players down towards middle and not have anyone peek to the connectors, rather hold it and see if they're going to be catching possibly Dipsy pushing out from connectors. For now, the smokes are being set out towards the catwalks. Once again, taking aggression down towards middle. FaZe is going to be holding this one down towards the possible backstep coming through. FaZe goes huge, gets one kill, and Design in a blink of an eye will lose a teammate.
And just like that, they know that there aren't going to be people on the site of B. They've seen this position before, and that gives a free entry into B here for GV. Alongside of FaZe getting the kill 1v2, I mean, that is just going to be the backbreaker of this round, unless Anubis can pull off something crazy. There's only 27 seconds, and they've got to retake this down a man. It is not going to be easy, and they're taking their sweet time. 20 seconds, nobody else has died. Here comes Anubis, but FaZe has the flank at the same time. Tazin is going to be taken down from behind, and there it is, GV. They win the golden round. They will move on to the victory here in this series, 2-0. They don't need a third map of Black Widow at all. They just say, well, we'll take it to the golden round, and we'll take them down there. GV eSports, excellent stuff there at the very end, in the clutch. That experience that Seven talked about really helping them out today.
I mean, it did take some effort, 7 extra rounds, but eventually GV is going to be able to rake that map point into their hands. Not only the map point, but the set point as well. So definitely it's going to be GV stepping out there. And let's take a look at some of the highlights from that map of Compound.
There you have it, a lot of crazy rounds, especially towards the end when the going got tough, when it was really close and the tensions were high. But at the end of the day, the golden round is taken by GV. They buy themselves a golden round as well by winning round number 24. So nearly out of it multiple times. It was 9-7 against them. They made it 9-9. It got to 12-11 against them. They were able to tie it up there as well. And really just a team effort to get themselves across the line in a 13-12 win on Compounds, 2-0 in the match.
Yeah, the first map of Subbase seemed to have ended in a pretty clean manner, but Compound was all dirty and nasty. Had to go all the way to the overtime and all the way into the first golden round. So eventually, it's going to be GV to pick up the set point, and the MVP is going to be, of course, who else but Creeds, just picking up Franks left and right, and from above and from below.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, he's a great entry man. I think he is having a great day today, and he essentially was a big reason why why the team won a lot of the rounds, right? Multiple double kills that he was able to pick up, and really clutch moments as well, you know, holding on to bomb sites or moving in onto bomb sites. And even from the GR side, able to make his presence felt, you know, winning that very clutch moment at the end there as well. Very nice spray here, kills through the smoke. Not a big surprise that Creeds picks it up for the MVP. So, yeah. Just, I'm sure that's a great, very fun way to start off the tournament here for the side of GV. I'm sure they're going to be ecstatic that they get the 2-0 as well. And I'm hearing now that we do have the MVP interview ready to go. So let's hop into that right now. Hello, Creeds. Congratulations on your victory. How does it feel to start off with a big 2-0 victory up against Anubis here at the regional finals?
Hello, yeah, I mean, it feels great, but the job is not done, so we will have to play our game, go through, and then make our way to CFS before we can really be happy, I would say.
Definitely, that should be the mindset of for a team like you guys. But one quick funny question. So, whose idea was it to send FaZe in the vents for Subbase with a shotgun there? Because I feel like the gunplay is better for him with the AK or the ARM.
Yeah, I think FaZe is the best shotgun player we have, I would say, in the game. So yeah, we know that Anubis really like to play through wood and mid, like to split B. So yeah, having FaZe in the vent, we always do that. It's a no-brainer for us.
Yeah, makes sense. And, you know, Seven talked about in his interview about how he felt like the experience of a lot of you guys, this roster, so many of you individual players have been around for basically forever. How much do you feel like that helped you in that really clutch, you know, crazy, very tense golden round and also the overtime rounds leading up to it?
I mean, it helps, but yeah, I mean, it helps in terms of we stay calm when we have to. We know what to do. We've seen it all pretty much. So yeah, in these kind of situations, it helps. But you know, when you're getting older, you also lose your aim, I would say. So yeah, it's always like this.
Fair enough. Well, Creeds, you had an excellent match here. Congratulations on the MVP and congratulations to you guys on the 2-0 victory. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
And that was Creeds. Great to hear from him. Obviously very happy, saying, you know, the experience helps, but also we're getting older. You know, the aim, everybody always talks about that. But, hey, didn't affect him in this match. They were able to take the victory.
I mean, physically, as you get older, your reflexes get slower, but at the same time, you build in the experience to, you know, not be shaken in those clutch moments, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, that was the first match. We have 3 more on the way. The next one will be Lazarus up against TBI eSports. We're going to take a quick break and come back with the second match. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to CFS eSports, where the world's top CROSSFIRE teams come together to compete. Now, let's explore the newly introduced CFS Path for 2024. CFS Path is the journey towards the Grand Finals and consists of 2 main stages. First, the regional qualifiers, where lower-ranked teams from each regional league's point system compete. Second, the regional finals, where top teams from the regional qualifiers and the top-ranked teams from each regional league's point system fight for the slots in the grand finals. Finally, we have the highly anticipated grand finals themselves. The journey along the CFS path begins with the regional qualifiers. First, let's take a look at the point standings of the 2024 Regional Pro Leagues, CFVL, CFBL, and CFWL. Based on the point system, teams ranked 5th to 12th will compete in the regional qualifiers. These teams are divided into 2 groups and compete in a single round-robin format. The top 2 teams from each group will advance to the regional finals. In the next stage, the regional finals, the teams that will qualify for the grand finals are determined. The regional finals are also divided into 2 groups, each playing in a single round-robin format. The top 2 teams from each group will advance to the single elimination playoffs. In the Philippines, 8 teams will compete in a single group, with the top 4 advancing to the single elimination stage to determine the final winner. In North America, teams compete in single elimination for the group stage and switch to double elimination for the playoffs to determine the winner. The China regional qualifiers consist of group stage and the playoffs. Seeds are determined based on the CFPL Season 23 and Season 24 point rankings, with higher scores across both seasons giving teams a better position in the CFS 2024 Regional Finals China. The group stage is conducted in a single league system with a BO1 format. The results of the group stage will determine the playoff seeding. 1. The top 4 teams from the group stage advance to the winner's bracket. 2. The teams ranked 5th to 8th will move to the loser's bracket. 3. The teams ranked 9th and 10th are eliminated. 4. The tournament consists of 3 rounds, with each round determining 1 CFS seed. The ultimate goal for every team is to reach the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. A total of 16 teams will participate in the Grand Finals. 3 teams from China, 3 from Brazil, 4 from Vietnam, as the winners of CFS SC 2024, 3 from Eumena, 2 from the Philippines, and 1 from North America. From the regional qualifiers to the grand finals, this journey is filled with challenges and fierce competition. The incredible journey of CFS 2024 is about to begin. Join us on this epic path.
Ooh, okay. Nice shot from Michael once again. And man, he's made a lot of good connections on this, but now you just got down to 2 players. Oh, man.
And all of them are. A bit of a change up here, though, I will say. However, they don't expect the flank. Mercs looks for 3, gets 3 as well. You know, surely there's a weekend better spent. Or on the other side, of course, it's where had a player who knows what's going to happen. Oh, not exactly the easiest thing in the world, that's for sure, but there's a 1-for-1. Make that bone, getting another. Not bad. We're talking about a 6-3. He might just get it here as well. Still a 2 versus 3 in favor of Showtime. Oh, make that 1 versus 3. All down to Josh. He's doing damage, sure, but this is tough. He's low. Why, but this is why we'll get that kill. Looking for more as well. Lewis up close, spamming. Gonna get a couple. All right. Maybe a chance to work with. Time is ticking at 15 seconds. Don't have a lot of it to work with. Brando gets tapped down. Close right. So does Hunt. Oh my gosh, all down to 1. All down to Famous. If anybody can clutch it up, it would be him. But the stick in the defuse. The stick in the defuse. Michael gonna get on timing. Oh my god.
I know, because he's gonna get a little bit overwhelmed here, Josh, but at least he finds himself 1. But look at Michael. He's just mowing him down, looking for a triple. Yeah, why not? He's just going to take him out. Be able to come clutch into this, and this over peak. Oh, he misses the shot, but he's not going to expect this player above him. Surely not. All of a sudden, it looks like he has a bit of a spidey sense, but no, now he's about to be a dead man. Unless we see Kai's, unless he overpeaks himself. Oh, dear God, Kai's, what are you doing?
Play it, but it will allow them now to kind of take the site and maybe try and work with it. Kai's going to try and come up close. He'll get caught. So will Hunt. And 1 by 1, they're just getting picked off here. Like dominoes, they're dropping.
Really pull off on this. They don't want to go for the fight, but this is a really smart play because, again, they have the number advantage. They're just going to turtle up, and it's just a slaughterhouse in here. the resurrection of them. I have no idea, but not looking good when Alvin's hitting shots like that. Alvin's just popping off. Alvin's finding himself a double. Make it a triple. Why not?
All gamers, you just can't let this happen. It's happened. 3 on.
Yeah, with 20 seconds remaining too. So again, right down to the 2v2 situation. That time is ticking here. You got to get going, and beautiful shots here.
Very least maybe a sign of things to come. Oh,
What?
double from Gofree. And Gofree's had a real nice couple of moments, and he might be able to add a little bit more. One, looks for two. Oh, he's going to get it. Gofree.
They're in a deficit by 3, so they're beginning to be able to find this opening duel, but can they find the second? Yes, they will. The 1.22, a 1.18. Now we're starting to see everybody contributing. This is what I always, really talk about. Like this right here, the double kill.
Couple of taps around that corner. Again, a little awkward, but there's space to work with GZY, famous Brando, all combining. That is a shutdown, a massacre in the... A bit of a move. Time is of the essence. And I said, nice shot for him. Parked up for a second. As Michael going to try and support as well, and they're both combining. Those double snipers are doing real good work. Oh, and another one from Michael. I mean, this is pretty on this fight. This could be a pretty important one. Brando looking for a jump off from the window, but
unless LSN can hit this shot, that's going to be the most critical.
Let's see. Swing, LSM. Over towards that backside. Trying to deny them. He's going to get caught. Quick scope going to come through from Kyle. Tries to Kai's in first, which is kind of an interesting decision. Goes 1 for 1. GZY now on towards Steve in this 1 versus 1. 20 seconds basically to work with. Steve tagged and caught on the cross. Yeah, he dips away. He knows there's no kind of onus on him to stick around too much, and he gets to ice another. Looks for one more. Finds Josh. Colt pulled out.
Gonna hunt. He is absolutely gonna hunt. Why wouldn't he? It's famous. Finds himself that one. He gets a secondary as well.
Welcome back, guys. We're here at CFS 2024. The regional finals for Eumena is just now heating up. We've already had GD eSports taking the first match 2-0, but it wasn't easy 2-0, as they did go to the golden round on Compound, but they get the win. Now we're moving into Lazarus versus TBI eSports. Bench, what do you think about this match?
Oh, this one's going to be pretty tough as well. Lazarus is going to be not going down with a fight, so is TBI. So, going to be looking at a possible map 3 that we missed out on the first set. Like you said, it's getting heated up. Not only getting heated up, it's all fire burning left and right. So, already the golden round has happened on the very first match of the whole tournament. So, we might be able to see some stats being put out, some numbers being put out by these two teams, Lazarus versus TBI eSports. Quick stat check. I think Lazarus is a little bit ahead of TBI, but I think the numbers aren't all that important. But let's take a look at the interview shots for Lazarus.
Hello, I'm Luns. I'm playing for Team Lazarus. We are happy to get another chance to win a slot for the CFS Grand Finals 2024. We can once again prove that we can compete with other teams in the regional finals. The challenge was to play against teams you don't know what and how they play. We still made it to the regional finals, and we are able to prove ourselves that we could handle it. We will continue to stick to the plan we followed in the regional qualifiers. Of course, it won't be any easier against the top teams, but we had some time to prepare for the regional finals. 3PL will be the hardest team to beat. They have the best structure and tactical understanding in our region, but in our group, probably LCK. I think our region gets better and better. We have seen in the last tournament that our region can keep up with the best teams from the world. Thank you who supported us and who supports us during the tournaments. This means a lot to us.
So that was Lazarus, and as you can see the roster there is a little bit of an update. HTZ has moved from unKnights into Lazarus. Lazarus, a team that you should never, talk down on. They're always on the top invitationals. They're always invited. So let's see what they're capable of. Their roster is going to be HTZ, Jin, Madison, Vise, Loons, and Niels. So pretty much the similar roster, except HTZ, the All-American Superstar player, is going to be on their roster now. Big smile for Vise.
Yeah, feeling pretty happy about the way things have been going. They did have to play in the regional qualifiers for Eumena. Both Lazarus and TBI actually able to make it through from there. Madison, I remember at the end of last year, he was just beginning to show up a bit more, was having some big moments. Jin as well, long-standing player on this roster. You mentioned Niels, used to be the main guy, the main IGL, but has taken a step back. HTZ going to be coming in here, always was a very flashy player on unKnights, and now with Lazarus looking to make the difference and try to qualify for that awesome CFS Grand Finals later on this year.
And the stats on their team looks pretty good too. Jen and HTZ above 1.0 KD. It's going to be 1.10 and 1.18. Loons is going to be the one kind of leading the charge for the team, for his team. So it's going to be close 201 and a 0.19.
Yeah, overall very balanced. I think that is pretty much the Lazarus calling card. That's essentially the way they play the game as well. As we are also now going to take a look at their opponents, TBI eSports. Let's hear what they had to say.
Hello, this is Gainer from TBI eSports. It feels great to be competing in the CFS Eumena Regional Finals, because we couldn't make it last year and we almost didn't make it this year if not for the new point system. We are very happy, and it will be a very good experience that will help us in upcoming year, and we are hoping to make it to playoffs. The biggest challenge we faced in the Eumena regional qualifiers was keeping a positive mentality in the mindset after losing our first match against Lazarus. And we succeeded at that. We kept a positive mentality, and we could win the remaining 2 matches and qualify to the regional finals. The toughest opponents who we might play against and the regional finals would be CFesports. I believe they are the strongest team in our region, and I believe they also proved so by their performance at the last CFS Summer Championship at Vietnam. But we will still do our best and try to be the victor at the match. How do I manage the pressure and expectations in crucial matches? I do nothing, to be honest, because I don't feel the pressure. First round is like finals. Like there are no crucial matches. Every match is important. Every match I need to win. I just go with the mindset of doing my best. I do my best. If I won, then I'm the better team, and if I lost, then I need to rewatch and see the mistakes we made and try to be better in the next match. What sets my team apart from other competitors in this tournament is hard working and giving our all to the game. Thank you all for being here. This was Gainer from TBI eSports.
Well, that was TBI's Gainer telling you a little bit about what sets their team apart from the rest. They were able to battle back in the regional qualifiers. They lost to Lazarus there, and then they were eventually able to win a couple of matches and get 3rd place at regional qualifiers. So essentially the 7th team out of 8 to make it in terms of placements here at the regional finals. But especially in this matchup against Lazarus, yes, they lost the most recent match, but they have had success against them in West. And I don't think this is going to be a straight up, 2-0 victory from Lazarus 100%, as you mentioned. I think it really just comes down to who's going to be better on the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's not completely even, but it's very close to even. They had 2 draws, 2 losses, and 1 win against the Lazarus. So if they are able to win out tonight, then it's going to be completely even in terms of counter stats. But TBI, team with passion, team with love. They're spreading the love here as it looks like they're all ready to fight against Lazarus. And the stats up on the board, it's going to be Dirty to pull a lot of weight alongside with Booker to carry his team to victory. 1.14 and 0.95 on the KD ratio here. Although the round stats, the blacklist stats, and the low risk stats are all pretty low, below 50% as they came in 7th. That's a team that can always pump the numbers back up above 50. The match history 2-1. Lazarus is going to be on the lead here as they were able to knock out TBI in the past group stage of the regional qualifiers for the 2024 Eumena. So the key players are going to be here. HTZ, a new pickup for Lazarus, is going to be their key player, and for TBI, it's going to be Dirty to do all the dirty work for his team.
Yeah, I mean, definitely makes sense that it's these 2 that are chosen in this head-to-head matchup, in the key player matchup. At the end of the day, yes, TBI, they were able to get some big wins. You can see they're very happy to be here, especially Dirty giving us all the love. At the end of the day, though, I still do have to favor Lazarus. I think this map ban pick is going to be interesting to see what we get, as there are a couple of maps that Lazarus really does not want to play. And you would notice Eagle Eye in Mexico, but Subbase is another one that they have not played a lot. So let's see what they actually ban here. It's going to be Subbase. They do not want to play on that one.
So the first map coming to us is going to be Ankara. Leading that is going to be Port. Mexico gets rolled out. Compound gets banned, and that leaves us with Black Widow.
Yeah, Ankara, Port, Black Widow. TBI does have a win against Lazarus on Black Widow. They only played it once so far this year. Ankara is a map that Lazarus historically is very much enjoyed, but that's actually selected by TBI. And Lazarus is going to be starting off the blacklist side of that map. So pretty interesting the way that this does play out. I would say that both these teams very confident on Ankara, so this might just be the decider. You know, who gets Ankara, who gets that first step, because both of these teams are pretty good on this map. And from there, you know, you have confidence winning a map that you're very confident, very comfortable on, and you might just take down the victory.
I mean, at this level of CROSSFIRE, whether you came in 7th or you came in 1st, they should have the good knowledge behind the insides and outsides of the map. So Ankara, like you said, might just be the decider of the whole series. Port's coming in 2nd, and Black Widow to wrap up the series. But will we have a chance to take a look at map number 3? Because can Lazarus just steamroll down on TBI, or will TBI bounce back and pay back some of the revenge they owe to the side of Lazarus?
Yeah, that is really the main question. And it's always funny to look at the different webcams and stuff. And, you know, in the last one, 7 was basically like non-existent. You couldn't even see him. The rest of his team was in the light. This time it's only Gainer. It's got the lights on. Whereas on the side of Lazarus, everybody's got a very lit up room at this point. Although that hasn't always been the way it has worked in the past. I'll tell you that after casting many years of Lazarus playing CROSSFIRE. But we're just about ready to talk a little bit less about the webcams and a lot more about the CROSSFIRE, especially on Ankara, which will be a critical map number 1.
All right, Lazarus versus TBI eSports on Ankara to kick things off for match number 1 for Group B. As early nades are being tossed out left and right, just not being able to find the value there. Dirty is going to swing with the arm, does not get the shot. A little bit late on the response and the reflex there. Loons gets to live another day. As now we have Madison all the way tucked in towards middle somehow, using the smoke to his advantage. Usually players do not like to creep up on the smoke unless you're a player like Madison, but looks like now they're going to be going in towards the B underpass, and it's going to be held down by Dirty. But I don't know, mate. This could be a very dirty work he has to put out, because that first shot he took, it was not there.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, still a lot of opportunities to land shots in the future. Still here in round 1 of the first map. Looks like Lazarus wanted to put on aggression through under B, but instead it's just going to be that classic A hit with some utility over the top. Booker going to be the first one. Very nice lineup on that first kill, but it's only just the one. And now Beg has to make a decision. Do I stay or do I go? He's going to stay, gets shot down. And that is going to give a big, Loons, very nice shot there through the fence as well. King finally picks up one, but he is the only one left over on his team. Gets a headshot, isn't dead yet somehow. Gets away from 2 people spraying at him, but still advantage here to Lazarus, who have taken over the A site.
Yeah, the movements on King very crisp, hopping with the knife out. Barely lives out of that one. But the bomb should be planted any moment soon. HDZ now in position with the AWM. Swings out with the pistol, gets the kill. So Lazarus will be opening things up onto the very first round here. And for TBI, that retake seemed only so possible until Loon's just doing his own Looney Tunes thing. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. It's only the first round being Lazarus, of course, Ankara. Not the best map for the side of Blacklist to aggress onto the bomb site. So still, I would say a little bit more in favorite towards the side of Global Risk, which is being played by TBI. So let's see if they're able to rake in some more rounds. And this time around, no mid-aggression. We do have 3 players outside of A, just looking for any possible pushes. That last time, did Booker get spotted out? No, he did not. As Booker was able to find that opening frag on towards Lazarus, but somehow Lazarus was able to turn that around for themselves prying the bomb site open by themselves. Oh, we do have a very cheeky push out from Gainer. The information has been given to his teammates. Dirty is going to be rotating out in towards the back. King rotating towards A, and Booker's going to swing out and somehow find the frag onto Vise. And then the setups are being readied up for the A hit, but it's going to be held down strong.
Yeah, I mean, still could work out, but they're not going to check Booker. He's in the same place he was before, but they're not able to get that entry, so he gets extra value. Lazarus trying to push into the top of A, but they have been thwarted so far. 3 guys there behind the fence for the side of TBI, but now they're just trying to play it a little bit passively, backing away. Maybe trying to read a potential rotation out of Lazarus. You know, they want to make sure that Lazarus fully commit before they do actually push in onto the site. And Sturdy is watching on this over angle from heaven. Plants will commit. Smoke there as well, but Dirty just going to get that shot down. And it's only Jin and HTZ to try to hold this one down against 4 members of TBI.
2v4, but HTZ is going to be up on top of Rafters with an arm, so let's see if he can react in time. All 4 players of TBI is going to be roaming in from the T side, and it pays off dividends. King's going to find HTZ with his pants down, and Booker is going to wrap up the round with a kill off Jin, and the bomb gets defused. And TBI is going to find a round of their own. It's going to be tied 1-1.
Yeah, pretty close stuff so far. It felt like, you know, Booker getting some very nice work done in the vents. He was able to pop out first, spot Lazarus. You know, Lazarus sometimes can be a bit predictable, especially on Kara. I feel like there's just so much tape of this team on this map that, you know, even though they are very comfortable on this one, perhaps teams just get a good read of it. And especially A hits on Kara. I mean, it's not unexpected. This time it's Gainer to just push through the doors there outside of office and get a pick-off onto Loons just like that.
Read like a book, and Gainer is going to be able to find the opening frag here as the C4 is going to be lingering outside of A. We do have rest of Lazarus kind of trying to clear out towards middle, but do they realize more players of TBI are going to be gathered in towards B? King's going to go for the rotation. I think the sound cue has been given. HTZ might just have enough angle to take the pick if he swings out. Doesn't do so just yet. Finally, he does clear off that angle. As with the flash over, up and over, they're going to be able to send HTZ in closer towards heaven. Is he going to go for the climb, or is he going to go for the window? He gets quick scope, landed onto Dirty, and all of a sudden, the warning signs are ringing for TBI. The whole mid, the whole lower screen has been compromised, and King's not going to be able to find the frag there. Madison somehow catches the tip of the head and is going to be able to find the frag. Less than a minute remaining. The bomb has to be picked up by Vise. And it should be moving in to Game 1 soon, and somehow HTZ showing why he got picked up. Frank Vise almost connecting the spray there, but the C4 is down, still outside of A. Down to a 2v1. Can Beg make something happen?
Oh, he's charging into both of them with the pistol. He's going to spot them. Takes the rifle out. Needs to tap on some heads, but the double peek there from Lazarus, very nicely done. And a nice play from them overall. HTZ leading the charge, and he's able to get in, get that crazy flick, and that just really puts a thorn in the side of the defense of TBI, because it kind of looked like Lazarus were just going to go for another plain A hit, and then all of a sudden they went for a very sneaky strategy there. TBI were not able to find it out until too late. HTZ looks like he's got the hot hands right now. Beg from underneath is going to pick up one as the action breaks out in mid. Still, it's kind of even at this point. We've got 3 members alive, but here's Gainer, who has fantastic position coming out from B, and that's another kill to King.
The flank paid off dividends, and now he might just have enough angle to take the kill onto Loons as well. Yes, he does. The patience, but the spray down is not there. Can he finalize the kill?
Oh no,
he's got the nade. It's a no coming Loons way, and the pistol frag as well. All of a sudden, Gainer was put into the true test, but eventually he was going to be able to survive the test and pick up a round for his team. We're tied back on 2-on-2. That was a rough one for Gainer, Valdez.
Yeah, he won't want to watch the highlights of that round. But the end of the day, you just got to shake it off and say, hey, we got the win. His positioning allowed them to really get the flanks on in, and yes, he didn't get the kill, and he looked a little bit silly, but at the end of the day, they got the round win, and that's really all that matters. As long as he can hold on to his confidence and doesn't feel too down about the way that one played out. Here comes Lazarus once again towards A. Very common strategy, as I mentioned before on Ankar, and they're just going to go for it again. Tried and true.
Tried and true indeed, but this time Booker is not going to be holding the vents, and the overflashes are going to open up the room for the rest of the Lazarus to start running in. Can Booker hold him down? Does a bunch of damage, but does he realize the push is coming shove? Loons gets one, and Smith gets traded out. Jin now steps up and over, but Dirty in the smoke is going to find the headshot onto him. So all of a sudden, Jin's going to be able to find one more frag here. 3-on-3, and somehow King is still holding up the near bomb site by himself. Down 1v2, won't be able to clutch the round up. King picks up a double kill for himself, and somehow TBI is going to be leading out 3-2.
Yeah, that round was a little bit messy. Just trying to really push up on the top of A. It did not work out. The shots were not landing from either side, although TBI were a little bit cleaner with that. Dirty did spot him there, but was not able to land the shot there. Lazarus, you know, I like the pushes, I like the ideas, but really got to land the shots on some of those entries. And unfortunately for them, not quite able to do it on that last one. I liked the new defensive setup on A, though. Not really holding Booker too far forward just to trade 1-for-1. They wanted to really hold down the top of A and say, well, if you want to push into A, it's going to take a lot longer, and that gives us time for our team to rotate over, which we did see how that strategy can work in that last round.
And not only that, if Booker's all the way tucked up in vents, there's nobody to trade him out. But if he's on top of the bomb site, then there's a possible chance for a trade kill, possibly equalizing the manpower down to your own level. So it helps your teammates for the retake, but this could be a underpass push coming in from Lazarus. The King is going to find one big down with the double, makes it a triple kill for this guy. Couldn't quite there, get the fourth one, but Gainer is there to wrap it up. And it will be TBI leading out for sure now, 4-2 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, last couple of rounds, TBI just kind of flattening Lazarus. We'll take another look at the replay. Just the spray was excellent, knowing that after the first guy, there's got to be more. He just holds it. They were not ready for that one. Now we hop back into live, and Dirty starts off with a snipe kill. And, I mean, at this point, Lazarus are not really finding a lot of work to be done here from the Blacklist side.
I feel like this is the first snipe kill from Dirty. Yeah, I feel like he picked up only pistol kills in the past 6 rounds.
We have some snipers like that in CFS. Alucard is another one that comes to mind. He's going to be playing later on today. But yeah, I mean, Dirty was a little bit shaky, I guess, with some of the snipe shots, but we know what he's capable of, so I'm sure he's going to be hitting some more of those.
At this point, we might send them to the CROSSFIRE Olympics for the pistol 50 meters men's, but Loons with a double somehow with the M4. So he's going to find quick 2 headshots and somehow create an advantage. King swings out, goes down. Loon is on fire today, Valdez. 3 kill for this guy. And all of a sudden, B bomb site is completely opened up. Oh, Jin, is he going to flank the smoke, or is he going to go for the vents?
Yeah, all of a sudden, Jin is just finding himself in a 1v1. The rest of the team is going to push B. Jin spots Booker, but doesn't win the trade, so that doesn't really give you that much info. So the rest of the team is just going to push in here. They could expect one guy, which is pretty common, one on each site. Down members, but they're not able to clear out Beg just yet. He does a lot of damage, and eventually does get taken out.
Oh, Beg went completely blind there. Couldn't do much. But eventually the bomb gets planted, and that's all in the hands of Booker. He will find one. Now he needs 2 more. The timer is ticking against him, and he's going to be clearing his backside. He's going to clear his 6 before approaching in towards the bomb site. He does have a flash to open things up. He's going to go for the underpass kill. He does find it. Loon's down half HP. Does he realize that he is right behind him? Booker not being able to turn his mouse 180 degrees is going to be taken down. Loon's with a 4K. is going to grant themselves the follow-up of the third round. It's going to be 4-3 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, still a pretty close map. I would definitely give the advantage to TBI. Obviously, just up around from the GR side, you're feeling pretty good about the way a lot of those rounds have gone. But yeah, Loons goes pretty huge in that round, gives Lazarus a bit of life, you know, to come back in that one. I do think that Booker, he's having a big map so far. He's holding down A by himself, nearly was able to retake 1v3, and just nearly did it all by himself, but Loons kind of held him at the door. Was kind of surprised. He really was 100% sure that someone was on the staircase, but as we saw, Loons was not, was just holding back towards the office area. And yeah, so a little bit of a disconnect. We're getting back into the lobby. We're trying to load this one up as soon as possible and get right back into the action.
But even for Lazarus, it does feel like they're not yet on the top of their head to have the best gunplay out there, because it was 4v2, and then it went down to 3v1, and how did it happen to be that from a 3v1 it comes down to a 1v1? That's a leak.
Yeah.
I would say that's a I don't want to say it's a mistake, but it's a weakness, I would say. So for now, Lazarus, even though they were able to pick up that round, it's gonna need a little bit more of a retouch, a little bit more fine add up, I would say, to have a better post-plant game setups, I would say. You know, having better positions, having a better idea of where your enemies are going to be coming from. Because the reason why Booker was able to bring that down to a 1v1 was, okay, the first frag onto the player rotating out from the heaven towards the boxes, he was caught in the wide open. I mean, had he stayed there, he wouldn't have went down. And the second frag on towards underpass, of course, yeah, that's unfortunate. The flash over, a flash up and over was going to be good enough to blind the player down holding underpass. So that frag is like whatever, but the first frag was a little bit yikes moment for Lazarus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely was. I think that they are not playing their best. I mean, we've seen a little bit better from Lazarus, maybe starting off a little bit slow in this one. We saw some frustration on their faces, but they were able to hold down the round, and it's still a close map. I'm sure that, you know, they expect a bit more of themselves here on Ankara, but understanding that, you know, in the last matchup, they took the win. They should be the favored team here. Might be a bit frustrating that TBI are coming out so strong. And on the side of TBI, you know, they made it through the regional final qualifiers, rather. They were able to prove to themselves and to the fans that they are a team to be respected, and that actually does have a chance here in the regional finals. And all you got to do is, you know, take a couple of best of threes. All of a sudden you find yourself in playoffs, you win a third place match, and then you go off to grand finals. It's definitely easier said than done, but who knows? Who knows who's going to make it?
And generally, Ankara is the map. Lazarus is favored above TBI, and somehow TBI is going to be starting off strong coming into the actual regional finals. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. 30 opens up towards HDZ. As Beg is going to be holding down the connector. Does he realize Vise is right next to him? Literally one flick away. But a funky setup from TBI. 4 players down towards B and having only Booker holding A. This is an adaptation, I would say. They realize that once Lazarus has failed their A attacks, they are favoring B. So they are going to be sending players out from A and have support towards B. But now, with the rotation coming in from Lazarus, so is going to be Beg from TBI rotating in towards A for a 2-player setup. Let's see if Lazarus can break through the defense without losing too many players.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit more rough for them down HDZ. But, oh, Booker's positioning. Is anybody going to take it? Yes, Madison will, and Jin gets that kill onto Beg as well. This entry, very clean this time around. Booker, very unfortunate timing for him. But does not matter. Lazarus are able to get in, and now they have the advantage on top of A. Their holds in this position have been a little bit iffy. Let's see how this one looks.
The flashes and the nades are going to find some value. Delaying the pressure as the clock is being ticked down to the 20-second marker. King's going to take a little bit more with the overflash. All of a sudden, the retake is on. King's going to lose the charge, but he goes down with a of an effort. Gator goes down and Dirty in a 1v2. Well, in a 1v3, did find the frag, but 8 seconds is not enough. And Jin from the other side of the box is going to pop out with a pistol of his own. And is going to be able to find Lazarus there. Tying here, 4v4 on 4 for the round scores here. And that was a clean take by Lazarus, or rather, was it a mistake by Booker not being able to find the frags on the boxes? He was cleared in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, I think he just waited a bit too long. Like, he knew that they didn't see him, and they're like, oh, they're not going to check me. I'm gonna get huge value. But if he just shoots at the first couple of guys, maybe he gets a kill, really stifles the push, I think it gives them a better shot. So, you know, maybe being a little bit greedy, waiting for a bit more, and it comes back to bite him. And a good shot there from Lazarus to eventually take him down.
Yeah, eventually, I would say. The way Booker played, he gambled the risk a little too much. Like you've mentioned, Valdez, like if he springed out just 2 seconds earlier, then he may have become the huge anchor for TBI to hold on to the aggression. But eventually, he did not spring, and Lazarus was able to swing him quickly and find the quick headshot. But in the meantime, it's going to be the clock burnt down towards the minute mark here, and Lazarus has no interest in pushing in towards the bomb sites any moment soon. But we do see a trend of the players moving in closer towards A. After some unsuccessful hits on towards A in the earlier rounds, they were able to finally find some success last round, so they're going to be testing their luck once again. Final round, first half, Loons in a duel. Did trade some bullets. Now he goes down towards Gainer, and somehow that does sell the rotation from Dirty, and now A is being completely aggressive. Bank swings out, one, but is going to be tapped out with the pistol. Dirty in the smoke is going to find one as well.
Yeah, I mean, TBI getting a pretty good hold so far, but Gainer and King do go down, and it's only Dirty who is holding an AWM. Not going to be an easy retake for him. He's very low on health. And, I mean, there's 15 seconds left. They got to get this bomb planted. There it is. And now they know exactly where Dirty is as well. So, not going to be an easy retake for him. Looking pretty good for Lazarus to take down this round. Let's see if Dirty can pull off a miracle as he's trying to go up the stairs. Thinking about which staircase to take. He's about to run straight into Jin with his back turned. And Jin will take down that kill and give Lazarus the advantage here. 5-4 after getting 3 rounds in a row.
I'm not exactly sure what was in the minds of TBI. Like, before the bomb got planted, Lazarus only had 2 players up, and TBI had 3 players. And somehow, Dirty decided to rotate all the way from the global risk spawn down middle towards connector and back towards the blacklist side. Okay, like that's a blank to be sold. That's a rotation to be sold. For armor, it's better to find a wider gap to work with. But then again, the 2 players besides Dirty, who was going for the retake, they both peaked not in timing, and they peaked 1 by 1 and eventually got knocked out 1 by 1, leaving Dirty to do all the work. Like, what was going through the comms? Like, that's what I want to hear, because usually if you do have a player kind of holding down towards the eagle versus spawn and have a player just right outside of A towards the blacklist side, then usually either of those players, at least one of them, will not peek. They will just hold the angle and see if anyone's going to push through. And given that Dirty was making their big rotation out towards A, towards the blacklist side, where one of his teammates was holding, there was no incentive for any of the 2 players to peek, and eventually they both peeked and got knocked out, leaving Dirty all alone. What is going on?
Yeah, definitely could be cleaned up a bit. I think that both teams are having their own struggles when it does come down to this match, but maybe the experience of the Lazarus players are giving them a little bit more of a boost here towards the end of that first half to give them the slight lead in this one. 5-4 from the BL side of Ankara, very expected. And now it's going to be the chance given over to TBI. Let's see what they want to do with this. You can see a little bit more leaning towards A from the side of Lazarus. They have that middle guy of Loons who's just ready to get over to A immediately if the push does come in. A little bit more than what we saw out of TBI. But at the end of the day, it doesn't look like TBI do want to push in towards A at the moment, although they could rotate back.
So this is the problem with Ankara. If the Blacklist side is going to be able to take control of Underpass, and the player playing Office, like for example right now, it's going to be Vice, gets isolated, takes a bunch of pressure, and that's how Gator is going to be able to pick up the frag onto Vice. So the Office player gets isolated, he has to back out in time, otherwise it gets very wonky just like that. And eventually Lazarus is going to lose a player. I think it's better on TBI to find that kill as they realize the player was still in Office. Usually what teams would do is the Office player will back out towards the bomb site, like after maybe like 30 seconds into the round. But Vice spent the sweet time and he got caught with his pants down, with the rest of TBI now going towards A with 20 seconds Valdez.
Yeah, I mean, they got to go fast. They can't pull this off, but they got to hope that they win this fight as well. Really not giving themselves a lot of time. Lazarus also has a fantastic flank coming in. They do not check it, and they are all cleaned up. There's just not enough time to get the bomb plant now, and it was very risky, but Lazarus were ready for this miles ahead of the guys on the side of TBI, so that's going to be another round that goes over to Lazarus, when in fact it was looking like TBI would take it down, so that's got to feel a little bit rough for the guys on TBI.
Yeah, I mean, okay, sure, you guys burnt the clock down for a minute to find the opening frag onto Vice, isolate him in Office, and press him down. Get the advantage. Sure, that's good, but I think they just spent a little too much time to make the rotations, or deciding to make the rotations down towards A. If they moved right away, then they should have had enough time to make the bomb plant, but they just spent too much time outside of Office and eventually lost a round, and eventually losing a player coming into this round. Gainer goes down towards the push of Vice, which Vice has adapted really well, because he knows if he doesn't make any action, then he will be isolated and he will be pressured. So rather than just going down without a fight, he decides to peek out, and it paid off.
Yeah, it definitely does. And it just feels like Lazarus are getting some really big advantages where TBI are not necessarily able to do too much. Booker's having a great map so far, but it just feels like the rest of the team is not really in sync with him. He's kind of like off doing his own thing, which is fine. You know, oftentimes you'll have that lurk player doing his own thing and getting value from the team, but it doesn't feel like the rest of the team has a, solid game plan alongside of that. You know, Booker can go kill, but okay, what's the follow-up? What's the push? And for now, it looks like the push is going in towards B. Looking to isolate Vice once again.
Bank, though, continuously dueling Vice here in Office. If Vice finds the kill, then he can open up this angle. Only 40 seconds remaining, and there we go, and HCZ has a good hold on to the pass, so looks like this aggression is going to be put to the halt once again. Dirty going for the jump piece, gets one kill, and somehow Booker's going to find the frag, but do they realize Loons is on the bomb site? Dirty goes down with the C4, all in the hands of Booker for a 1v2. 20 seconds, half HP, and a dream. Not going to happen. Loons will find the headshot, and like you said, you can tell in the movements of TBI that they have absolutely no clue what they want to do. Like, in terms of tactics, like they don't seem to have devised a strong plan on a 4v4 and a 4v3 to get themselves moving into the rest of the bomb site. But Dirty opens up the round nicely on the pick onto HDZ. But why does it feel like this, Valdez, that Lazarus still is in the lead, even after losing their star player?
I think part of the reason is that this has happened more than once. Like, HCZ has gone very aggressively looking and almost trying to bait him into these fights. By the way, King has snuck through the smoke. Vice has no idea. This is just free for King, and Vice is about to, find him and kill him. King should have just taken the shot. Just take the shot, guys. Don't get greedy. Don't look for the Omega play. But this push is still very strong from the side of TBI. We're going to make it in onto the B site and get the job done. flushes of their teammate. That's all good. Let's see if Lazarus can get this retake going. They've only got a couple of guys. And Madison so far has been a little bit quiet. Let's see if he has a big round in this time. Jin not looking the right way. Nice lurk here from the side of Booker. But now Madison, they know exactly where he is. This is all smoked up, and they're just going to shoot him through the box. As easy as that. And now it is 7-5.
Yeah, TBI is continuously wagering their position advantage that they gained. King, like, sure he could have gotten the kill, but if Vice didn't look back, then King may have walked all the way up to the side and found some of the frags. But eventually, even without that, TBI was able to win the round, so it didn't matter all that much. Somehow, Vice swings out, goes down, Madison swings out, gets the refrag. Alright, now we are back down 4-on-4 at the cost of losing a player each for all of these teams. But all the way towards the A bomb site, the rotation is coming through from TBI, held down by Jin all alone. 3 players are going to be sending it down towards vents. I don't know if Jin is ready. The flash is going to blind him out, but he does have a decent position. But now that gets compromised. Now he gets from King much. But Madison did come in for the help. Did find the frag. But the bomb site has been taken. Only waiting for the C4 to be planted.
I'm just glad that TBI are pushing before 20 seconds left. They have made their way onto the A site, and they have done a great job of it. They've taken 1-for-1s that have been traded out on their way onto this plant. Now Gainer very aggressively is going to be punished for that, though. Goes in, trying to get it done by himself. Snipe through the smoke. Not enough, only a 1-for-1. They're trying to get the spot here on a Booker. They're not going to know exactly where he is. As he's up on the box, kind of a wonky spot. He picks up 2, and they do not expect that. As Booker once again with the sneaky plays will net another round win here for TBI.
Oh yeah, the position of Booker absolutely paying off dividends. Loons had no idea that Booker was up on top of the boxes. Eventually costing Lazarus another round, and now we are tied back, I think, or just close to a tie. It's going to be
7-6.
7-6 on the scoreboard here. HDZ, though, posting up pretty close down towards underpass. He's going to jump back and this is bucket. He has no interest in re-picking that angle, so he's going to find a better angle and better time and better day to utilize his AWM. In the meantime, TBI is going to be sending... Why is the C4 out there and underpass by himself? Of course it's dirty, but if he gets picked up, this could be a problem for TBI. Because, as you can see on the minimap on the top left corner of your screen, the rest of the teammates are pretty far away, isolated from the C4. Now, finally, seeing some movements from King and the rest of the teammates in closer towards underpass. Alright, that's going to be a B hit. But we do have HTZ holding on top of the bomb site. And we do have Vice who could provide support from long any moment soon. HTZ has a really good angle. First shot is not going to land, so he has the bucket. But support from Lazarus is arriving. Loons is leading the charge.
Oh, look at this. They have so much support over here. This time the push not as clean. King and Dirty do get a couple, but look at the health bars. They're basically standing on a toe, and they're just going to back away, actually. They say, nope, the rotations have come in. There's no way we're going to win here, so let's just go somewhere else. But it's not looking very good for them. This time, the push was read like a book, and Lazarus had many members in position to help deal with that aggression. As now Lazarus traveling as a team, trying to spot them as nearly got the drop, actually, on Lazarus, who weren't looking and expecting that fast of a rotation. But at the end of the day, it's still Lazarus who do take down the round.
Yeah, unlike TBI, what I really like about Lazarus is when they have a man advantage, they always go for the trade kills. Because with a man advantage, if you continuously trade one-on-one, then at the end of the day, you'll win the round. Hence is why you saw all 3 players just... They are willing to give up the bomb plant for having all 3 players move together. And that's the main difference that we see from HDZ almost getting the drop there. Eventually, we'll have to book it back on top of the bomb site. But yeah, going back to what I was talking about, TBI doesn't play trade. Rather, they rely on the individual skill sets of the players. But for Lazarus, they don't... It's not that they don't care about individual plays. It's not that they disregard it, but rather they would go for the team play a bit more put the importance on the team play a little bit more than TBI is what I feel like right now, Valdez.
Yeah, I think we've definitely seen a bit of that so far on this map, and it has benefited Lazarus, who are holding on to a pretty solid lead. Again, remember, this is TBI's map pick, so at the end of the day, it's like, well, you should know that Lazarus are very strong on this map. They have the advantage against you on this map, but TBI very confident in it in their own right. Here comes Jin. Just going to peek into the air duct. He gets taken down, but now the push will be red. Hopping off the top as Madison only gets one. So the trade, not great. Looking pretty low. He's also going to fall off the stairs as the rest of the members do look to push in with him. Here comes Vines looking for the 2v1. ETC does get one. A lot of low health bars, but now it's just Loons as he gives his position away with one tap of the pistol. Still gets the kill, trying to charge him with the knife, just going to shoot him down. And there it is. Very wonky back and forth trades, but TBI were ahead the whole time.
Yeah, Loons in E-Box, tried to make a play. Eventually had to leak one bullet, and that basically gave away, like I said. But probably didn't matter because the information would have been given before the whole pistol thing that Loons was behind E-Box. They would have checked it regardless of the pistol bullet or not. But in the meantime, we do have some quick A peeks from quick A aggression coming in from TBI. Clear out the vents with the nades. Dirtying the charge though. What is happening? It's not a rifle. The Auburn is gonna get the drop and gets to live another day. So King trying to poke and prod at the bomb site, but does he realize? Oh, he does get the wallbang through the boxes on towards the head of Jin to equalize it back down to a 4-on-4. Minute 30 left on the clock, and looks like TBI is going to play with the sweet time once again. Hopefully we don't get to see another bomb plant past the last 20-second mark here, Valdez.
Yeah, I think they've been a bit better about getting in onto the sites a bit quicker here at the second half of the second half. That's going to be a nice spot here from Vise, who has been playing this office very well and reading the pressure very well at times. He's going to spot more and more members coming in. There's only a minute left, so he's going to have HDZ with him. He's got Loons ready on rotation, and they're just going to look to hold down the B site. As we know, the bomb is still back towards spawn, so TBI could easily just rotate back and go for a 20-second A push, and Lazarus are going to look to play with the time. You know, if there's only 25 seconds left, it becomes very obvious if they haven't pushed in just yet where they're going to go.
They're building up the pressure here, Valdez, as the timer is cooking down. C4 finally gets picked up by Booker. Let's see if they're... I don't think they have time to go back to A if the C4 passes the dead zone. They're going to be sending it down towards B, it looks like. But HDZ is going to be the one on top of the bomb site to hold down towards long. TBI...
They know this is B.
They have to go. And like you said, Lazarus knows darn well enough that it's the B hit is coming their way. Great kills. Almost gets the third. But it looks like the aggression put it all. 7 seconds is not good enough. And looks like HDZ and Loons is going to wrap it up. And they're going to have the 9th round being picked up by Lazarus.
Yeah, you saw a push that came out from Madison into A quarters. He says, well, nobody's here and there's 25 seconds left. I wonder where they're going. It's to the B site, and that means that all 4 members are able to get over there on time and defend with flying colors, making that look very easy. But it really just came down to the information given by TBI, essentially, with their later push that did come in, and the strength of it was not enough to get the job done. So now, against the wall on their map pick is TBI. They got to win 2 rounds in a row, kind of what GV were able to do on Compound to force overtime, or it might just be Ankara going to Lazarus. And then if we move on to Port, it's probably feeling pretty good for Lazarus to take it down, but let's not get ahead of ourselves here, and we got to finish off Ankara first, and then go from there.
And then go from there, indeed. Minute 30 left onto the clock, and TBI is going to be playing with the clock once again. Playing with fire, I would like to say, because the timer game that they've been going with is not working, and this gives enough room for Vice to start picking out towards office and give that information, okay, these guys are not outside of B long. Could be an underpass, could be an A hit. Hence is why we see 2 players are supporting A, but it looks like the underpass push is coming. Only down, gets one with the pistol out, almost getting the second. But Beg is down very, very low. Now Bison Long springs out. gets the kill. The bomb gets planted, but at what cost of a man disadvantage? Let's take a look at the retake, Valdez.
Yeah, I mean, the bomb is planted, as you mentioned, and they're looking to rotate 2 guys in towards office and have the other guys poke in from the spawn. And already that damage done to Beg is pretty big. They have the flash over the top. They're just going to look to do it the old-fashioned way and push on in, but Dirty and Beg get a couple. The spray comes in, and Dirty's going to pick up a second. Very low on health. I mean, he's got 2 health. All Madison has to do is, yes, just that. To spray through the wall, gets the kill, pushes in. Very nice time management from Madison to barely get the defuse and win the map here for Lazarus as they pick up their 10th round, and they will pick up the first map.
And this is going to be scary for TBI. They lose their own map pick, and now they will have to move into Port, which is Lazarus' pick, I believe. So I'm not sure if TBI has it to take us to map number 3, Valdez, but not the cleanest run out for Lazarus, but the river did it for them. 10-7, sure, they picked the first map, but based on how... So, disregard how TBI played. Just looking at how Lazarus played, Lazarus also was a little bit wonky in Akara. Maybe it's their first game of the day, so they're not fully warmed up, sure. But moving to map number 2, both teams should be warmed up, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, I do agree. I think Lazarus, for me, coming into this one, I was a bit surprised to see the Ankara pick from TBI, and then I was a bit surprised to see Lazarus a bit rusty, perhaps. I don't think they should be rusty, but maybe a little bit not warmed up, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, they really got back on the horse and proved that they were the better team on this map. So good stuff from them. And we're just watching some of the highlights from this match. Wasn't particularly... I don't know what to call it, Bench. There were a lot of rounds that went down to the wire, and it got pretty fiery and messy, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely got messy, definitely got wonky, and eventually Lazarus was able to come out on top of TBI through all that chaos. But eventually, we will wrap map number 1 in favor of Lazarus. Anchor goes into the pockets of Lazarus, so we're just waiting to but look at some of the highlights, just how Loons and Vice play in the anchor position, so we, as we say. Let's say Vice all the way out in offices, like he will spring out in the right side for TBI. When they have the position, when they do have the positional advantage, they just waste a little too much time. Like they want to bite at a bigger piece, but it's not gonna work out. Your mouth is not that big. Might as well peek out a little bit earlier and get a frag or 2, and then you can start from there.
Absolutely. Definitely trying to shovel a bit too much. Like the spray here at the very end, knew exactly where he was. And yeah, we'll take a look at some of the stats. I was actually surprised to see HTZ with that big of a KD. I thought that, this guy is fantastic. We saw some big highlight moments from him, but I thought the consistency wasn't necessarily what you would expect out of him. There's a reason why Lazarus picked up this player. He's very strong. So maybe moving on to Port where snipers will reign supreme. Wouldn't be surprised to see him having a big pop-off map. But
stats aren't everything, and we've seen some huge moments from HTZ with the flex shots and with the drops that he was able to gain the ground for his team to make the rotations. So 1.0 is alright. So we'll wait and see what happens as we are just waiting to go into Port. It's gonna be a 10-7 for the first map. Lazarus versus TBI. Port for map number 2. If TBI is going to be able to pick this one up, then we are going to move into Black Widow for map number 3. Otherwise, Lazarus is going to close the series out 2-0, like how GV did to Anubis in the very first series of the whole tournament.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me too much at this point, Bench. I think Lazarus the cleaner team so far. Let's see if they can close it out here. As Dirty is fired up, saying, okay, we gotta bring it to them, guys, here on Port. We gotta take down their map pick. This is a very important match for them to take if they want to have a chance to make it to CFS Grand Finals, because you gotta make it through Lazarus to make it to playoffs, to make it and potentially get that seed in the top 3. So it's getting fiery, it's getting real, it's getting very tense as we move on to our second map here. Lazarus looking for their second map win. And we'll see if it works out for them as they will start off here on the blacklist side.
Very tense indeed. And Lazarus is going to be testing the water out towards B here. We'll have to wait and see what happens, but this one is going to be played out pretty slow. But now, speaking of slow, they're going to go very fast towards the B match. And Madison will find the kill onto Booker this time. DZ is going to be looking at 6. He's going to be able to find the drop at the bomb site. It's completely compromised. Down to only 2 players. This is going to be TBI. That was a quick round in a blink of an eye. He's going to find the bullets on the bank. Pistol not quite there. Well, Vise was there to find the final bullet, leaving Dirty all alone.
Yeah, I mean, this is the way you got to play. If you're playing blacklist side of Port especially, you got to get in and you got to get in fast. And I think upping the tempo right from round 1 is the exact right way to play it, especially when your entry is going to be that clean. And we see that Lazarus just coming out, guns a-blazing, trying to bring that momentum from the map that they just won and show the blacklist power once again. And yeah,
we'll have to wait and see what happens. But after a quick B hit, I'm not sure what Lazarus is doing this time. They're going to be looking down right towards middle as the C4 is still lingering there. Oh, but look at positional loons. He's posted just outside right along. Could be running in. Good support. And goes down. That was very close for Beg. He himself taken down super low.
Yeah, I mean, Beg, he saw the barrel of the gun, and he's like, okay, I know this guy is here. He's like, so ready for it, and still nearly goes down. Almost died to that grenade, too. Jeez. I mean, Beg is really playing with fire, but he's able to hold down connector. He's able to hold down that sideways connector, and that really makes it a bit rough here for Lazarus, who tried to, you know, back off a little bit after that pressure that they put on in that first round. For me, I'm a big fan of, from the blacklist side, just kind of sending it, you know, because the global risk side definitely favor on this map. Sometimes you just got to up the tempo. You just got to say, okay, we're going to rely on some crazy flick shots, crazy aggression. I'm sure that Lazarus feel like the better team at this point in time as well. They're trying to take down Dirty and look for that A top and just challenge the sniper. It can be very difficult to do on Port, so I like the confidence of them to try to do that, try to snipe him out and just take down that power point from the GR side. But at the end of the day, they're only able to do just a little chip damage to Dirty.
You are absolutely correct, and it looks like it's going to be Lazarus playing with fire here, burning the clock down to the 30-second mark, and it looks like Aya is going to be of their pick, as we do have players going on top of connector, should be dropping down any moment soon. We do have Dirty on top of the bomb site with the AWM, though this could be problematic for Lazarus. 20 seconds and ticking, the setups are being thrown out, the rotations are coming in as well. Gainer also trying to provide some support. Can Dirty do some work here? Gainer is going to go down quickly. Dirty not being able to do much, with a pistol kill. And now with the arm trying to find the final kill onto HDZ. 8 seconds and ticking. I don't think HDZ has it to pick up all 3 kills in just 3 seconds.
Yeah, no, he will not. And, you know, he gets the kill, but eventually just get traded back. And, you know, I like the push from Lazarus. They were down a member. I think it was a bit desperate at that point in time, but you gotta go for something right on the blacklist side. Don't mind it at all, but a nice cleanup from TBI. And well done from them. Especially getting that first kill really gets them, you know, a little bit of stability in the round and in the map, because it wasn't feeling too good at the beginning. That grenade is going to be huge. Does a bunch of damage there in sideways. Now they're trying to get aggressive onto A once again.
Stability indeed, and the A aggression, like I said, this time around, the setups are more carefully measured out. Can Dirty hold this one down? The crouch piece will have to happen. Last time, Bank wasn't able to hold this position down. He gets one at least. Dirty now drops down with the pistol, gets one, but this traded out. Down to a 1v2, all of a sudden 2v2, as we do say that. HTZ versus Booker and King. It's the C4. He has a bunch of time this time to work around with. But does he realize the flank is coming all the way from the blacklist side of the spawn?
Well, he's just going to try to hold behind the box and almost play this like he's the GR sniper. Although, as you mentioned, he's got a lot of time to play with, so really does benefit him in this scenario, especially if he can get the bomb plant somewhere. Not going to feel too good, obviously, in the 1v2 scenario, just meaning that, you know, the fact that he has a little bit of extra time gives him a chance. And now he's got this plant, so he has no idea where the enemy will be, but he's got a great position behind this box to try to hold the site, and actually gives him a decent shot holding it down, but missing that first shot is going to be a problem.
Another all in his hands. That was unlucky for HTZ. He wanted that Emperor bad, but eventually the dead body of Dirty, providing support to his team even after the death, gives the off to the hands of HTZ, and eventually the round is given to TBI. That was unfortunate, actually.
Yeah, I think especially if he got that first shot and was able to swap over to the M4, he's in a fantastic spot. Maybe he just wins the round, but yeah, not quite able to clutch it out at the end of the day. This time around, Lazarus, it looks like, after being stopped a couple of times in a row, just going to play it passively, and Dirty does not like that. Just going to take out HTZ before we can even see the round really begin.
Definitely not. HTZ having some rough moments coming into port, and not support, but the whole series in general. Had some huge moments, but at the same time had some unlucky moments as well, just like that on the last round and this round as well. So we'll have to wait and see if luck will ever smile towards the side of HTZ.
Yeah, I mean, he's really trying to just... I can't even really blame him for that last one, you know, just great shot underneath. Here comes Kate underneath, spotting the aggression of Lazarus, and able to take them both down. This is not looking good for Lazarus now. Loons does get one, but TBI are swarming around the Lazarus player. That's two for Loons. He knows where King is as well, but very low on health here. One shot will do it, and there it is. Beg gets the job done. Not going to be the 1v5 miracle moment. And now, you know, starting off on the global risk side, definitely going to be a big boon for the side of TBI, but just the fact that they lose the first map, and now they're getting a lot of momentum on the side, they're going to be feeling very good.
Oh yeah, they should be feeling a lot better than the last time they played. TBI is definitely showing some lead here, 3-1, but this is how the first map played out too, if you think about it. Somewhat, they had a good lead 4-2, and then somehow Lazarus picked up the last 3 rounds of the first half, so we'll have to wait and see. It's a little too early to mark the words here to say that TBI is in a strong lead. So far, Lazarus seems to be the superior one in here so far.
It's kind of funny, they got that grenade over the top from Jin, and they didn't commit to the push, but if they had, I think they would have had a lot of success, because they had Gainer watching the bridge and just Beg up top. It actually was Dirty over at B. But the second the pressure comes in, Dirty obviously goes for the rotation. And now for Lazarus, you're not feeling good about this push.
I mean, they do still have a minute, but looks like they're just going to send it. And somehow the shots are there. They kill Dirty. All of a sudden, the bomb site is completely opened up, and the no-no hits Gainer as well. So looks like after taking that double frag, they are going to rotate out from A. This is a smart play, but TBI is going to rotate out from A as well. And reading that like a book, will Lazarus go back down towards A?
Yeah, especially because Vi saw Beg running over, so I mean, you gotta have a decent idea that there's got to be at least one guy heading to B, and so they might just stay and go A, but still a decent amount of time, as now it looks like they want to go B. Everybody rotating over. Jin also going to find Booker up on the bridge, and that's going to make this so easy on the push towards B. It's only King. And, I mean, I've seen these B pushes work against 3 people. So, let's see if King can pull it off. He's got a very nice spray. Picks off 2, but eventually does go down. And now they know exactly where Beg is. Jin gets the job done and shortens that round just a bit. Lazarus are back on the board, and already a couple rounds here from the Blacklist side early on. Got to be feeling pretty good about their chances, although it is still very early on in this map.
Very early on indeed, and TBI, they just weren't able to defend onto the lead here. Still leading out 1 round, but it's not by a lot. and this is port, so not sure exactly how TBI wants to play this one out. Dirty seemed as if he was going to be able to defend the bomb stick by himself, doing that crouch peeks, but the wall bangs just came right to his head. So that defense didn't happen, but this time around, will TBI be able to hold the aggression mid bullets, putting more hurt into Dirty, and the paints are just continuously putting damage to Gainer as well. So not exactly sure how TBI wants to play this one out. The pressure is coming their way.
The pressure definitely is. I'm sure that TBI are feeling a bunch of pressure. The fact that this is so close. Even Seven mentioned, in his interviews, like these teams are just getting better and better at GR, and I feel like that gets really severe on a map like Port, which is already GR favored. It's like, teams were already good at holding this down, but now they're getting excellent at holding the pressure. But you've already given 2 blacklist rounds over to Lazarus here, so it's just got to feel very rough. And now the positioning here on the defense, not great for TBI. They're not going to get the read here that this push is coming in hard towards B. I mean, they get this perfect setup with flashes right over the top. It's only King, as they will look for the retake probably at this point. Only 2 guys over here for TBI, and down will go Booker before he's even really able to get any shots down. King just straight 1, but already Lazarus have control of this B site. Complete control, we say. Gainer coming from flank, but is read like the book. As HTZ's going to find the Freck down to a 4v2 once again with the bomb ticking against TBI. It's all down to the hands of Dirty and Beg. HTZ took a bunch of damage, but he will continue to put fire into the ring this year as Beg goes down onto the hands of Dirty, who's only got 30 HP. Jin just swings out with the pistol and will equalize it back down to 3-on-3. That's going to be a tie coming out from Lazarus. Like I said, teams are better on Gulver's side generally, and somehow Lazarus will tie it already. I don't think we're going to have a third map here about this. Yeah, honestly, it didn't really feel like that even from Ankara. I thought it was just Lazarus starting off a little bit slow. But at this point, I'm kind of feeling similarly. Unless TBI can really hunker down, they gotta pretty much win every other round here from the Global Risk side to be feeling good about their position going into the second half. And to be honest, I'm not even sure how confident they will be from the Blacklist side and what they've got prepared there. Here comes Lazarus once again. A bit of a push-up from TBI this time, so they get a bit of information that, hey, there's not many people towards B just yet, but it's still very early on, so Lazarus might get a very strong push-off here in just a moment if they hit right now, which they will. Dirty alone on top. Actually, he's got some help from Beg. Dirty gets 1 kill. Gainer's got a kill from the bridge, and they will hold this off for now. Madison alone does get taken down. And finally, TBI get back on the board.
Finally on the board is going to be TBI trying to lead out, but already being tied up to 3-on-3 and finally picking up the 4th. I don't think that will be enough. They will have to pick up the last 2 of these first half to make anything happen. But for now, Gainer has a pretty cheeky angle. We've seen players have some huge moments against the gaps there, but looks like Lazarus is going to be playing this one out pretty slow. It looks like they just want to take control of the A connector rather than rushing him down towards middle.
Well, it looked like that initially, but we've got some flashes now. They want to go underneath and actually challenge King, but the shots are not ringing through. King is going to live as well. We got HTZ on the front angle. He's not going to get anyone either. Here comes Gainer underneath the bridge. Does get traded down, but does a ton of damage to Jin. And, I mean, it's still 4-4, and actually pretty low health here for King. He survives on like 2 or 3 health. And now Beg trying to push out, trying to get some info. He's going to spot Loons. Doesn't really give him too much of a read. Just the fact that, well, they're not pushing right now with Loons in that position. So just going to back off, get back into default. But yeah, still anyone's round at this point. Looked pretty good for TBI at the start, but still 4 against 4.
4 against 4. And Jin and Vi's down pretty low. That's like 10 HP each. But they're still up and alive, and they could always find just that single bullet onto the head. But now the setups are being put out towards A to solo fake, and that might just do the magic as we have Beg rotating out from B towards A. And the aggression is coming. Booker, can he hold through the that nade might come in huge. He will find the headshot on device to open things up. Needs to find two more. The rotation finally coming in. The flank as well as going to be Super King. Booker goes in huge with a triple kill. Can he find the fourth to wrap it around? Yes, he does. No, it's going to be Beck still that kill. And somehow, like we said, TBI, they just need to pick up one more round.
Yeah, Booker has just been excellent, and that time around he spots the four-man push, and he's alone, and he says, doesn't matter, I'll do it all by myself. Grenade, I think, actually missed everyone. They pushed in so quickly, but he didn't really care about the nade. He switches immediately to the gun, lands the headshot, really gives himself a good chance at holding off that push, which he did with flying colors. Now Beg in position, ready for the push through sideways. This has been a calling card of Lazarus. They've gone back to this many times from the Blacklist side. And this time they will be thwarted to start off the round. It's looking pretty good now for TBI to line up a defense here. Beg gonna push again and pick up another kill. Looking for a third. Not quite gonna get one, but still he's done enough damage.
Damage indeed, 3 on 5. Gators brings out, make that even worse for Lazarus. Jen and HTZ to do all the dirty work here. A minute 30, put the C4 down in the worst spot possible. Jin will have to hold the connector while having HTZ flank all the way towards B, towards Global Risk spawn, but rather it looks like Jin wants to do the work by himself. Dirty spots him out, so Jin is now dead stuck in middle, not knowing where to go.
Yeah, as you mentioned, bombs on the ground, so a minute left. They're going to try to go for the long rotation. That's a very important kill from Jin onto Dirty. Takes out the sniper, and now they can try to take control of A top, and maybe you can rain down. That's the land from HTC, but Jin, he's just unstoppable right now, just lining up kill after kill, 1v1 after 1v1. And now trying to push in here. Are they going to spot Booker? Yes, they will, but too late as Booker takes them both down. And man, that was a very close end to that round, but it is TBI's to be taken as they get 6 rounds on Global Risk.
6-3, finally TBI puts a pretty strong foothold into court, but it just might not be enough if Lazarus decides to just spring out from their seats and coming huge and hot. We'll have to wait and see what happens as we now in the second half. The sides have been switched. TBI is on the attacking side of Blacklist, and Lazarus is going to be on the Global Risk side. And some early nades being put out, not finding much of a value. So we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see Lazarus's GR because, you know, this is important, right? Like we've mentioned it many times. I think Lazarus, in general, they've really changed the way their game looks over the years. It used to be a very, you know, kind of passive sit back, GR side. They used to have 40, kind of sniping and just kind of waiting back, but now they've really, you know, redeveloped and become a bit more of a dynamic team. I do think, though, that this is kind of their cookie cutter style, to just kind of sit back on port, on GR, and just try to take wins. So I'm excited to see what they have in the tank here. As Dirty is going to be shot quite a bit. He's going to be bleeding from that one. And even so, he's still looking to push straight into Jin, who is waiting. And just looking at entry for his team with an AWM.
Less than a minute actually left onto the clock, and TBI is going to play this map out to burning the sweet clock down. As we have 3 players of Lazarus holding down towards A and only 2 down towards B. Looks like TBI wants to come down towards B. Can Jin hold this one, like hold the bomb site down like how Booker did when the sides have not been switched yet? 30 seconds. They are burning the clock down. Let's see what they are opting out to do. They are lining up their smokes, it looks like. The setups are now being thrown out. Jin, all alerts. Names out. Anderson comes in, but goes down. The flash completely blinds Jin, but Jin does find one. Booker swings out, gets the kill. The bomb site is compromised. 10 seconds remaining, and the bomb finally gets planted. King will find the frag on the device somehow. Dirty through the smoke is gonna find HCZ. So Loons in a 1v4 could be the worst situation possible for him, but let's see if we can find a frag or two.
I mean, they're throwing frags, they're throwing shots through the smoke. I mean, this is not looking good for Loons. As TBI, they start off this second half with a very important win on the Blacklist side. They just straight up pushed through B, and you remember it started out with Dirty just kind of running in there with the Nom and not being punished. He took a little bit of damage, but eventually Lazarus kind of conceded that area of the map, and TBI were like, hey, let's just go for a B push, see what happens. And they just kind of rolled them. The defense there on B was not great. TBI's entry was fantastic. Booker, his aggressive angles, just looking really good there, especially on the backside of B, to net that kill onto Jin and really secure the site for them. So now, definitely a lot of pressure taken away from TBI. Pressure handed back over to Lazarus, who are behind 4 rounds.
Behind 4 rounds, indeed. And somehow, the pot shots are being thrown out. And let's see if any of those are gonna be landing onto any of the players. They're not gonna happen just yet. And TBI playing with the clock seems to pay off dividends coming into port, which is a bigger map for rotations for the Global Risk side to take on. So yeah, when it comes to Ankara, the rotations are faster. So if you burn the clock down, then sure, even if you get a frag like this, the rotations could quickly happen. But when it comes to port, if you are able to get on the bomb site somehow with that slight amount of timer, then there just isn't enough time for the opponent to make the rotations as well. So looks like that's how last round played out. But with Dirty finding that opening frag and Madison trading that back, and King getting the shade kill as well. It's going to be down to a 4v3 with TBI still with a man advantage, and this is not good for the Global Risk side. In a wider map with longer rotation durations, you don't want to be put at a man disadvantage, because right now, as you can see, B bomb site is held down by HTZ all alone. Somehow, they're going to leave Vise all alone on top of A, and TBI is going to go come send it.
Yeah, now Vise got to hold down. He's got Loons behind him, but Loons is going to be spotted. HCZ gonna spot the flanker and take him down. So now actually a chance. I mean, there's only 10 seconds left. Vi is gonna pop out. HCZ alone though, and he will be taken down. Booker just going madman mode, and he is just gonna enter in and take them down. Kind of insane that he was able to do that. But yeah, as you mentioned, Lazarus get behind early. They get behind pretty fast in this map, 10-3, and all of a sudden TBI are looking like maybe they're going to take down port.
Yeah, I mean, they're just 1 round away from picking up the map point. So Lazarus has a long and tiring journey to climb back to the tie. 5 rounds to go without dropping one. But Lazarus is a team that's capable of doing so. Loon's gonna take a bunch of bullets before coming towards him, but luckily enough, he's not gonna find any on his body. Minute 40 left on the clock, and somehow, because TBI is playing this one with time, and then utilizing 30 to go for the picks left and right, they are able to just find that little crack, or even just create the crack themselves to brute force themselves into the bomb site. But hopefully Lazarus has adapted themselves in this type of very slow aggression play coming from TBI. And I don't think Lazarus realizes that they can still use the tack time that they haven't called yet. So we'll have to wait and see if Lazarus wants to use it at all.
Yeah, maybe if they lose this round, they'll say, okay, guys.
It might be a little too late, right?
It's time to go for the comeback. The 6th round in a row. I mean, we've seen it happen from Global Risk of this map specifically. But, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you just kind of accept your feet, go on to the next one, which is Black Widow, by the way. Would be pretty interesting to see who could take that one down, especially with this big surge from TBI now 5 rounds in a row. Definitely unexpected from our part. We weren't seeing this amount of dominance from them, and especially moving over to the Blacklist side here. I didn't think they would be able to get it down, but they're doing it, so all credit to them. Vi's going to get that kill on a bag. And now Gainer also going to push in here, kind of unexpected. As rotation is coming in 15 seconds left. Down will go Jin. Nice snipe here from Dirty as they push onto the B site. The plant gets down. Some shots are being thrown in, and King is down here in the back of sight. Lazarus not able to get this retake going, but that's a kill from Madison. Getting that headshot onto King with the grenade kill to finish off Madison. They know exactly where Vise is. And it might just be the easy cleanup onto Vise, who has to push through the smoke into two members who are looking right at him. 15 seconds, some shots, and there it is. Dirty able to ring true through the smoke and take down Vise.
9-3 is going to be the score lineup put out here. Map point being picked up by TBI. Especially that this is Matt Think of Lazarus. It looks like I will have to take away my caster curse. We are going to be very close to seeing Matt. I said I want to see Black Widow, so I might just get it. End of the day is coming up and over. Not going to hit much as Vise just booked it on foot. And this is what I like to see from TBI. Like, here's the thing. If you stick to one tempo for too long, then the enemy, of course, they're humans too, and they're good players. They will adapt to the tempo and the playstyle that you're giving out. So, you know, sure, you can have one tempo that you like to play and that you would play the majority of the time, which is going slow. But sometimes you will have to mix it up and play fast like this one to startle the enemy team, and this is exactly what they're doing. But eventually, at the end of the day, for this round at least, King goes down to the and yeah, it's going to be down 4v5 with TBI losing one member, and they're back down into that hibernation mode. But this round should more than definitely favor Lazarus. They do have a man advantage to begin everything, and then they will have the clock favoring them as well. So let's see if Lazarus can find their fourth.
Yeah, for me, I will agree that it's Lazarus favored when Booker dies. If he doesn't, I think it's favored to TBI. Just the way that the map has been playing out and how crazy this player has been going. Team has been playing really well alongside of him. You know, King's putting up numbers. Dirty continues to get some really aggressive pot shots and win the sniper duels. So it's not just Booker, but he has definitely been the standout for me. And shots. Well, there's Gainer. Just as I was saying that. Teammates popping up big alongside of him. And Gainer's able to get that one kill. Here comes Beg into B. They're just pushing in aggressively. HCC is alone. Loons gets a kill onto Gainer, but the B site right now is TBI's.
B site, though, is not yet TBI's. Vise and HCC finds a kill each. And somehow it's all down to the hands of Dirty with 12 seconds. He's going to go for the plant here. Successfully extends the timer. But the Loon's coming from the backside. He's going to be able to find the headshot. It looks like this fourth round is going to be granted towards Lazarus. The hope is still alive, but like I said, many rounds before there. Still 5 rounds more to go without dropping a single round.
Yeah, I think Lazarus just kind of got ran over and, you know, getting a little consolation round here before making it onto the next map. Not bad, but also, as you mentioned, there's still a lot of work to do. And here comes Gainer, trying to get very aggressive, trying to push through smoke onto bridge, not going to see anyone.
I like that, because since they are 5 rounds deep, they can afford to lose Gainer doing that kind of stuff. But what happens is when Lazarus hears those gunshots coming that deep in the middle, it actually pushes the players back, not only for that round, but the rounds coming after. So even if TBI loses this round, like, they can utilize that information and use that gap created by the players being pushed back to win the next round. So very smart way to wager your depth in rounds rather than just wagering your time, I guess. Timer, of course, is one of the big things you have to play smartly. So
yeah, it's very true. I think a lot of teams do try to utilize that to some extent, and TBI certainly have been doing that here on Port, where they have definitely shored up their game, looking much better than what we saw on Ankara. And now thinking about a push towards B, but not committing to it just yet. We got 3 guys heading towards mid, but just taking over B room. Oh, that's a quick headshot from Gainer just to open up this round.
And after taking that quick mid kill, Madison rotates out from B. This could be a problem. Jin has to pull down by himself. The aggression is coming. Backside, he gets one, and he gets the second. Very close with the M4, but the nades are flying his way. Let's see. Madison did rotate back in. Jin did find the double, all down to the ends of Madison to hold this one down. 28 seconds, Madison gets the kill. Bank versus the world. With only about 12 HP, is not gonna quite cut it there. And Lazarus keeps the dream alive, as it's gonna be a 5-on-9.
Yeah, I mean, it's not over until it's actually over. I thought, you know, the one consolation round would be nice and then we move on, but Lazarus have other stories, and now HTZ's pushing out a B. He's going to win that fight against King, as generally it's been Dirty that's been holding that angle, but not this time. So, just advantage goes to HTZ, able to one-tap and back away. And now all of a sudden you're still playing GR, Port, you're up a man, and you're feeling very good about your position.
Definitely, for sure. For TBI to build up these kind of rounds, definitely give a lot of credit to Beg waking up finally. But Gainer is going to be put to a good sleep here. Only 5 kills so far after 14 rounds. So let's see what he is capable of. But in the meantime, with a man down, TBI is going to be sending players in towards middle and possibly go for that connector hit. It did work on some of the first rounds in the second half, but I'm not sure if it will work this late into the rounds here, Valdez.
Yeah, trying to trade back there, but actually it's Gainer who takes down HTZ instead. And all of a sudden, it's advantage to TBI. So that's not exactly what you would expect after that first kill that wins the way of HDZ, but winning a couple of very important 1v1 firefights in mid was TBI. And now Jin's saying, okay, it's my turn. I'm going to look and see what I can see. And he nearly gets his head taken off, gets some information, and there's the shot from him. Very important. Try to hold off this push that is coming in very quickly. They're going to isolate him and take him down. Vize's head is spotted as, that shot not going to ring true. That flash, not either. Vize very much against the wall, but Madison comes in to help, and Vize is able to hold down the top of A, at least for now, as Dirty on the hunt, not able to get the 180, and he gets taken down, and Lazarus will not concede this map of Port.
Playing the game of cat and mouse was Vize, just flashing his way out to go to the ladder and skipping the ladder to go down, and Dirty had absolutely zero clue where Vize was at until the very last moment, Vize shooting him out from the lobby. So somehow the dream is still alive. 3 more rounds to go for Lazarus to go into overtime here. This time around, TBI, I can see some frustration being built into their plays. They are going a little bit more aggressive than the past couple of rounds here, as we do see some early takes on the connector and some hot shots being thrown out. That's a very good sign of showing some frustrations here. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. But the thing is, having more players throughout those pot shots means that Lazarus can count that out and possibly have like players like HTZ or Vize like start swinging out. So we'll have to wait and see what happens from there on. Only the clock being burnt down to the minute 30 here with all those pot shots.
Wow, that was quick. That was a thin angle as well. I mean, Madison probably did not expect that, but Loons absolutely should have, or rather HCC should have expected that, as Dirty was just waiting on the off angle. And all of a sudden, this might just be Dirty's round to bring them to the next map of Black Widow. Up 2 members now, and it looks like they are wanting to go towards B. Already clearing out B main here.
I'm not exactly sure why they would rotate out from B. Sure, they can go for on a 3-on-5 retake, but I think I'm personally a fan if you're in a disadvantage. Have B site held and retake A. It's a lot easier to retake A than B. Once the smokes are being put out, there's only one angle that you can kind of peek through, so it's so much harder to retake. But the bomb finally gets planted, and yeah, going to post plant with 2 men down is going to be Lazarus. Desperately going for the retake. Jin whiffs that shot, and not a lot of time left onto the clock. Only 28. Loons does find the kill. Almost getting the equalizer there. Not sure if Lazarus can make this one happen.
Well, they gotta send it in now. That's a shot from Jin. And, well, it's only Jin, and he's got everything to do by himself. He's pushing on in. He wants a couple of headshots. It's not gonna happen. And TBI will bring us to the third and final map of this series, which will be Black Widow. TBI, big performance here on Port. Lazarus, they take on Kara, which was TBI's map pick. And then TBI take Port, which was Lazarus's map pick. Not exactly what you would expect, but TBI, they wake up and they put on an awesome performance.
They put out some performance indeed as we go into map number 3. But I do believe that Black Widow was left as the decided map because TBI ruled one of the maps out, right? Not exactly sure who ruled out the last map, but should be favoring.
GR looking at the stats after map number 2. It was TBI to take it down. And it's kind of surprising fashion. They really got ahead. They got 6 rounds in a row. And Lazarus just during that time were not able to hold them off, even from the GR side where 3 of those maps did happen, or rounds rather. And man, Booker just having a massive map in this one, also Dirty as well on the sniper, really pulling his weight. And Lazarus gonna have to go back to the drawing board here, moving over to Black Widow, where, you know, this is a difficult map for a lot of teams, and I think this is also the map where Lazarus did lose to TBI in the regional qualifiers, that first map, 10-6. So it's going to get pretty interesting. This is a chance for TBI who, you know, coming into this one, I would definitely say was the underdog. If they take this win, nice big upset win for them to take the beginning of this regional finals and give themselves a decent chance at making playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely correct, because TBI did pick up Black Widow against Lazarus in the regional qualifiers, so I'm not sure if Lazarus would be 100% confident in facing against TBI on this map, but needless to say, it's pretty even though it does feel like it's very uneven.
Yeah.
So Black Widow could be anyone's map, even though the stats do say, okay, Black Widow, we have a history of TBI taking down Lazarus on that map, but nobody can say anything about this. I think Lazarus could have a very swift round, or it could be TBI just doing what they have done to Lazarus before. So can't really mark the words here just yet.
Yeah, I mean, as you guys took a little 3-minute break and we watched the highlights and stuff, the teams also have some time to take a break for themselves, you know, bathroom break, or some time to discuss, you know, what we're going to do on Black Widow, what went wrong, especially for Lazarus on that side. I think, you know, Dirty was very fired up after that first map. He had a lot to say to his team. He was able to get everybody on the same page, it seemed, and that really helped for them. So maybe Lazarus needs to get a little fired up, maybe needs to figure out how they're going to tackle Black Widow. I'm sure they have, you know, us from the outside, we're just kind of watching and seeing what happens, like on Black Widow and stuff from the regional qualifiers. But I'm sure these teams, after that map, broke it down, discussed what they want to do better. So it'll be interesting to see how they do develop from that experience on that map from the regional qualifiers. So just getting ready, waiting for that last final member to be ready to join the lobby. And we can jump onto Black Widow here for our third map. And
we'll have to wait and see what happens. But speaking of the rounds for Black Widow, it was actually 10-6 for TBI against Lazarus. So it wasn't the most lopsided match. So could be anyone's, like I said before. But speaking of which sides they start playing first might come in handy. Not exactly sure which side Lazarus will begin with, but in general, I feel like Lazarus is a team that does play better on the blacklist side rather than on the global risk. So if Lazarus is able to build up some rounds as they start off on the blacklist side, then this could be a snowball effect happening to Lazarus to pick up the map. Or if Lazarus starts off on the global risk side and starts dropping 6-3 once again, then sure, TBI can just steamroll continuously and take the decider to themselves, winning the series. And like I said before, even for JV versus Anubis, you are playing one of the first 2 games of the very first tournament. Everyone is tuning in to take a look at how my opponents are playing, because you will eventually, in the group stages, you will have to play everyone else anyways. So we'll have to see, everyone wants to see the tactics that you devised for this map. And I don't think that's good for TBI, especially because the way they play is very slow. That's, you can't mark it as tactics, but it's a style, you can say that. And because now everyone else knows that, okay, TBI plays very, very slow on certain maps, then the opponents are going to be sending rotations a lot slower or make faster rotations. You never know what's going to happen, but teams will start to adapt to each other, and it could be a disadvantage for you to play early on, in a sense, when it comes to these kind of round-robin group stages.
For sure. I think, you know, trying to glean as much information as you can from all of the teams that you have to face is always going to be good, especially when, you know, these teams, as I said before, they have their biases based on what they played, how they played against this team in the regionals, just in their region, right, at West. They're like, okay, well, we got wrecked by this team. We really don't want to face them again, that kind of feeling. But, you know, everything changes once you get into a group stage and once it becomes just, you know, 1 best of 3. You get a big win, you get a big upset win. All of a sudden, you're making playoffs. You gain this newfound confidence. Everybody's firing on all cylinders together. The synergy is great. You know, things can change very quickly, and to the positive side, but also to potentially to the negative side. If you start off, you have like kind of a rough first best of 3, and then all of a sudden it feels like your tournament lives are on the line, and you're not feeling confident. Everybody's kind of down in the dumps. Can be rough as well. So I don't envy the players, but this is what they got to go through in terms of the pressure moving on to Black Widow, where it's like, it's somewhat do or die, because you've got LCK, you've got unKnights, the other 2 teams in your group are fantastic. And for Lazarus, they would say, TBI is the team we got to take out. And for TBI, they're probably like, Lazarus is the team we have to take out, because it's not easy to beat those other 2 teams. So lots of pressure for just one map now. And either team could take it. It's still a very even match so far.
Because the only top 4 teams will continue and move on to the playoffs. So, for Lazarus and for TBI, you're absolutely right that these 2 teams are probably thinking each other as a foe. One of the teams that you have to get the win points, otherwise it will be tough going against LCK or unKnights. So, but when before starting map number 1, we thought Lazarus kind of had it, as TBI was the definite underdog. But after taking a look at how Ankara played out and then seeing TBI swiftly taking port, it does feel like it's very even, so it could be anyone's for to take. And Black Widow, the stats do say it is Lazarus's, but it was 10-6. Like I said before, it was very iffy. And I'm pretty sure the previous histories in 2023 or 2022, not the same team, but the player-wise, I think the history may say that it would have been very iffy for sure as well too.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the team stats based on, you know, just the map itself. TBI 2-9 on this map, not the greatest, but also for the side of Lazarus 1-5. So both these teams not very confident in terms of how well they've done on this map up until this point in time. But, you know, I would say that Lazarus had more success in West, so the fact that this is their weakest map by far might be a bit more of a sticking point. And, you know, perhaps for TBI, it's just the fact that they didn't have success in general. It's not just about Black Widow. So, might be their favor. We'll have to wait and see how it does play out here, as finally we got all the players in the lobby ready to go. And we'll be hopping on to Black Widow here for our 3rd map to see who is going to take it down. TBI starting out on the Blacklist side. The ball is in their court.
All right, we are now moving into the decider, which is going to be Black Widow. Let's see who will be able to come out on top of the another. Lazarus absolutely thinking about doing so, and TBI as well, after picking up port. The dream is still alive for them to take the series away from their opponents. And let's see, TBI starts off onto the Blacklist side, and Lazarus is going to be starting off onto the Global Risk side. Quick cat aggression from TBI. They're not going to burn the clock down. HTC will spot the players rushing in, but he will only be bit for 1 for now. For the second, he does whip it as King's going to quickly take Loons out as well. But somehow, Jin and Madison out from towards Long and Cat Flank is going to find a kill each. Dirty. Booker's dead stuff. Not much to do. But I don't know why Jin swung like that. Jin through the game. Madison will go down. And Vice in a 1v2 and a Dream. I'm not exactly sure if he can pull this one off, but if anyone else to do the clutch, it's in the hands of Vice. And yes, he does find one. Now he's going to rotate towards the backside. Booker in a 1v1 somehow gets the headshot. And TBI is going to be able to find the first round quick. Coming into Black Widow.
Yeah, I like that pressure from TBI. Blacklist side of Black Widow, just get in their face, attack A, and see what they've got. You know, worst case scenario, it doesn't work, you just kind of go back to standard play. Best case scenario, you win a close round, and all of a sudden, you begin on a really fun kind of advantage, you know, that momentum that comes through with that first round win. Everybody screams, everybody's really hyped, and you're all feeling great. Let's see if TBI can replicate some of that success from the last map they just played. It looks like similar aggression, but not the same. They've got Dirty over at storage. They've got Gainer looking at A long. And so not a full-on push, but they might look for some pressure through short here.
Short worked out last time, but I don't know if they want to opt out for another catwalk push once again. Minute 30 onto the clock, so in comparison to that last round when they just rushed it quickly, it looks like they're going to burn the clock down this time, moving into round number 2. Lazarus not startled by that at all. Is going to play the default setup. And yeah, TBI will have to wait about 20 seconds more to find out which bomb site they want to go to. Okay, HTZ down middle will find Dirty, and that should stop TBI from thinking of rushing down towards catwalk and burn the timer down a little bit longer. The C4 has to be picked up, but they will have to worry about HTZ holding the C4 down with the AWM in the long range.
Yeah, as you mentioned, definitely a big advantage here to Lazarus. Even though HTZ did get clipped himself, he's holding the sniper. It's not going to be a big deal. Madison trying to hold down long here. He's not able to hit the shot, though. Gainer does open up long, and Lazarus have left A open. I mean, they've got guys underneath. They're watching, but there's nobody on the site. They are beginning to rotate now, as is TBI.
Madison with the gets the drop, bang, swings out, gets the kill. Booker now trying to go for the re-break. Gets one, but gets traded out by Jin as well. Down to a 1v1 with 8 seconds. Not enough time for the bomb to be picked up and to be planted. Jin's just going to book it on foot, knowing the timer is in his favor. And is going to win the round back for Lazarus.
That was weird. TBI, they're like, you know what? We're not going to try to plant. We're just going to try to fight them. It almost paid off, you know, if they got that last final shot onto Jin. And, of course, they don't have the information that we do. They could have probably just thrown a smoke down, ran onto the A-site, gotten a plant, but that's not the way the round played out. They went for the fight instead, and it nearly paid off. But Lazarus will pick up a round just like that. And now TBI just waiting.
They're going to play the game of who is going to burn a timer down to the wire here. I'm not sure if TBI has it, though, to cut the wire at the right time. As last round, the timer win was given towards Lazarus. Minute 40 left, and it looks like they're going to be sending players down towards catwalk. Once again, the C4 is going to be held by King as well. But look how smart Lazarus is going to be sending loons all the way out towards A-long to support Madison playing snipers. And then we also have Vice coming in from the underpass towards spawn to hold the aggression down. Any moment here, TBI could be stuck in catwalk, not knowing where else to go.
That flash was big, though. Big shot comes in from King as they rush down catwalk. And now Madison's going to be stopped back at long. He's going to try to rotate back here. HCZ does snipe down Dirty on the long angle there from underneath, it looks like. As they are looking to push on in. Booker drops down, gets 1 kill, spots 3 of them. And now TBI have a great idea of where these guys are looking to retake from. Madison still on long. Still trying to push in, but TBI is trying to play the clock a little bit, but here comes Lazarus. They're going to clear out the entirety of the site as they push on in, give themselves enough time to get the defuse, and a nice retake comes through from Lazarus.
Definitely a lot of credit towards HTZ, quickly flicking 2 players, and Madison as well to find the final 2 frags here. Now, moving into round number 4, all of a sudden, Jim with an arm of his own is going to find the opening out towards B here. And that's going to put the hurt and just continue to add damage towards the side of TBI. Already down a round. So, the tendency here is that TBI, when they are a man down early on, or basically at any point in time when it's a 5v4, they will burn the clock down. And when I mean by burn, they will burn it down to the 10-second mark. So Dirty will find the kill onto Madison down towards middle, but that does not change much as TBI is going to continue to burn the clock down, like I said.
Yeah, especially because when they do this, oftentimes Lazarus, they look to poke out, they look to get some information, and Dirty and crew are very good at getting those pickoffs. Obviously, Dirty holding the Alm, he's the main guy to do it, but oftentimes they have, you know, spotted members of Lazarus poking their heads out, trying to get information, and that has given TBI chances to make their way back in rounds. We saw a lot of that on Port. Even down members, TBI would claw their way back, trying to burn out the clock. Now, sometimes they burned out the clock and they went for a crazy push and it didn't work out, but it does feel like this is kind of part of their strategy, part of their style, as you mentioned. So now, less than a minute left. Looks like we're going towards A, although don't hold me to that because that could change at any moment.
Any moment. Not a lot of moment to be considered here, as there's only 40 seconds remaining, and the C4 seemingly creeping in towards Catwalk, but shouldn't be a definite hint. I think we'll need to wait and see. There's still 30 seconds remaining, and TBI can rotate out from Catwalk any time here. But for now, we do have a strong defensive setup from Lazarus. Loons from Underpass is going to find the kill. Gainer flanking from A-Long is going to find the kill on the HDZ. Booker, though, creeping out towards middle is going to allow and open up the space for the bomb to be planted, leaving Vice and Jin to go on a retake. And having Booker down towards middle, that does allow Gainer to peek out and get the kill. And then that also leaves the room for Vice to look at, and Booker will be able to utilize that to find the frag. And we are tied back at 2-on-2. So, a clean round, I would say, for TBI.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what we talked about. And now they're looking to push in much more aggressively through A-Long. They identify, hey, these guys aren't really covering A-Long very much. Unless they push out and get position there, they're just kind of leaving it open. I mean, we saw that they were able to get a lot of pressure in this exact area of the map. Gainer just going to sit down, and the rest of the team is looking to push B, actually. They take control of A-Long, and they look to go B. Not the first time we've seen this strategy. Relatively common. Although I shouldn't count my chickens before they hatch when we're watching TBI on Blacklist, because they might look to go B and then see if anyone pokes their head out and then maybe just go for another catwalk push.
Oh, trust me, TBI can always sell a rotation with only 35 seconds remaining on the clock. This is a fact. This happened in Port. So, not exactly sure if you can safely say that they are hitting a bomb site until
we don't know
it
yet.
is burnt down towards the 35-second mark.
True.
But for now, it's going to be another timer being burnt down, played out pretty slow. Minute left onto the clock. I shouldn't even say that at this point. Probably should say 40 seconds left onto the clock for TBI to make any type of action. And Lazarus, like I said before, has adapted to this slow playstyle, so they're gonna be playing very default. And yeah, if I were to make a wild guess, this round should go towards Lazarus because they know the style of TBI already.
Yeah, well, wild guess indeed. We'll see if it works out for Bench, as they're not going to be. It does look like with 35 seconds left, they want to rotate towards Catwalk. And as you mentioned before, Lazarus is going to sit back and wait. Although Vice is going to poke out, and you see that Loons now is angling towards B, towards mid, but HTZ is going to get that first shot. And now Madison also holding on to the Alm, and the two of them are just lining people up. Madison takes out a second. HTZ going to get one himself. And Dirty, he's pushing by himself with the Alm down Catwalk, gets a couple of kills, but now he's alone. That's another shot. Make it 3 for Dirty, and he is just kind of getting dirty with it. 1v2, Jin trying to push into him. The shot this time not going to land. I thought maybe Dirty had it in him for the 5K, but it wasn't meant to be. And Lazarus clean it up.
Yeah, whoever the player trying to sell the fake down towards B through flashes, even poked out, exposing his body, risking it to sell the fake, but at the end of the day, Lazarus has fully adapted to the playstyle. I feel like that the players on top of a bomb site did not rotate or even flinch at all. Only Loons kind of just walking back and forth. But at the end of the day. It's going to be Lazarus to pick up that round, to mark my words there, Valdez. And TBI now really has to think about extending the length of the time that they can use to take onto the bomb site.
Well, TBI as a team moving over towards B, towards storage. All 5 members this time. A little bit of presence in mid, A long, but it might just be a full team committal this time around, as Dirty going to open up with another kill. He's got the hot hands, even if he wasn't able to clean up the round in the last one. As now pushing on through the smoke, but Jin's able to just line up a couple in the spray, make that 3, holding down the site by himself. Dirty trying to do it by himself as well, but now with the C4 on the site in position, taken by Dirty here. He's trying to push in towards through the smoke and get this bomb potentially down. They're going to clear out the site, but Lazarus's retake could be strong unless Dirty goes crazy.
They will just wait for the bomb to be planted, because then all 3 players can aggress down to the player that is not planting. Oh, that was oh so close, but Gainer will find the better of Madison. Quickly rolling the head. HTZ will take down Gainer, leaving Dirty all alone. At least now he has 40 seconds to play with, but the C4 is not yet picked up, and he's gonna do so. No, he does. He will spot Loons, but he's gonna whiff that shot, and now HTZ is gonna come in for the support. The M4 from Loons is good enough to take the kill. Now Lazarus will start leading out 4-2.
Yeah, pretty crazy round that one. TBI just saying, okay, we're just gonna push B. We'll just go back to old strats and see if it works out. But Lazarus were ready for it. It was a little bit iffy at times, especially with Dirty getting pickoffs left and right. But at the end of the day, it just came down to Jin going crazy in the site, lining up 3K. And then eventually the team able to clean out Dirty and win the round. So Lazarus very much in control of the map so far, but we're not done just yet. 4-2.
I think TBI might have a better... I don't want to say they're better off or having a better chance, but I think it's worth to just start rushing in the beginning of the round, like maybe out towards A or out towards B, doesn't matter, to whiff up the time, because Lazarus is fully adapted to the slow playstyle, and it doesn't matter whether if they burn it down. He's spot off guard, and now Cat is completely contested.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy. Also, Dirty going to win the sniper duel. 1v1 there. We got some spray down through the slats, but it is actually Loons to get 1 and 2. Now Beg kind of in an awkward spot. Some low health bars. Jin, he's gotten a 3K before, but this is a very different scenario. Has to push all the way from B over to A. He's got a smoke in his face, and there it is, the shot through the smoke. Dirty takes him down. And you can really feel that Dirty is beginning to take off in this map. Even in the last round where they didn't win, he was still almost able to clutch it.
Very close to clutching it, but this time around, the luck was not on his side. And like I said before, TBI is going to be sending a pretty fast push, and he's going to do a lot of value. And somehow, King's just going to jump down and get the kill. Jin's going to whip that off shot. And somehow, King just continues to find the frags left and right and pry the bomb site open. And this is what I wanted from TBI. Switching up their gears, shifting up that, levers, and find a faster speed of progression to take Lazarus off guard.
Absolutely. I think especially into a team like Lazarus, getting more aggressive will generally help in terms of getting wins. And now Loons is all alone. And especially after they put in so much work, you talked about this on Port, putting in the work round by round to really kind of force your opponent into a certain style of play or a certain expectation of the way you're going to play. And for so many rounds in a row, they played it slow, and then all of a sudden they just rush into B just like that, and they're just able to get that mental win. And more importantly, the round win. 2 in a row here to the side of TBI. We're really messing with the tempo. This time they want to go quickly in a catwalk.
And then imagine they just sit in catwalk until like 20 seconds remain. Lazarus would be, oh no, they're just going to send it. King is just too good. He's going to slide headshot on Lazarus, HCZ. But somehow Madison Jin's going to be able to equalize it back down to 3-on-3, but the bomb does get planted. The timer is now against Lazarus.
Yeah, especially what looks like almost triple AWM or double AWM. I mean, unless HCZ isn't using an AWM, because Jin and Madison both had AWMs. So you really want to get aggressive into that, you know, flashes over the top and just kind of get in their face before they can line up long shots. And ooh, not able to hit Booker there. And man, he is just on fire today. And Dirty gets one himself. Beg does get taken out, but there's only 9 seconds, and that is not enough time. Dirty and Booker able to get another round for the team, and then now it's TBI who are in control of this map.
In control by a slight amount, 5 of 4, as we are going to be seeing these sides being switched here, as Lazarus is now on the attacking angle of Blacklist, and they're going to quickly gain control of a long here. I'm not exactly sure how they want to play this one out, but for now, TBI, from what I've seen in the past 2 maps, they would like to throw some funky angles, having Booker play very aggressive from time to time, and usually have players like Dirty go for early picks or not. But eventually, we'll have to find out how they want to play Black Widow out, because this is a different map from Port or Ankara. Minute 44. And Lazarus might just want to give the same medicine, same taste of medicine that TBI fed them back to them, playing this one out pretty slow. Going to be trying to gain some ground down towards middle with the C4 being held by Jin. HCZ is going to be slow on cracking those angles. Let's see if he's going to be able to find the frag on towards Catwalk, which is going to be held down by... No, that's actually underpass down by Gainer, so... Only a minute onto the clock, and this is for sure going to be A, but this is held strong by TBI with 3 players looking down towards the A-bomb site. Let's see what they want to do. They can always rotate out, unlike TBI.
Well, Gainer's got this dude here. Jin going to spawn him. The spray doesn't get much done. That M4, and now Dirty's going to be spotted underneath as well, so he gets taken out. Booker holding the back angle behind the truck, but there's so many members of Lazarus. Doesn't matter because Booker's just that good. Able to pick up 2. Vise picks up his 2nd kill of the contest so far. Going to help out here in this round. HCZ kind of up against a rock and a hard place, and Loons will trade it back. Still a very close round here, but Beg goes huge, picks up a 2nd kill, and the C4 is down. It's only Loons.
That flick was crisp. Straight out from the Fire, all down against the Loons, those 17 seconds. Okay, he might be able to get one more kill, but it looks like it's not going to happen, as TBI is going to continue to take rounds to secure their lead. It's going to be 6-4.
6-4. I mean, that round as well, you know, it felt like Lazarus had the read, they had the angle, they got those first kills in their entry, and yet still they weren't able to quite put the nail in the coffin. That's now 4 rounds in a row to TBI, who have definitely taken control of this map in a big way, I would argue. I mean, Lazarus still struggling to find, you know, dominant round wins that they're going to need if they want to win this map. And now it's TBI that are pushing out a bit, trying to get some information. Lazarus seemingly reading a bit of this, throwing some smokes in.
Not at all, indeed. Minute 30 left onto the clock. Beg trying to play anchor outside of B. This is a very lucky and smart play, but Lazarus is going to take this one out. And Beg, his position does not pay off dividends. Another flank sold by King here. It is going to be checked out by Loons. The 6 is being watched by Lazarus. Already down 2 players from selling those flanks. Dirty goes out as well. I'm not sure, mate. This is going to get yucky for TBI for this round.
Yes, definitely yucky. I think that their aggression does not pay off. Lazarus, actually, they're checking all the boxes. They say, okay, you want to push? We're going to retake our part of the map. And they have done so with flying colors. They have checked every corner. And they have already isolated a couple of members, even reading the flank, as you mentioned, understanding that TBI could easily be behind them. And now they're going to look to push through the storage. Dirty is here with the M4. He's going to line up one. Gainer lines up a shot from the back here. HTZ kind of on his lonesome as well. This push not coming in just yet. 20 seconds left. HTZ spotted as well. And now he's trying to land this shot. He's not going to get it down. Loons gets taken out, but now HTZ is pushing in. He runs out of bullets, but it doesn't matter. Vise gets the job done on the push. They were running out of time. It was getting very close to the wire, but Lazarus take it down.
And Lazarus will start catching up. And this is not something you want to see as a TBI fan. 5-6. I don't know, like, the way TBI plays on the Blacklist side favors them for sure, but having that slow type of momentum built in their playstyle and have that momentum also shifted over to the global risk side when the sides change is not a good thing, because sure, slow momentum, slow pushes when you're attacking, it may pay off dividends, but when you're defending, you want to send rotations fast, and I mean, only the rotations, not fast aggressions out towards me is something you want to see. Lazarus is going to send 3 players down towards Catwalk to clear out the post, and the C4 is going to be soon to be picked up by HTZ as we do see the timer getting taken down to the mid 30-second.
Yeah, Lazarus, no stranger to taking their own time. This time not going to look to get too fast, but now quick rotation coming over to A-Long as Loons makes the call. We got to push in here. We got to clear this out. Will they spot Gainer? Yes, they will. He does get a kill onto HDZ, though. Bit of damage here on a Madison. Loons as well. Look at this aggressive position from Dirty, but it does get traded out. And now Jenna spotted King pushing up mid. That is a big kill for them to pick up, as now they have position on the A site as well. Madison is in. Beg looking to punish this, though.
Alright, he gets one, but Loons is there to trade him out. Down to a 1v2 with the bomb timer ticking. Booker, if anyone else on his team can't do the clutch, this is the man to do so. He spots Loon. Looks like he's going to have to go for the window push here. But this is a tough one to do. The nades are flying his way. Will take away a bunch of health, as Loons will be there to finalize the kill. And we are tied back on 6-6. As Lazarus may just have found the key to cracking open the defense of TBI.
Yeah, just take a little bit of extra time, allow TBI to get a bit aggressive, read the pressure, go for retakes of parts of your map, and it'll work out. But now HTZ as well, gonna feel that pressure. He pokes out, gets a kill, and he's even got some support with his teammate right there. The rest of the team looking to push B, but already big advantage here to Lazarus. You see Beg in position in storage, but that's it on the side of TBI in terms of defense towards that B site.
Yeah, Lazarus has all the time in the world they can play out with a man advantage, because they also realize that Gainer may have pushed out towards A-Long as well. So they're going to be sending players down towards middle. Not sure if they want to send that towards B or A. Bag will start swinging out. We'll find the fragment device that will alert the players of Lazarus as we are equalized back down on 4. But eventually, Lazarus will be able to use that information and play to their favor, as they're going to be sending players in towards Catwalk to clear this one out.
Well, here they come. Booker is watching Catwalk. There's a smoke there as well. C4 moving away from Catwalk, but not entirely. They still have 3 guys there, so they might just go for a later push. Grenade thrown into storage, but they're not over there. TBI might begin to, well, they're going to know now, as Madison's going to be spotted. Booker also going to tap the head. There's a second headshot from Booker, just holding the angle basically by himself. Loons finally takes him down. But Dirty and Beg in position. HTZ, I like this angle, as long as he doesn't get taken out by Dirty.
Yeah, HTZ, I like how he's playing this one out safely, using the smoke to cross. And now Loons is going to be able to get the plant down. The C4 take baited Dirty to peek out from windows. And HTZ was able to just quickly frag him out, and Loons to finalize the kill onto Beg will grant Lazarus their 7th round. It's going to be 7-6 on the scoreboard. Lazarus will lead out.
Yeah, definitely looking much better here on the Blacklist side for Lazarus. Is now trying to push out here as TBI once again. Booker, he's been so crisp on some of these shots. He picks up 2 kills already. We're going to continue watching him until the other switch to Gainer, who picks up the rest of the couple of kills of the 2 guys that are left. Vise by himself looking for Gainer. Knows he has it all to do by himself, 1v4. And, I mean, at least there's a lot of time, but not looking pretty good for him. As TBI, their aggression this time pays off.
Yeah, the C4 is down in the wonky spot possible, just right outside of A-Long. And the worst part is that Dirty passed the to Booker, who is going to be able to look down towards the A bomb site, even if Vise does find the kill onto Beg. I don't think there's not enough room for him to pry open the A long hold that TBI is showing here. Eventually, the quick headshot will do justice, and we are tied back on 7-7, Valdez.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just feels like this time around, you know, trying to push into A-Long, Lazarus are going to do it again. They're not scared. They want to take this battle, and this time they say they're going to win it. But TBI not going to accept the challenge. They don't even push into A-Long. They feel the pressure, and they say, well, we're just going to back away and play a little bit more passively on A this time.
Queen's Gambit declined, we say. And this time around, after seeing the flashes and smokes being thrown in towards A-Long, we're going to have a huge catwalk stack. Beg, Booker, and Gainer all on top of the catwalk to hold this one down. And if Lazarus can ever find that information, then this could be played in favor of Lazarus, even if they do lose one member. But I'm not sure if they want to do so. Minute 30 left on the clock, and Madison is going to be the one leading the charge in towards catwalk. And let's see if Lazarus will be throwing one of the pawns to find that information that 4 players are going to be down towards A.
Yeah, I mean, there has been a lot of action in catwalk in this map between these 2 teams. And yeah, I was going to say maybe you utilize some utility first before you go in here. Did they do enough damage? So the answer is absolutely not. Just a bit of chip damage, and Gainer is going to take the head off of Madison, and immediately Lazarus realized, well, that's not going to work. We are not going catwalk, but already the damage has been done. As now they're trying to get this pick off. HTZ does get it, but takes a bit of damage himself. And A-Long is not the easiest push to go for, especially into sniper rifles. So just going to back away, but there's only 35 seconds left.
Yeah, 35 seconds is not the most ideal amount of time to go onto the bomb site, but it looks like they will have to decide to go down towards A only because HTZ was posted out towards A-Long. He has no time to rotate towards B, even if the rest of his team goes down towards B. So we're going to send this one. But the nade from Gator is going to take down HTZ, and the bomb from Dirty not going to hit, but Booker is waiting with open arms with AK down there. Loons will find Dirty. 10 seconds and the bomb does get planted, but Gainer will come swinging out, find the frag. The Loons will continuously get more kills. Make that jump for this guy. Booker versus Jin. Or King versus Jin. King is down very low, as Jin is going to be there to finalize the kill. That's going to be 8-7 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it was kind of close. I thought it was in the bag for Lazarus, but actually King made it very interesting at the end. Trying to clutch it out where he hasn't been able to so far on this map. But, yeah, very close one. Lazarus barely squeaked by. Once again, going to push into the lead. It's a very close map. I mentioned before how tense it is, how much pressure there is on both of these teams to take this exact map, this exact series. Especially with how just powerful the other teams in the group are. But, yeah, it's anybody's map at this point. Lazarus barely in the lead. But we have had some back and forth rounds at this point in time, some very close ones. Lazarus, they're just going to take their time this time around, as they have been the last 3 or 4 rounds. And I don't mind that. It has been working for them.
It sure indeed has been working for them. And let's see if Lazarus has enough firepower to close this map out in their favor and to close out the series and take it into their hands. Minute 20 left on the clock, and another catwalk set up by TBI, and another catwalk take by Lazarus, but this time they might just nade the heck out of TBI here. Or are they just going to send it? They're just going to send it! This is going to be a slaughterhouse! But Gainer is just not being able to land the shots. This is only going to do so much damage. As Loons just continues to farm the kills, and HTZ spotted King out behind the van. Does whip the shot, but that opens up the room for Loons to start creeping in. Damage is being put out, down to about half. And a couple more bullets will do the work, as Lazarus will pick up that map point. It's going to be 9-7.
That's a massive round for them. They run straight into the stack on Catwalk, and they win the fight. I thought maybe up against the AWP of one of the members of TBI, they would have kind of struggled there at the very end in the 2v2 situation, but it wasn't meant to be. They isolate him, they take him down, and HTZ and Loons get the job done. So now, on match point, going the way of Lazarus. Can they close it out here? Would be a massive win for them if they can get it done against TBI. Once again, they're just going to take it slow, not going to rush anything. This time, we do not see a catwalk stack from TBI. They are just going to play it pretty default.
Yeah, I mean, the stack, only if it works out that all of the 3 players stacking in village, then you do the stack, but you don't want to stack if it failed miserably like last round. But going into the almost the final round of map number 3 already, Gainer gets picked off by Madison, and this is not something TBI wants. This is not written in their books. So, minute left on the clock. Lazarus looking only so strong. They do have a man advantage, and they can always just decide to rush any part of the map here, and looks like Catwalk might be of their choice.
Yeah, well, this has been the angle that's worked for them many a time. King now trying to push out of mid, trying to get information of if this push is coming. Does see a little bit, but has to back away immediately. As Dirty, he has been tasked with holding the catwalk push by himself. Essentially, he's got Booker nearby. Those have been the 2 best members of TBI so far. Really playing with the clock here is Lazarus. 40 seconds, they want to go catwalk, but first it's going to be Vice to push into storage. And he will not quite win that, but okay, yes, Beg will take him down. Dirty also going to hold down catwalk. We might not be done with this map just yet. Shot is going to miss, though, by Dirty. He gets taken down. Booker also isolated and take it out. And now Lazarus, 3v2, they can get this plant down as well.
Oh, King selling his rotations by the Philippines to make that a double. Loons will trade him out, down to a 1v1, but Beg is down super low. Can he bring this into the final round here? 27 seconds and ticking, 20 HP and a dream. Loons, he can play with the clock here. He planted the bomb, he can wait the timer, but Beg, he cannot. He does get on top of the box this year, but eventually, Loons through the box will be able to find the kill. 10-7 to close out Black Widow, and 2-1 for the series. Lazarus will come on top of TBI.
Very, very close back and forth series there. I thought it was going to be a straightforward Lazarus win. It was not. TBI really took them to the wire, down to even the last bunch of rounds. Feels bad for TBI. They put on a great showing, but this time around it will be Lazarus who take the series. So congratulations to them. Now we'll take a look at the highlights. And there you have it. That's how Lazarus were able to get the job done. You see that Loons, the IGL of the team that has been playing for, I think it's 11 years. He puts up a 2.2 KD when they need it most. So, you know, some of the guys on TV were talking about experience. That's experience for you coming in the clutch, as they were able to get the job done against TBI in the third map and give themselves a chance at playoffs. As here is the match result.
10-7 and 6-10 and 10-7, and Kara and Black Widow being picked up by Lazarus will grant the series to the hands and into the shoulders of Lazarus. Definitely some good effort being put out. Port wasn't an easy map for TBI as well, so well deserved for sure, and TBI did put up a really good fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder how Lazarus do feel about that port, as well as Loons is going to be the one who picks up the MVP here. Not a big surprise, especially just the way he was able to play on Black Widow alone. You know, that might be enough to push him over the edge as the lone MVP. So there it is. Loons picks up the MVP. This guy can do it all today, seemingly, for the side of Lazarus. Lead the team, IGL in the games, and then also put up the numbers. So we're going to hear from him now in the interview. As congratulations, Loons, you guys pick up a very important victory over TBI eSports in the 2-1. How do you guys feel about your match today?
We feel happy. What can you say? It's always nice to win a match, especially if it's important.
So now that you have finished the match against TBI and you will have to face against LCK tomorrow, how do you feel, and not only you but the whole team feel to play against LCK with a win behind your shoulders?
I mean, we are confident, of course, but LCK is gonna be really hard matchup. They are the second best team in the region, and it's gonna be tough.
So you guys were kind of taken down to the wire on your map pick of Port. What do you feel, what happened about that Port against TBI? What are you looking to potentially improve on that map going into the future?
I mean, we had, 3 rounds on Blacklist is not too bad. Maybe one more lucky round, it would be 4. It's a good start for GR. But our GR, we got picked off like 3 times in a row, like every round, and that's like really hard on Port if you are numbers down. Yeah, we will figure out. We will watch it and we will check.
You always gotta go back to the demos. But one final question to you as you are leading the team. So we both know that TBI plays down to the wire for the clocks, like rushing onto the bomb site at 10 seconds left on the clock, and like even on the global risk side, they will go for the retake when there's only like 20 seconds left. So, did that build any sort of fake images of the team as you played against TBI? Because, okay, this is what happened. TBI would play very slow for like 3 rounds straight, and then that 4th round, they will just start rushing at the beginning of the round. And did that catch you off guard by any chance?
You're talking about Black Widow on the last map?
Any of the maps, really.
Oh, okay. So we played them like in the last qualifier, and we also pranked against them. They're more random and more faster than they play today. But we knew we know that they have fast tactics, you know. So, but if you're not focused and if you're talking a lot, then sometimes people are not focused enough, and then it happens like on Black Widow. I said maybe 4B, and then instant someone screaming BBB, and then it's over.
Right. Yeah, sometimes that pace can be rough, but you called it excellently, and you had a fantastic series, Loon. So congratulations to you and the team for picking up the victory, and best of luck tomorrow and in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
And that was Loons. Definitely having a big day. Hoping that he can continue with that alongside the rest of the team going into the future matches. But we're halfway done with the day. We have a couple of more best of threes on the way. First one being SSV Clan versus 3BL Esports. So we're going to get into that after a short break. We'll be right back.
Welcome to CFS Esports, where the world's top CROSSFIRE teams come together to compete. Now, let's explore the newly introduced CFS Path for 2024. CFS Path is the journey towards the Grand Finals and consists of two main stages. First, the regional qualifiers, where lower-ranked teams from each regional league's point system compete. Second, the regional finals, where top teams from the regional qualifiers and the top-ranked teams from each regional league's point system fight for the slots in the Grand Finals. Finally, we have the highly anticipated Grand Finals themselves. The journey along the CFS path begins with the regional qualifiers. First, let's take a look at the point standings of the 2024 Regional Pro Leagues, CFVL, CFBL, and CFWL. Based on the point system, teams ranked 5th to 12th will compete in the regional qualifiers. These teams are divided into two groups and compete in a single round-robin format. The top two teams from each group will advance to the regional finals. In the next stage, the regional finals, the teams that will qualify for the grand finals are determined. The regional finals are also divided into two groups, each playing in a single round-robin format. The top two teams from each group will advance to the single elimination playoffs. In the Philippines, 8 teams will compete in a single group, with the top 4 advancing to the single elimination stage to determine the final winner. In North America, teams compete in single elimination for the group stage and switch to double elimination for the playoffs to determine the winner. The China regional qualifiers consist of group stage and the playoffs. Seeds are determined based on the CFPL Season 23 and Season 24 point rankings, with higher scores across both seasons giving teams a better position in the CFS 2024 Regional Finals China. The group stage is conducted in a single league system with a BO1 format. The results of the group stage will determine the playoff seeding. 1. The top 4 teams from the group stage advance to the winner's bracket. 2. The teams ranked 5th to 8th will move to the loser's bracket. 3. The teams ranked 9th and 10th are eliminated. 4. The tournament consists of 3 rounds, with each round determining one CFS seed. The ultimate goal for every team is to reach the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. A total of 16 teams will participate in the Grand Finals. 3 teams from China, 3 from Brazil, 4 from Vietnam, as the winners of CFS SC 2024, 3 from Eumena, 2 from the Philippines, and 1 from North America. From the regional qualifiers to the grand finals, this journey is filled with challenges and fierce competition. The incredible journey of CFS 2024 is about to begin. Join us on this epic path.
Ooh, okay. Nice shot from Michael once again. And man, he's made a lot of good connections on this, but now you just got down to 2 players. Oh, man.
And all of them are. A bit of a change up here, though, I will say. However, they don't expect the flank. Mercs looks for 3, gets 3 as well. You know, surely there's a weekend better spent. Or on the other side, of course, it's where Hadapreps, who knows what's going to happen. Oh, not exactly the easiest thing in the world, that's for sure, but there's a 1-for-1. Make that bone, getting another. Not bad. We're talking about the 6-3. He might just get it here as well. Still a 2 versus 3 in favor of Showtime. Oh, make that 1 versus 3. All down to Josh. He's doing damage, sure, but this is tough. He's low. Why, but GCY will get that kill. Looking for more as well. Lewis up close, spamming. Gonna get a couple. All right. Maybe had a chance to work with. Time is ticking at 15 seconds. Another lot of it to work with. Brando gets tapped down. Close right. So does Hunt. Oh my gosh, all down to one. All down to Famous. If anybody can clutch it up, it would be him. With the stick in the defuse. The stick in the defuse. Michael gonna get on timing. Oh my
really
god.
find out because he's going to get a little bit overwhelmed here, Josh, but at least he finds himself one. But look at Michael. He's just mowing him down, looking for a triple. Yeah, why not? He's just going to take him out. Be able to come clutch into this, and oh, this over peak, oh, this over peak. Oh, he misses the shot, but he's not going to expect this player above him. Surely not. All of a sudden, looks like he has a bit of a spidey sense, but no, now he's about to be a dead man. Unless we see Kai's, unless he over peaks himself. Oh, dear God, Kai's, what are you doing?
Play it, but it will allow them now to kind of take the site and maybe try and work with it. Kai's going to try and come up close. He'll get caught. So will Hunt. And one by one, they're just getting picked off here. Like dominoes, they're dropping.
Really pull off on this. They don't want to go for the fight, but this is a really smart play because, again, they have the number advantage. They're just going to turtle up, and it's just a slaughterhouse in here. The resurrection of them, I have no idea, but not looking good. When Alvin's hitting shots like that, Alvin's just popping off. Alvin's finding himself a double. Make it a triple. Why not?
All game, and you just can't let this happen. It's happened for 3-on.
Yeah, with 20 seconds remaining too, so again, right down to the 2v2 situation. That time is ticking here. You got to get going, and beautiful shots here.
Very least, maybe a sign of things to come. Oh,
What?
double from Gofree. And Gofree's had a real nice couple of moments, and he might be able to add a little bit more. One, but for two. Oh, he's gonna get it. Gofree.
They're in a deficit by 3, so they're beginning to be able to find this opening duel, but can they find the second? Yes, they will. The 1.22, a 1.18. Now we're starting to see everybody contributing. This is what I always, really talk about. Like this right here, the double kill.
Couple of taps around that corner. Again, a little awkward, but there's space to work with GCY. Famous, Brando, all combining. That is a shutdown, a massacre in the... A bit of a move. Time is of the essence. And that's it. Nice shot for him. Parked up for a second as Michael going to try and support as well. And they're both combining. Those double snipers are doing real good work. Oh, and another one from Michael. I mean, this is pretty on this fight. It's going to be a pretty important one. Brando looking for a jump off from the window, but...
Unless LSN can hit this shot, that's going to be the most critical.
Let's see. Swing. LSM. Over towards that backside. Trying to deny them. He's going to get caught. Quick scope going to come through from Kai. Trying to send Kai's in first, which is kind of an interesting decision. Goes 1 for 1. GZY now on towards Steve in this 1 versus 1. 20 seconds basically to work with. Steve tagged and caught on the cross. Yeah, he dips away. He knows there's no kind of onus on him to stick around too much, and he gets to ice another. Looks for one more. Finds Josh. Colt pulled out.
Gonna hunt. He is absolutely gonna hunt. Why wouldn't he? It's Famous. Finds himself that one. He gets a secondary as well.
We are back here at CFS 2024 Regional Finals. We are looking to see who's going to go from Eumena to the CFS Grand Finals later on this year. So far, we've done a couple of best of threes. We've had GV eSports win the first one up against Anubis, and now we had Lazarus win out against TBI eSports in a grueling 3-map bout. But now we're moving on to the third match. And Bench, I don't think this one is going to be as close. What do you think?
Probably not. The third series that's coming up to you guys in just a moment. It's going to be SSV Clan versus 3BL Esports. So we'll have to wait and see what happens, but let's take a look at some of the interviews that these teams got to say.
Hello guys, Kanga here, captain of SSV Clan. It's a nice feeling to be in the regional finals. We was the only team from Open which get out of the groups, and it's a nice feeling to be the top 8 here. For us, in the regional finals, the only strategy will be just aim, hit your shots, that's all. In the regional finals, I think LCK and 3BL Sports will be the hardest team to beat, because even it comes to aim gaming, about hitting his shots, they're really good players in their teams, and yeah, they have much experience. They're the best teams of the Eumena, and yeah, I think they are the hardest teams to beat. I have to say big thank you for my team players, first of all, to Dane, Avin, Ragen and Real, but also big thanks to Ragen. He got much experience. He prepared me as an IGL to this tournament, and also sometimes I went emotional. So Real was here, he talked to me, and one of the good things what Real can do is talking, and yeah, they made us ready to this tournament. I think I talked often about our bad performance in the CROSSFIRE Open League, and I think the best moment was for us just to show everyone that not even an open team is close to our level. And yeah, I think we showed it clearly against Demons and against Soltrex that we are much better than the other open teams. Our region, I think, is not that bad region. I mean, we are maybe far away from the China regions, but I think to the other regions we are close enough and maybe better. To secure the regional finals, it will be a great feeling for us. It's the next goal what we set up, and I think it will be a surprise for everyone. Let's see what we can do. Thank you for the support, guys. Especially Spectro. Keep watching, brother. I will make a great show for you.
Here is SSV, as was mentioned there by Kanga, the only team to make it out of Open and into through the group stage, and definitely some familiar faces. You know, Dane, Real, Ragen. We've definitely seen these guys before in the past. So a new team coming together, trying to make it through the Open, and they have. So definitely the biggest underdogs, I would say, in this tournament. But hey, you never know. Maybe they make some big, some kind of big flair, some kind of big show here.
Exactly, but definitely good to see a team come through Open and all the way into the regional finals. That's what you want to see for a healthy environment and healthy ecosystem for CROSSFIRE. That you have a chance of becoming a pro and be able to touch upon the money being handed out. But for now, SSV, their roster, for me, who's rather newer to CROSSFIRE than you, some names I can recognize, but some names that I don't necessarily recognize, but their stats are very good. I can tell that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, certainly some talented players in this lineup, and I definitely wouldn't count them out just yet. So maybe not so many games that these stats are based off of. Obviously, those are wins for them to get them here at the end of the day. So good stuff from them, but now let's take a look at their opponents, 3BL.
Hello, I'm Snake. I'm playing for 3BL as an in-game leader. We watched our matches from CFS summer and we figured out new play style. We are looking forward to play with it against Eumena teams. I'm excited to play against them as our region getting stronger and stronger by time. In this region, there is no team is unbeatable for us, but we might lose due having bad day or playing bad individually, like what happened against LCK in final playoff season 2. We talk with each other before the matches and during the matches, and we are trying to manage our breathing. Losing from LCK in final season 2, this made us want to improve and fix our mistakes. Actually, every win is important for us in the tournament, because if we miss a match, this will put us in bad situation at the end of the tournament. Thank you for supporting us as always, and we will make you proud, inshallah.
There you have it, 3BL. This is one of the teams that pretty much every team has said is a favorite to win the tournament. So they're really good bench. They are very, very strong.
Their lineup is only so strong. As you can see, Slayer, Tot, Snake, Horus, Snare, and Penguin. But I believe Tot did shorten his name.
Yeah, it used to be Totson a lot of the time.
Yep. So, and have to wait and see what 3BL's got to possibly teach SSV of how fierce the environment is. Caught with that pose. That was neat. Snake's gonna give us that handshake.
See Snaker as well. Give us a little dab. Gotta love it. Slayer. Nice little wave. He says hello.
When does he not say
These
hello?
guys look so innocent for being absolute massacres of the CROSSFIRE West scene. Just insane level of play from them, and you can tell just in the interview as well with Snake that they put a lot of time into trying to improve and really learn from all of their losses. And they said they don't want to lose anything here because even a loss can put them in a bad spot towards the end of the tournament, as it is Dane up against Snare here for the key player matchup.
Yeah, like you said, the numbers don't really matter at this one, at least, because of the stats of SSV is from the open qualifiers and all the way through here. So we'll have to wait and see what Dane's got under his pockets to show us. Snare getting some support from his teammates as well. So let's see what these MVPs, the key players of these two teams, could bring up to the table to entertain not only us, but you guys as well.
Let's take a look at the maps that we have here. Port banned, Eagle Eye banned, Ankara, Subbase coming out. A little bit surprised to not see Compound, but there it is. Going to be left for the end. 3BL 14-1 on Compound, their most successful map, but it's pretty much successful on almost every map, just because they win a lot. So not too surprising, I suppose, at the end of the day. SSV decide to go for Ankara as their first choice against 3BL.
Successful all throughout, I would say. Like you said, Ankara, one of the maps that SSV thinks that they have a good chance of taking it down, but you know, 3BL can always overthrow what SSV thinks. And going into Subbase, this is definitely 3BL's favorite compound. Like you said, the stats are speaking for itself. So I guess for this matchup, it just really comes down to whether if SSV can just hold down 3BL and take map number 1, because otherwise Subbase is going to be a tough one for SSV.
Yeah,
it only still feels like that.
It definitely does. I think, to be honest, though, this might be one of the most one-sided matches we have just on paper. Like, coming into this one, right, we've got one team, some names that you'll know, as we're getting a nice little huddle in here, and just trying to pump each other up before the match. Definitely playing as a team, 3BL might be part of the reason why they're so successful. But that's another story for another time. I think, though, SSV coming in as, you know, the lowest ranked team here, whereas 3BL is the highest ranked team, right? So we're getting this in the group stage. 3BL should be the big favorite, and I think anything that's not a 2-0 for them will be disappointing. So really it's up to SSV as the underdogs to make this more interesting and not give us just a plain 2-0. And that's what I'm hoping for here, Bench.
Yeah, definitely want to see the underdogs perform out and, you know, stab the feet of the king. Take him down is what we want to see. But we'll have to wait and see as the story unfolds between your eyes. As you're just waiting for the players to load up, enter the lobby here. And Kara, which side is going to be 3BL starting? I'm not exactly sure, but
I think it's Blacklist.
What happens is, in the group stages, teams don't necessarily want to reveal their tactics all that much, but if you're SSV, you have nowhere else to go. Your foot is all the way at the edge of the cliff, so there's not enough room for you to do much. So we might be able to see SSV pull out some rather crazy and rather creative tactics coming into Ankara. But let's kick things off right away.
Yeah. As you're mentioning, I think, you know, from SSV's position, they got to bring in something new or just at least more aggressive, right? We're gonna settle Rain right into the garage very early on. Some smokes that are forward, you know, might be a little bit suspicious, and Snake might actually check the garage. Would not be surprised. He's already doing just that. Rain, how aggressive do they want to get, though, is really the question.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and find out. But Rain, whoa, okay, that baits Snake to look towards Rain, and Dane's going to peek out in the right time to find the frag, and that allows Rain to survive one more minute, as rest of 3BL will have to back out. Already at the beginning of the round, oh, they completely flashed. Kanga swings out, finds the frag on the top. Kanga, does he want more? As the rest of 3BL is going to start rotating in towards B, but the C4 is down still towards middle. If Slayer gets caught, then this could be a problem for 3BL for the first round.
Yeah, that looked a little bit iffy there, but he gets in underneath, and Dane is going to have to feel this pressure and be ready for this push. He's the only one on B at the moment. He does have some help from Avin coming on over now, who's going to be looking for this. This shot here from Snare not going to hit. Avin getting a bit low already. Dane with the quick flick. And even a bit of damage there onto Slayer, as they do get the bomb down, but they will not hold onto the site. And SSV will draw first blood in this series by taking down the first round.
All right, already one funky move from SSV, sending Rain out all the way towards the bunker there. And Dane definitely showing why he's the key player for this team. Has picked up 3 frags to open us up for the series. And now moving into round number 2. Let's see what SSV is opting out to do. Rain this time is going to be tucked up and is going to be put right in towards the A-bomb site. And he's going to be the solo anchor holding it down. As we finally see a couple of the players moving in closer towards A. 3BL is going to be sending 3 players outside of A. Not exactly sure what they want to do with it. They don't want to go onto the bomb site that aggressive after losing the first one. That should just take the warning sign on towards the players of 3BL. Okay, SSG has the potential to sting, so they're going to be doing Snare, gets a quick drop with the Dane to open things up, and all of a sudden, 3BL looking to pick up their first round, but minute 30 left on the clock, and still 2 players on each of the bomb site. They might as well hold the bomb sites down.
Yeah, just going 2 and 2. Very common. Only problem with this is that you don't have the third member to rotate over to A when the push eventually does go towards A, which is very common and is the choice here from 3BL. You get enough utility over the top. There's only so much that the 2 guys on A can do. As Avin actually not getting flashed here, but he's not able to line it up. The hit is quick and crisp from the side of 3BL. Kako also going to be taken down, and yeah, real Snare's looking right at that angle. Ooh, nice little shot from him. But
Alright, he's gonna need an ace here.
A lot to do.
4 more kills for him to go if he wants to win the round, and also 3 seconds to tap the bomb. I'm not sure if this is the way to do so. He's gonna go for the vents push. Goes for pot shots, expecting a player to be there, but does he expect Snake to be right side of it. Not at all as Horse peeks out as well, and 3BL is going to be able to find the first round of their own as well.
Yeah, that one very well done. I think if you have Snare on your team, you can kind of just like send him places and he'll go kill people, and then you can just eventually push. I think especially Blacklist and Kara for them should be very strong because of that, because he will oftentimes win the 1v1. And then from there, you can just kind of go for a strong hit onto A, and you're feeling pretty comfortable about your success rate of that strategy in general. Just when you have some, like a singular player that's just that much of a carry, sometimes it just allows you to take advantages like that in your strategy. So, not going to send him off to kill just yet, as nobody actually is going to check him in underneath B at the moment.
That is absolutely true. Rio's going to pick up a knob of his own as well, go for the double ump setup. In the process earlier in the minutes, he did get wall banged through and did lose a bit of his health, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem. The rest of 3BL, like I said, is going to be gathered right out to the mid. The set up is out. It's going to be held down by Kanga. Can he do so? It's going to be the real question here. Flashes are flying left and right. The C4 is going to be the charge. Slayer actually spots Kanga through the gap and smoke there. Barely missing that, but eventually will be able to find the frag. And Slayer continues to find the kills due to smoke. And this is not good for SSV, as the bomb site A only held down by Avin. He does get one. Can he pull up two more? Is the question. No, the box wallbang is too strong. The bomb site is completely taken over. And Dane and Real, with the AWMs even, has to go for pistol to go on a retake. As Dane finds one. But Real in a 1v3 once again, not the best idea. Oh, he does get the drop on Snare. Needs to find two more frags, but 1 HP is not going to cut it. 3BL is going to start leading out 2-1.
Yeah, nicely done there. Once again, just able to push up through the front yard, get a couple of picks, and then immediately go for that hit onto A. Just, it's kind of like a... It's just incredibly crisp, the way that they go for their pushes. Their executions are pretty flawless, and their gunplay also pretty good. Snare is just going to win that fight pretty easily. Had a bunch of teammates, but he didn't need any help, really.
No, not at all. Just he could have done that by himself anyways, so looks like Real is going to go down. And yet again, SSV has to go for that 2-2 split. But this time, they do have a bit more control out towards B-Long, towards the office area, as we do have Dane kind of creeping out. But does he realize Slayer is waiting there?
Well, let's see if this works out as Snare. He is willing to take the fight if necessary. He jumps forward, and he goes down, but his teammate is able to cover for him. And now Avin and Rain, the only two that are left available. Avin knows that this could be going B, but you see that 3BL are actually taking their time. Not going to rush their way in. They're just going to say, okay, we have a big advantage in this round. Let's have nobody get picked off. Let's play it safe. You know, we have Totson moving into A. Doesn't really see anything. And that gives them the information they need. Avin goes down towards B, and Totson just wins this 1v1, and they don't need to plant at all. And the dominance of 3BL is already beginning to show. Yes, the first round did go to SSV, but maybe a bit of a warm-up round.
Possibly. Sometimes it just really comes down to the skill, but Real through the smokes is going to take down Slayer to open up this round. Maybe this might be the chance for SSV to show some sign of life. Bounce it back to 3-on-2, but we'll have to wait and see. As we do have the rest of 3BL just gathered outside of A once again, but this time Avin has a dangerous corner to work with. And we do have Rain on top of the bomb site. The flashes are out. Avin, he is completely flashed, but he springs out, does take a frag. And Morris will come up and over and wrap up the bomb site by himself, take 2 kills. Bomb soon to be planted. A Snare. What is this guy doing through the smoke? Big scopes Real out from the lobby. Hello. What is happening here?
Yeah, this is the level of 3BL that you're witnessing. I mean, Avin, you saw it from his point of view, right? He got flashed, didn't see them. Reacts late, obviously, because it's flashed. As well. Kanga's going to give it the old college try here as he gets his double swung. Dane himself as well going to go down to Horus, who's now 9-2. Yeah, like, they have full vision after the flash goes down. By the way, SSV are taking a timeout here, so we'll have a minute and a half to think about what's going on. But yeah, like, the reaction time from 3BL is just so fast. The two of them immediately swing around, take out Oven, and then Horus is up the stairs before even the second guy realizes they're in the site. It's just the pace of 3BL is so far ahead of SSV right now.
Yeah, like the level of team game 3BL is representing here, it's the top notch of the region, and hence is why SSV is having a hard time. But you know, funky strats worked out first round. Through rounds 2 to 5 did not work out. They did not put out any strats as well, so this timeout might just give them enough room to devise a plan that is not working and change that to something that works and finally pick up a round. There's still 4 more rounds in the first half, and the hope is still up. I mean, sure, 3VO is definitely the upper dog here, but, you know, SSV as an underdog can try things without pressure because they're underdog, and sometimes that's how underdog starts biting into and sting the upper dog there.
Stabbing the feet of the king, I think you said.
Yeah. From down under.
Yeah, from down under. Yeah, you can see here on the side of 3BL, just remaining focused, not too much to say at the end of the day. I mean, it was some pretty straightforward rounds. I like the strategy they're going for. They're not showing too much. It's just pretty basic executions. It's just very overwhelming when they do it that quickly. And that's strong. So we'll see if SSB has an answer. Otherwise, you know, Ankara is definitely one of these maps where I've cast a decent amount of grand finals now where we see the Chinese teams come in and they just pick Ankara and they just rush you over and over.
Oh yeah.
I would not be surprised. Yeah, if 3BL, especially starting off on the blacklist side of Ankara, just begin to do a little bit of that.
Just hit A after A after A.
Yep.
And then once they realize that SSV has like 4 players on it, they just throw a couple flashes and just back out and rush right towards B. Yeah, I can see that happen.
It doesn't really give away much of your strategy for the future, for the playoffs. You know, 3BL are kind of a shoo-in for playoffs, although of course they still have to earn their spot.
They flips the shot. Slayer will take down Kanga in the process. Real almost goes down as well. And it's going to be quickly put down to 4v3, make that almost 4v2.5. As Real eventually goes down, that's a 4v2. C4 gets picked up by Slayer, and at the same time picks up a kill as well, leaving Oven all alone. And I'm pretty sure this round is going to be in favor of 3BL, unless Oven pulls something crazy out of his pocket. Gets 1. Now needs to find 3 more. But can he do it? No, he cannot. And the round is going to go towards the hand of 3BL, as the rounds are now going to be 5-1.
Yeah, 5-1, 5 in a row. SSV did get that first round, but as I mentioned, it wasn't quite as clean. They went for kind of a sneaky play in mid, and 3BL were like, let's just rush him, and Dane was right there and kills. That round looked a lot different from the past 5 that we had in favor of 3BL. Still hoping that SSV can kind of find some footing. You know, they took their time out already, unfortunately for them. I'm sure they would love a second one, but that's not the way this works. And now finally 3BL gonna take a little bit of time to not just rush at them just yet.
So I love how 3BL is playing with tempo and also wallbang's Real down, realizing where he usually stands at. This is how smart 3BL is at this game. And now Real can't repick because now he's down to about 10 health. Not even 10, about like 5 health there, so 12 actually, but any bullet will do justice, and exactly does Horse. And all of a sudden, B is completely open, and look, SSV's all tucked in A, and they have no intention to rotate out from A and send it to B because they know there's a player right outside of A as well. So all of these information game, from small things to big chunks, is completely overwhelmed by 3BL.
Yeah. I was thinking maybe Totson would poke in A, but instead he's just going to rotate over, show some respect to the 2 guys that are on A. Unfortunately, those 2 guys on A might not help against the push that is about to hit B. As Dayton's underneath, and it looks like Konga's just going to hold down the site. The other two guys, Rain and Avin, that are on A, not going to be able to do too much. The flash is perfect. They get in onto the site. They take down Konga. Dane is underneath as Horus goes hunting, and that is what he does best. He's going to pick up a 2K, and I mean, this is quite the landslide at this point in time. Nice little shot there from Avin to get 1 kill onto Snare. But at the end of the day, it's just another round that goes in the hands of 3BL.
And so far, it only so feels that 3BL, like you said, is only utilizing very basic strats, nothing sending flanks or anything. It's like, alright, let's go A. Alright, let's go B. Alright, let's go down towards middle.
Yeah, it's more so just utilizing like individual skill to like, you know, outmaneuver, outpace their opponents.
Yeah, like if a player finds an opening, then alright, sure. If that opening is down towards middle, alright, let's go down towards middle. If it's down towards A, definitely hit A. That's what they're doing. So
yeah,
it's just relying on gunplay. I would say not a bad thing if you're able to, you know, treat the other team like a toddler.
Well, that's one way to put it. Certainly the pressure is, it's overwhelming at this moment. But you can see what it has done as well as they just have a couple of guys passively on A. They don't have a lot of information. They have Real out here in office, but oftentimes the guy in office, Real, he's been trying to see what he can see, trying to take some pot shots with the Alm, but he just gets poked out and isn't really able to hold his post very well. And now, as we can see, Horus just going to push through mid. Konga is ready for this. He is going to... Okay, just going to run by him. Will Horus does eventually go down. And now the push actually comes into A before they're ready for it. The rotation not quick enough. And already 3BL are on the site.
Bomb will be planted any moment here soon. The retake. Real on the flank. Being watched by Tot too, so we'll have to wait and see what SSV wants to do. Having two players will risk spawn Dane with his pot shot's not gonna hit either. The double Alm setup is not working out, I would say. Drop the Alm from Real and have Dane play it, or maybe have only Real play it, but Dickerson is back on. Avin will quickly find a frag or two, and Totson just completely obliterates the final three players of SSV by himself. So that's going to be a quick 7-1 here.
Yeah, 7-1, the score line, and it's 7 in a row as well. SSV, that was basically the closest round we've seen after the first one, obviously. And it was pretty decent. I feel like Real was able to actually get a lot of information from Office. He was able to hold his post. So eventually when the push came through mid and A, they were kind of ready for it. So it really gave them a fighting chance. But unfortunately, this time around, Dane gets picked off in mid, and now you're missing a lot of information from him.
Horus needs to stop. What I'm saying is, he basically ran peek into Dane, who was holding mid.
That's
with
what
an
he
AWM.
does. Yeah.
And just tap him off for the lobby armor. You should be SSV, but this might just be the first round that they're able to, you know, like start building up some scores. This is the last round, first up, anyways. Kanga finally, it's Avin finally picking up a kill onto Snake to leave Totson all alone, but Totson, he had a huge 1v3. Make that 1v2 now. Like a quick headshot to Rain. Avin down super low, but does peek out, does find the headshot. 3BL is going to lose their second round. It's going to be a 7-2 on the scoreline, as now we are switching sides and be moving into the second half of the first match.
Yeah, as you mentioned, you know, Horus kind of just running down mid, headshotting Dane, and unfortunately it felt like, you know, after that they were like, okay, we have the lead, let's just kind of push in, and immediately SSV shut that down. So that's what can happen. 3BL not trying to show a lot, and SSV are able to claim another round based off of just some pickoffs in mid when 3BL are rushing a little bit. But I think we can all feel kind of where the momentum still is. Will be interesting to see what SSV can get going on the Blacklist side, though.
I don't want to say that 3BL is disrespecting SSV. Like,
no,
of course, every player and every team respects each other in the CROSSFIRE, but it feels like 3BL is playing out of a systemated, automated set of plays that's written in a book, like as if they're doing chores. Like once you wake up in the morning, you brush your teeth, and you wash your face, you take a shower, and you go to work. That's what they're doing. All right,
Sure.
round started. Peek out towards A. If there's nobody, push out a little bit further, and swing out towards A long. If you find the kill, call your teammates. That's what they're doing. It's almost programmed into the system. So, and so far the first 9 rounds have been played in that manner. No critical changes or strategic maneuvers has been put into it. So, let's see if SSV can, you know, possibly push 3BL further to make them go back to their strategic books and pick something out of it.
Yeah. Really, the task will be for the other teams in this tournament to try to, you know, glean whatever information they can from these matches, because as you mentioned, it's kind of programmed, it's mechanical, right? They're just kind of pushing an SSV, taking rounds, and not really showing too much. But I suppose some of the best strategists on some of the other teams will be able to still gain some information based off of this match. We'll see if they can do so in some future matches for 3BL. And Snare's going to be spotted. Do you double peek into Snare? It's actually Snare is just going to back off.
Yeah,
Not willing
3BL
to,
is going to be playing this one quite passive.
Yeah, and yeah, instead it's just a push towards A, and there's only Totson up there.
But why does it only so feel like Totson could just hold this one down by himself?
He might just go for, you know, a back off and then maybe a retake with his team.
But he's going to play the new box. Gets one, makes that a double for this guy, and the 3rd kill with the pistol. Somehow he's looking for his 4th. Ovid defense is going to be teamed up by Snake. So, like I said,
yeah. No,
you were just manhandled by 3BL.
You were right, Bench. I'm sorry. Maybe he can just hold by himself. I mean, the rotation came in so quickly, too. Like,
yeah.
Really props to Horus to get there immediately. But the fact that Totson as well was just able to hold the corner and really not get pressured out and just do the amount of damage and the amount of kills that he got was kind of insane. So, again, just looking at the replay, able to spray, gets some support from Horus, gets the 3rd kill with the pistol, and essentially just cleans up the stairs by himself.
Looks like SSV is not going to drop their double arm setup. Rail's going to still hold on to it. To salt the wound even more, the nade from, I believe it was Horse. Takes down Real. Is going to be Snare. So down and dusted he goes. And 3BL is going to have a good information of where the angle of attack is going to come from for SSV.
All right, well, SSV trying to push through spawn, but Snake is there. You know, Horus had a lot of success doing that, but not the same here on the side of SSV, as he will be cleaned up. And again, 3BL are just that fast. I mean, they move in, and it's like a swarm of bees. You try to get away, but immediately you're just hunted down by, it feels like, the entire team. So just the pace of this team, they're just so clean, so crisp. SSV, unfortunately, not able to keep up at the moment, as now they're just going to swing in a mid. Out goes Horus. That is what he does. He just kind of runs at you. And Slayer's going to go in. The rest of the team is there as well. 3BL, they're done with this map. They want to go on a map too.
This is almost as if a scene from Garfield right here.
That's it.
Comes in and goes. 3BL is going to be able to secure map number 1 of Ankara in their pocket in a 10-2. So, one of the fastest maps being cleared out. And yeah, we're just going to be waiting until Subbase comes into play. And this is 3BL's map too. So SSV is going to have to rethink, use this downtime to themselves.
I mean, based on what we saw, like, they had some good moments, right? They got that first round, but yeah, we'll see if they can get something going in map 2. For now, let's just take a look at the highlights. Well, that was map number 1. Ankara going heavily in favor of 3BL. To be honest, Bench, I mean, this is kind of what we expected, right? We talked about this at the top of the match. 3BL, the big favorite to win this entire thing, whereas SSV is the main challenger, the lowest rank of all the teams, and unfortunately for them, not able to show enough. At least they got the 2 rounds against 3BL.
Yeah, the numbers put out for Forrest is absolutely insane. 3.00 and the rest of his team, except I believe Snare was above 2 or 1.5. Snare himself put to 1.0 as it was 2. Of course, it was 10-2 for the scoreline. So let's see if Subbase is going to be yet another lopsided landslide happening for 3BL, or can SSV come back from that loss, lick their wounds, and you know, bite the back, take us to map 3, because I want to see some compound too.
Yeah, I mean, would be nice, and it would be a great story to follow if SSV actually put on a
fight.
Yeah, a fight against 3BL. But let's see what the sub base is going to look like at first. As SSV, they're going to start here on the blacklist side. Their choice, as well as 3BL's map choice. Generally feel pretty good on the blacklist side of this map. But now trying to push the blockers. They run straight into Slayer and Horus and Totson. And they're going to rethink that pressure.
They're going to rethink that pressure for sure. Real actually finds the drop from Horus, who has been poking, prodding, sniffing everywhere with his nose at. And Horus does go down, but Real took a bunch of damage in the process. So 3v4, but you never know what could happen. We do have only Snake holding down towards A and kind of having Slayer kind of peek out towards middle. He's going to be looking in towards vents, or is he going to jump check this? Oh, he does! Kanga at risk.
Kanga knows there's not much for him to do except try to hold his position and see if Slayer peeks him again, but already the damage being a bit done to Kanga.
I mean, it's not bad for Kanga at all. But the push is coming. Snake, he's going to hold this one down by himself, gets a double kill, leaving Kanga all alone. We'll have to jump down from vents, but yeah, what I was going to say was, as long as Kanga keeps Snake busy there, then it's good for his team because they have a man advantage, but
yeah,
at the end of the day, it didn't matter. Kanga found the kill. Down to Dane versus Slayer 1v1. Dane, AWM, can he land those shots? This is going to be the real question. 30 seconds and ticking. As Slayer, he's going to be flanking out towards A-Long. Ooh, this is going to be a tough ball. As Slayer quickly finds a bullet in the head of Dane. We'll have more than enough time to defuse the bomb, and the first round of Subbase will go towards 3BL.
Yeah, good timing from Dane to check, but honestly, I mean, Slayer's going to come at you extremely fast. If you don't hit that first shot, you're basically dead, which is exactly what happened. Slayer able to hunt him down with the quick rotation around towards A stairs. But another close round, you know, definitely could have been SSVs. I like the way they were able to handle the middle parts of that round. You know, Kanga up in the vents, as you mentioned, even Real in kind of that wonky spot in hallway, really kind of throwing a curveball towards 3BL in a couple of places where perhaps they weren't able to expect their presence. So, nicely done by SSV, but unfortunately for them, the score still not going to go their way.
Score still not going to go their way for sure. As this time around, SSV play pretty quietly and passively, tucked up in towards their spawn, something you don't want to see on the blacklist side. You want to gain more ground, even if it meant you lose a player, because when it comes to FPS, and tactical FPS especially, you want to control as many areas as possible. And for now, we do have somewhat of an aggression coming out from Kanga. Now the aggression down towards this double doors is going to come through. Snare's going to continue to name the platform. This is going to hurt the heck out of SSV. Snake just swings out, gets a kill. Snare swings out, gets a kill. And Totson as well will find the piece of his own as well.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to come at 3BL real quick, but the push was red, and something I really am noticing all the time is the second the push is coming in, 3BL immediately reacts, and everybody rotates in position to deal with it. The reaction time is pretty much the best we've seen so far, at least today. So, yeah, pretty difficult to deal with. SSV going for that computer's push. Doesn't work. Here comes Real trying to push through the vent, hoping that someone goes for a peek.
And what I feel like is that on the Blacklist side, double especially for sub base, is not the most ideal setup to take. I would rather take a shotgun, even on the Blacklist side, to, you know, find more close quarter combats, rather than a double only because the map being so compact. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see if Real can put that onto a good use. Of course, on Ankara was alright, but I'm pretty sure sub base is probably not the most ideal map to do so.
Yeah, I think if you're on GR, it's okay, but on Blacklist, definitely does feel like more of a stylistic choice from
Especially
the side of SSV.
you're going against 3BL. You need more firepower to break through the defense. So you need more gun players, as in terms of rifle players, to just run in and be the meat shield for your team.
Well, Dane, I'm comfortable with him keeping the on.
Oh, me too. I'm for sure
yeah.
with it too.
He's the guy, I think. I don't think he would be the one to swap off, but either way, Thompson trying to feel the pressure from Lockers. Real also going to get the shot, though.
Finally.
And there it is. I mean, he's getting value at least. Snare and Slayer trying to hold it down. Snare, though, does get isolated. It's all up to Slayer. He already has a couple of kills. As now the plant will come down. He has to go 1v2. Not the easiest ask, as he will be spotted. Not shot down, though.
Alright, still has to actually work with Dane with a good angle he was holding. He's going to find the frag, and finally, SSV is going to find the first round of their own. Well, it's going to be 2-1. And Real got a kill, but the credit is definitely given to Dane, holding it down by himself and finding the opening frags onto the round as well. So, yeah, the alms are definitely put to good work here. And moving into round number 4, we're looking at some early double door aggression from 3BL. Horse is going to be tossing the flash through the window of the gap of the doors, and Snake just seeing in towards vent, see if he can take some pot shots or not. Just tests the water and doesn't really want to give away any sound information inside of SSV.
Definitely fair, as here comes SSV. They push on through, but Thompson, doesn't matter. If he doesn't have vision, he'll just shoot you anyway. Does get the kill. And that pressure in the lockers hasn't necessarily worked unless Dane, you know, is kind of in there already and gets the pot shot, the snipe down. But that's not what we saw this time around. Is Dane going to be spotted hopping through? Definitely more focus put onto lockers this time after the last round from 3BL. And you see even Horace is pushing up into A road, up the stairs. He's getting some good information. They know that this is probably going to be a B hit. Although, as we know, SSV do not have the bomb and haven't made a full decision just yet.
Yeah, well, looks like they're going to swing. Dane does find a kill, but Snare swings out, gets a frag of his own as well. And Rain does find the refrag, but the timer has ticked down to a minute mark here. The C4 all the way out in machine rooms, only going to burn the clock down for extra 15 seconds. And the process Real to find the frag. Yes, he does on Snare. Of course, he's still alive. And he is up on top of A Heaven, but looks like he's looking to rotate back down towards B. He does find a couple bullets onto Real, but his position should be given away. Can SSV make things work? No, they can't. Kanga in a duel now.
This is the way that Horace plays. More aggression. Unfortunately for him, you know, the plant comes down and he's got to deal with the crossfire from two different sides, and eventually he does get taken down. Just too low on health to pull off the 1v3. But already, SSV, a couple of rounds under their belt. Definitely looking better than Ankara so far.
And definitely a lot of effort by Real, picking up frags after frags. Critical frags, too.
Yeah, right after we were like, oh, you know, I'm not sure. Maybe this is just... No, he's like, I'm just going to get 4 kills.
I'll get it done.
The caster blessing.
Oh, yeah.
Right? He had to prove it to us and to the fans.
And now, because we say it, I don't want to get there.
Nah.
Oof, that was close. That was very close. Minute 40 onto the clock, and what does 3BL want to do from the defensive angle? They are going to be sending the rotation any moment soon. Real starts off nicely, but is eventually traded out by Snare. Kanga springs out from vents and does open the A bomb site. But the rotation from Totson is arriving with Slayer coming through as well. Let's see if Kanga gets him down. He gets one. He gets a second kill. And now that leaves Horse all alone to a 1v4. Sending a full wide rotation down super low. Alright, SSV now starts leading out 3-2.
SSV in the lead, and some tricky plays to get it done. I mean, you think about the last round, but also, well, 2 rounds ago, but now also this past round where they had 2 guys in vents, and just a lot of noise being made by Real, but also those initial shots that are still being hit. And then you've got like the tricky second man coming out of the vents, just really unexpected. Snare totally getting caught, as it was very unexpected. But this time around for 3BL, they are able to take out Real. So definitely going to make things a bit easier on them moving into the 6th round. They take him out towards the lockers area. Looks like he wanted to be the one who pushed out there, as it was normally Dane who was checking that angle. And so SSV will be forced to move towards A.
Absolutely forced to move down towards A. And we're going to be looking at Horus trying to hold this one down by himself. Let's see if he's capable of doing so. Going to go for that jiggle shoulder peaks. Does have a flash in hand, and smoke in hand to possibly stop the early aggression coming through. But SSV's going to full send this one with the pop flash. He's going to push us out. Mid-cross goes down to Snare. And Horus, still being that anchor, is going to hold the bomb site down with the support of his teammates. Eventually went down, but that bought enough time for the rest of his team to rotate in. And Rain is going to get completely blinded. Soon we will be out from the game.
He's like, please let me follow my teammate. Nope, not going to happen. 3 guys swarm in, as now Dane going for the very quick rotation all the way towards B. Not going to expect that, but he does go down. Dane taking no damage, actually. Has an opportunity now to plant. Especially with an Alm in hand, this is, I mean, I say it's not a bad position, but actually Snare's already getting the flank towards lockers. So he's going to have to deal with multiple different angles if he wants to defend this.
Ooh, that was close. It's one. Now he has to worry about another player right behind him. Slayer's just going to wrap it up, though. The bomb will be defused. Tied back on 3-3.
Yeah, and for 3BL, I'm sure they're pretty grateful that that didn't get any further out of hand, because yes, they are the expected, favorites in this match, but you give SSV a couple of wins here and there, all of a sudden they get more and more confident. Any team can pull off big upsets in this tournament if you give them enough room. So able to tie it up is 3BL. As here comes SSV aggressive once again. Will they actually commit to this? Yes, they absolutely will. Just jumping through the smoke. And now Slayer put under fire. Lots of members able to get in there. They take him out. As Snake does get the one, but it's all actually going the way of SSV. Nice little push into the hallway now, in towards the B site where they will get the plant down.
They will get the plant down, and Real's going to find the double kill to wrap the round up. And SSV showing what they've got and how they made into finals by taking a lead against the team of 3BL. And round number 8, we got 2 more rounds left in the first half. Snare have not been hitting that double door shots recently, at least for this match. We'll have to wait and see if we can do so. Snake is going to find a shot to Real. We were smoking. Rain will also find a break. Kanga adds onto that too. Okay. That's looking very strong right now. Totson, the last player alive, will be rotating back in towards A. The C4 is moving into plant. But 1v4 and a dream. Does he realize Rain is behind his backs? No, he does not. SSV looking to close the first half out in a huge favor.
Yeah, I mean, strategically, I really like the way that they're executing. And, Okay, well, we have another fight here in the machine room as in goes Horus, extremely aggressive, finally takes out Real, who's hiding behind it, and SSV, they're going to take the fight to them. Unfortunately, Snake is going to pretty much clean it up, although a couple of kills do go back to Rain and Dane, who will remain here in the machine room. Snare, nice angle here. Let's see if they expect this.
He finds that Totson links from the side, will be able to find the frag, eventually saving his teammate. Dane now has to go for that recovery mission on towards the C4, but teammates are flying left and right. It's like the first half is going to be a 5-4, although SSB having 5 rounds on the first half. Will they be able to double that and make a 10? Take map number 2.
Yeah, I mean, it might be a bit rough for SSV from the GR side of this map. I am very curious to see what the play will be for SSV, because strategically from the Blacklist side of Subbase, there are a lot of ways to get, you know, fantastic rotations and very nice aggressive plays. And we saw that a lot from SSV. They came into this map very prepared, obviously, as their executions were very crisp. But now from the GR side, I do wonder if maybe 3BL just begin to run away with this map, as we know how quick they can be, and I'm sure Horus is going to have better than 2 and 8 once he gets to entry a little bit more, as he will from the Blacklist side.
I feel like 3BL is going to play this one out more cautiously now that they're around down. Playing fast generally means you're risking a lot more, so by playing time, you are waiting for the utilities of the enemy team to be dried out, and once those smokes, once those flashes are dried out, then now it becomes an aim deal, which 3BL should more than definitely be comfortable with. So they're going to burn the clock down, and here comes the push coming, shut down for the Angle finds one, but gets traded out. Rain has arrived to force the support, but he can find the frag of his own. No, he cannot. Pops up with a double and make that a triple for this man. Takes out the pistol, going for the fourth. A bit. He has to land the shots. No, he cannot. 4K for Totson. Now we are tied back on 5-5.
Yeah, you can see Horus. He was the tank. He went in and took a lot of the focus, and then immediately Totson was given room to just light everybody up. So there you have it. The executes, the fast executes that come out from 3BL that you would expect. Once again, showing themselves in the first round of their Blacklist side. Snare just posting up, watching towards the hallway, and was just ready for any rotation that would come through. So very nicely done from 3BL. And SSV, I think you gotta expect that kind of pace once again. Happened a lot on Ankara. We saw 7 rounds go the way of 3BL's Blacklist side on Ankara. And here on Subbase, you can expect more of the same.
Yeah, and you're absolutely correct. And this time, they're looking to go down towards B. This is Real with a double arm setup. This is too loud at the wrong time. And Snare does not miss those chances. Quick 0.1 second quick scope. That's the fastest you can get. And Totson as well. Just
he knew
it all along the way. Yep, Rain was caught.
Yeah, I mean, just getting the reads on exactly where these guys are. I love that play through lockers as well. You send the first guy jumping through, distract the sniper, send in Snare the second, and he lights him up. He will not miss those very often. Now Dane and Oven kind of getting lost, and they will be taken down. And that's going to be 3BL taking the lead for the first time since round 4, I guess, or 3-ish. So SSV have been in control, but I can kind of feel the tides turning.
Tides are turning for sure. As 3BL is now going to be on the lead, and yet again another fast aggression down towards A. Manga calling his pants down. He's going to be able to reposition himself, get some frag, make that a double, and almost a triple kill. But Totson was there to refrag him out. 3BL smartly repositions themselves. Don't want to aggress down towards the bomb site just yet. Goes down back towards the middle. And let's see what they're willing to do here, as we have Slayer kind of poking, prodding towards Machine and possibly catch and gain the information that B is a little bit vulnerable, rather compared to that of A.
Yeah, I don't even blame SSV for a bit of an overcommittal on A. But at the same time, you're exactly right. But Real is able to hold it down. He's got DK, and now he's got teammates. And he says, well, the hell of the teammates, I'll get it done by myself. Dane does come in and picks up a headshot himself to tie things up. It's 6-6. And if you remove the nameplates, yes, 3BL from the Blacklist side might be more comfortable, but still anybody's map from here.
Just waiting for Horus to wake up, I would say.
Yeah. He didn't have a very fun time on the GR side.
No, not
Had
at all.
some moments, like some okay moments, but yeah, definitely the main entry man that you can expect to show up big from the
Now,
Blacklist.
give this man what he wants, and let's see what he's capable of doing. So, Snare as well, just the double door shots weren't in his favor. Back on the Gold Risk side, so let's see if switch up the sides, help him out. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Yet again, crossing back towards A, it looks like. Last time around, completely halted by Kanga. But this time, Snake will tap him out and quickly keep down his 3B on the bomb site. Zane and Real smoked off. Won't be able to provide much of a stopping force as Rain even goes down.
Yeah, and I mean, from here, getting those couple entry kills right on the A site, it's going to be rough for SSV, especially because there's so much utility left over. Like, nobody can see anything. All of the windows are smoked up. A bunch of utility left over here on the side of SSV, but they got to charge in with Dane with an Alm in his hand. There's so many guns facing them. Not much they can do in that scenario. So 3BL back in the lead. And back in the driver's seat of this series. 7-6. But it has been a relatively fast map as well. As here comes Real. Very nice flick. Just going to take down Horus.
Quick flick and is going to be able to fall back without losing his own life. Snare, though, leading the charge is going to be Snake. Going down, gets tapped up by Rain. So all of a sudden, we might be able to see a tie come out. As we say that, Totson's going to find a fragment to Ovid to open things back up, and he's he doesn't stop. The smoke doesn't stop him. He goes towards middle. The duel with Rain eventually goes down to Snare and a 1v4. The pistols are good from Real. And we are tied back to 7-7.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it kind of does feel like 3BL are kind of just running at them, and SSV are just ready for it. You know, they're rotating very quickly themselves. They got a couple of guys on off angles down on the bottom. Now Real's picked up the Ulm once again. He's going to get another initial kill and take out Snare. Very big trade in their favor. Yes, 3BL were in the driver's seat, but it feels like the drivers are changing very often in this car.
Who's the shotgun? We'll have to wait and see.
I don't know.
But even for 3BL, they would rather want to close this series out 2-0 because they don't want to lose. Eventually, those the kill differences and map differences are big when they do end up tying with a different team. But for now, quick trades are coming through. Slayer with a wide peek completely takes Dane off guard. Vin does go down to Slayer as a double kill comes through for him. Eventually is halted by Rain. Down to a 2v2. Plenty of time left onto the clock. And the bomb now gets planted. Now, the no-no's going to take Rain out. Kanga goes down, and like you said, driver's seat, 3BL now.
Yes, we have switched drivers again, and I really like that from 3BL. They noticed that Real's been playing here at the boxes. They just get a smoke in his face, and they send Horus to go kill him. And yeah, they have to trade 1-for-1, but you take out Real, who's kind of got the hot hands on the side of SSV. You know where he's going to be playing, more likely than not, and you isolate him, you trade 1-for-1, and that's a trade up for the side of 3BL. So I think that's a really good call from the side. Probably Snake or maybe somebody else pointing that out, and they're able to isolate and kill him and eventually get the job done. Slayer very good on the entry kills himself in that one. So now the snipers have changed position. It's actually Real who's at the hallway, and it's Dane who's looking at the double doors.
Real's gonna continue to show why he has picked the over whatever he's doing right now. Finds the pick onto Horse. showing some signs of life was Horus last round and was able to pick up a couple kills of his own. But this time, the frustration is going to build into his pockets. Going down first, minute left on the clock, and 3BL is going to be sending it towards Machine. The C4 is given. And rest of SSV just not ready. Snare completely catches Real off guard and continuously putting the damage. Is going to be 3BL leaving Kanga and Rain to do all the work here. So finally we might be able to see a tie not come up, or
looks like maybe the drivers are going to stop switching for now. Oh, the flash timing right as they try to push through, and now just a couple more kills. And now we've got match point for the side of 3BL. It was a bit painful for them to get here. I think SSV really put up a great fight here on subbase. But at the end of the day, it's just one round away, and 3BL will be moving on to a 2-0 victory.
2-0 is what 3BL is willing to do, and SSV, they are just, they need a map point. So Rain's gonna open things up nicely. Frag onto Horse. That stops and takes away a lot of entry force away from 3BL, especially now, especially that 3BL is on the blacklist side. And for now, 3BL going for some watches on the mains. Not going to connect yet. B is left open once again, but this time Dana is going to be crouch peeking with 9 HP. Let's see if he's able to find a frag onto Snare the moment he swings. No, it's going to be Snare just so much better here. Somehow!
I mean, he's done that like
quick scope headshot with a player crouch peeking from silo. Get out of here.
He's done that like 3 or 4 times already on this map. Like, he's one of the snipers, one of the only snipers that I can see actually doing that. And he's like, here, watch, let me do it again. And there's, even if you can expect it, you can't really deal with it anyway. He's just that good.
No, he's literally screaming, deal with it.
Yeah. And now the rotation comes in. There are a couple of guys over here as Rain makes his way over on time. Kanga makes positioning as well, but will it be enough is the question. Snake will go down. And now it's only Snare.
1v3 and a dream. There's one. 40 seconds, he needs to find 2 more.
1v2 in a dream?
1v2 in a dream? Not a dream! A bin. Snare. Okay.
And, I mean, all you gotta do is, they're just throwing flashes at the guy who's got a sniper rifle in a 2v1, but you gotta do what you gotta do. And SSV will keep it interesting. 9-8. We're not done just yet. Still potential for overtime. If 3BL can't close it out here. Ooh, that's a bunch of damage on a Dane. Now they know that Real is in. They're able to isolate and take him out. Dane as well goes down to Horus, and Horus says, what was that about me being quiet this map? Well, he was until this moment.
Until this moment. And gets a double kill to open things up, and now funny ideas from Rain. He's going to start going aggressive, but let's see if that's going to pay off. In the meantime, to be aggression coming through. Avin sprays out 1. That's going to be a Horse going down. But the rest of 3BL has rotated out from B. And Avin's going to go aggressive in towards Machine. I don't know if he can take C4 down. If he does so, this could be the overtime for SSV. But for now, the C4 will retreat safely.
Snare.
Oh, Snare. Oh my god, what are you doing, Snare, you cheeky. There we go. And the pot shot. All right, great. Are you gonna stay? Are you gonna stay alive, or? Oh, the bomb gets planted now. Looks like that number 2 may just go in favor for 3BL. Timer ticking down. Rain and Avin has full HP, but has no utils whatsoever except 1 flash.
Just gotta throw it and send it. And that's exactly what they're gonna do, but Snare is still alive, and that's not gonna give you a good shot. As Snare will go down, but 16 seconds, 1v3, it's not gonna happen. 3BL, they play with their food quite a bit. SSV doing a fantastic job to play with 3BL so close on that map, but it was not enough. 3BL will take down the 2-0.
At least. Although it's 3BL to close the series out 2-0, I would say SSV did put out a good fight on map number 2. for sure. It's almost going to the over the sun. I mean, these guys don't look defeated at all. Like, they still have their spirits up.
Yeah. Well, we're going to take a look at the highlights, and we'll come back to you with the interview. Well, this second map was much closer as SSV was able to put up some good numbers and nearly brought us to overtime, but eventually 3BL had enough and they were able to take down Subbase, their map pick, and also take the 2-0 in the series.
I mean, if SSV could push 3BL a little bit further, like that 10-8, then if they play against the lower teams, then they may even have a chance to take a map away. But the match result, 10-2 on Ankara and 10-8, very close one on Subbase. As 3BL is going to be able to close the series out 2-0, although it could have been going into the map number 3.
We'll take a look at the MVP here. It is going to be Taunt, who does pick up a 1.8 KD. And obviously some big numbers over the course of the two maps, especially that first one, which was White, the barn burner. So we'll take a look at his highlights here. Totson having a crazy series, especially that first map, as everybody really put up some big numbers. Also had the most on that second map. But let's hear from him now, as we do have Tot standing by. Congratulations on the 2-0 victory. How do you feel about taking down SSV, and how do you feel about your guys' play today?
Hello everyone. I think we feel fine because we won 2-0 today. We played good today.
Oh yeah.
We're looking for tomorrow. We play against Anubis. It will be a good match.
Yeah, definitely congratulations on your first series win here. Of all the teams that are in this regional finals, which team do you think has a good chance of winning against you, or the team that you're most worried about?
Maybe LCK, because they are good too and good team. They have good IGL and good players, so I love to play against them.
Makes sense. I mean, you guys definitely seem like the two favorites in the tournament. So after taking down SSB pretty easily, obviously you guys are doing very well this year. What is your final goal for this year? Do you want to just make grand finals, or what do you think is your highest potential placement at grand finals if you do make it?
No, maybe we need to beat a Chinese team. We need to do this. Yeah.
All right. Well, looking forward to seeing if that.
If we did this, we will maybe we'll win the CFS. So we hope.
All right. Well, best of luck to you on that, and also in the rest of the regional finals. Thank you, Todson, for the interview, and congratulations on the victory.
Thank you.
And yeah, great to hear from Todd. Obviously pretty happy with the 2-0. They're playing well today. Looking forward to their match against Anubis tomorrow. But that was the third match. We do have one more left. It is going to be LCK up against unKnights, which should also be a very close bout between those two teams. But we're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back with that fourth match. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to CFS eSports, where the world's top CROSSFIRE teams come together to compete. Now, let's explore the newly introduced CFS Path for 2024. CFS Path is the journey towards the Grand Finals and consists of two main stages. First, the regional qualifiers, where lower-ranked teams from each regional league's point system compete. Second, the regional finals, where top teams from the regional qualifiers and the top-ranked teams from each regional league's point system fight for the slots in the Grand Finals. Finally, we have the highly anticipated Grand Finals themselves. The journey along the CFS path begins with the regional qualifiers. First, let's take a look at the point standings of the 2024 Regional Pro Leagues, CFVL, CFBL, and CFWL. Based on the point system, teams ranked 5th to 12th will compete in the regional qualifiers. These teams are divided into two groups and compete in a single round-robin format. The top two teams from each group will advance to the regional finals. In the next stage, the regional finals, the teams that will qualify for the grand finals are determined. The regional finals are also divided into two groups, each playing in a single round-robin format. The top two teams from each group will advance to the single elimination playoffs. In the Philippines, 8 teams will compete in a single group, with the top 4 advancing to the single elimination stage to determine the final winner. In North America, teams compete in single elimination for the group stage and switch to double elimination for the playoffs to determine the winner. The China regional qualifiers consist of group stage and the playoffs. Seeds are determined based on the CFPL Season 23 and Season 24 point rankings, with higher scores across both seasons giving teams a better position in the CFS 2024 Regional Finals China. The group stage is conducted in a single league system with a BO1 format. The results of the group stage will determine the playoff seeding. 1. The top 4 teams from the group stage advance to the winner's bracket. 2. The teams ranked 5th to 8th will move to the loser's bracket. 3. The teams ranked 9th and 10th are eliminated. 4. The tournament consists of 3 rounds, with each round determining 1 CFS seed. The ultimate goal for every team is to reach the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. A total of 16 teams will participate in the Grand Finals. 3 teams from China, 3 from Brazil, 4 from Vietnam, as the winners of CFS SC 2024, 3 from Eumena, 2 from the Philippines, and 1 from North America. From the regional qualifiers to the grand finals, this journey is filled with challenges and fierce competition. The incredible journey of CFS 2024 is about to begin. Join us on this epic path.
this. And, ooh, okay. Nice shot from Michael once again. And, man, he's made a lot of good connections on this, but now you just got down to 2 players. Oh, man.
And all of them are. A bit of a change up here, though, I will say. However, they don't expect the flank. Mercs looks for 3, gets 3 as well. You know, surely there's a weekend better spent. Or on the other side, of course, it's where Shadow Player 2 knows what's going to happen. Oh, not exactly the easiest thing in the world, that's for sure. But there's a 1-for-1. Make that bone, getting another. Not bad. We were talking about the 6-3. You might just get it here as well. Still a 2 versus 3 in favor of Showtime. Oh, make that 1 versus 3. All down to Josh. He's doing damage, sure, but this is tough. He's low. Why, but GZY will get that kill. Looking for more as well. Lewis up close, spamming. Gonna get a couple. All right. Maybe with a chance to work with. Time is ticking there, 15 seconds. Don't have a lot of it to work with. Brando gets that down. Close right. So does Hunt. Oh my gosh, all down to 1. All down to Famous. If anybody can clutch it up, it would be him. But the stick in the defuse. The stick in the defuse. Michael gonna get on timing. Oh my god.
No, because he's gonna get a little bit overwhelmed here, Josh. But at least he finds himself 1. But look at Michael. He's just mowing him down, looking for a triple. Yeah, why not? He's just going to take him out. Be able to come clutch into this. And oh, this over peak. Oh, this over peak. Oh, he misses the shot, but he's not going to expect this player above him. Surely not. All of a sudden, it looks like he has a bit of a spidey sense, but no, now he's about to be a dead man. Unless we see Kai's. Unless he over peaks himself. Oh, dear God. Kai's, what are you doing?
Play it, but it will allow them now to kind of take the site and maybe try and work with it. Kai's going to try and come up close. He'll get caught. So will Hunt. And 1 by 1, they're just getting picked off here. Like dominoes, they're dropping.
Really pull off on this. They don't want to go for the fight, but this is a really smart play because, again, they have the number advantage. They're just going to turtle up, and it's just a slaughterhouse in here. The resurrection of them, I have no idea, but not looking good. When Alvin's hitting shots like that, Alvin's just popping off. Alvin's finding himself a double. Make it a triple. Why not?
All gamers, you just can't let this happen. It's happened for 3 already.
Yeah, with 20 seconds remaining too, so again, right down to the 2v2 situation. That time is ticking here. You got to get going, and beautiful shots here.
At the very least, maybe a sign of things to come. Oh, what? Double from Gofree. And Gofree's had a real nice couple of moments, and he might be able to add a little bit more. 1, looks for 2. Oh, he's gonna get it. Gofree.
They're in a deficit by 3, so they're beginning to be able to find this opening duel, but can they find the second? Yes, they will. The 1.22, a 1.18. Now we're starting to see everybody contributing. This is what I always, really talk about. Like this right here, the double kill.
Couple of taps around that corner. Again, a little awkward, but there's space to work with GZY, Famous, Brando, all combining. That is a shutdown, a massacre in the... A bit of a move. Time is of the essence. And I said, nice shot for him. Parked up for a second as Michael going to try and support as well. And they're both combining. Those double snipers are doing real good work. Oh, and another one from Michael. I mean, this is pretty on this fight. This is going to be a pretty important one. Brando looking for a jump off from the window, but...
Unless LSN can hit this shot, that's going to be the most critical.
Let's see. Swing, LSM. Over towards that backside. Trying to deny them. He's going to get caught. Quick scope going to come through from Kai. Trying to Kai's in first, which is kind of an interesting decision. Goes 1-for-1. GZY now on towards Steve in this 1 versus 1. 20 seconds basically to work with. Steve tagged and caught on the cross. Yeah, he dips away.
He knows there's no kind of onus on him to stick around too much, and he gets to isolate another. Looks for one more, finds Josh. Colt pulled out.
Gonna hunt. He is absolutely gonna hunt. Why wouldn't he? It's famous. Finds himself that one. He gets a secondary as well.
Welcome back, guys. CFS 2024 Regional Finals for Eumena is ongoing. We're getting into our fourth match of the night, and our final one will be LCK versus unKnights. And this one, definitely going to be pretty close. We expected some closeness in some of our other matches, especially the first one, which ended up not being too close outside of the golden round, I suppose. But yeah, this one would not be surprised if we do go all three maps here.
Yeah, these two teams going toe-to-toe with each other. So, won't be surprised to see a map 3 come through. So, based on stats, they're second. LCK is second in the CFWL 2024 points, and unKnights is coming right after the third. So, it's two teams that are pretty much toe-to-toe, very even, going against each other, especially in the group stages. If you're ranked on the top end, you don't want to reveal too much of your tactics or strategies. So given two teams that are pretty equal in skill level and mechanics play default, then what happens is you will see one of the most equal rounds happen. So we might even see multiple overtimes. I wouldn't be surprised to see a golden round happen, and map 3 is a guaranteed one.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the match history, LCK definitely, as you mentioned, they're kind of second in points. They have had a lot of success, so they're still the favorites coming into this one, but still is going to be pretty close. But we're going to look a little bit more at LCK right now.
Hello guys, Flex from LCK here. Well, the regional finals is the most important time of the year for us, since qualifying for the grand finals is our biggest goal of the year. So we are very excited to be here, and we will do everything we have to make sure we qualify. So last month we attended the CROSSFIRE Stars Summer Championship, and we were practicing and playing matches against the best teams in the world, and we learned a lot from that time. I think we will surprise the teams in our region with all those things we learned. Well, since our goal is to because our main goal is to qualify for the grand finals, and our goal for now will just be to attend the grand finals. We just have to reach top 3, and since we are like the #1 team, it's a very manageable expectation for us, and we will not experience a lot of pressure. Well, our main goal for the regional finals is just to be in the top 3, because that would mean we qualify for the grand finals. Winning the qualifier on top of that would be a nice bonus, but it's not something we are really thinking about right now. Right now we are just thinking about attending the grand finals. thank you guys for always supporting us, and we will do everything we can to make sure to not let you down.
That was LCK. The roster showing why they're one of the top teams in the region. As you can see, Flex, Design, Lionclaw, Foxy, and Raffin putting out some decent numbers as well, which soon will be brought up to you guys.
Yeah, these guys, you know, second in overall points, they were able to actually win in Season 2 over 3BL, so definitely if you're a team that can win in a best of 5 against, well, one of the best teams, if not the best team, maybe you're the best team. All right, so yeah, I mean, LCK and 3BL definitely going back and forth between, you know, who's really the best team in West, and certainly these two teams have been idolized as the two on top, so we'll see who can get that done. But first off, let's introduce their opponents in unKnights right now.
Hello, this is Alucard from unKnights, and I'm the sniper of the team. Our goal since the beginning of the year was to be here in the regional finals, and we're confident, and I'm sure my team and me will make it. And I'm also sure that we'll have a place in the finals. So basically, we started the year with last year's strats. We added a little bit this year, but throughout the year, we have got some strats from Chinese teams, Brazilians, and even Vietnamese teams. So the good thing about my team is that we know how to play aggressive and defensive, and we really have a good system, especially in GR. So I think that's what will make us win. I think it's gonna be 3BL because everyone else we beat. LCK, we met them in Season 1 playoffs and we won. GV, we won them twice in Season 1 and Season 2. So 3BL was the only team that we lost twice against in the playoffs. The first one was overtime, the third map, and the second one was golden round, so I believe this time it will go to our side. The thing I like about my team unKnights, in tough matches, especially in playoffs, we play way better than group stage. This actually reminds me of my oldest team, Team Myth. We used to be bad at group stage, but in playoffs we always won. So I don't know, I don't really know what's the secret, but I think everyone is at 200% focused in the playoffs, and that's what makes us get good results in the playoffs and tough match. For me personally, the most significant moment was playoff Season 1 when we beat GV 2-0 and then LCK 2-1, and in the final it was a big series against 3BL. It ended up in their favor, but it was very close. We had to play the last map overtime and they won. But it was really a long journey, and I think this is the most significant moment. Our region is actually, we have a lot of game styles now. So comparing it to other regions like Chinese, I think we have more different styles. Brazilians, if you look at the other regions, they all play with the same play style, but here LCK has a different style, unKnights has different style, 3BL. So I think it's different styles, aggressive and defensive, is what makes our region different. As an international team, we don't really have the support of one country like other teams, 3BL and LCK. So having fans at this point is actually very special to us, like they are hardcore fans for us only, not because we're from the same country. So that means a lot for us, and we would like to thank you all guys, and we will not let you down.
Will not let the fans down, says Alucard. unKnights, the team that I like too, actually. I do support them, I do cheer for them too. but we'll have to wait and see if they're able to take down LCK. Their roster looking pretty strong too. Pietro, old veteran, back in the game. As you can see, right up on the board. He does like to keep his room pretty dark. That's what I observed from the past cast that I've done with Pietro on the board. But we do also have Beck, Lucart, Kiko, and HZZ up on the board as well. Says hi, it's gonna be Beck. Don't get confused with Beck. He's Beck with a Q. Yeah. And who doesn't know Alucard? As you mentioned, his old team, Team Myth, but now he has moved on, actually, from, you know, some of the Egyptian teams that generally will go with 5 Egyptian players. He's just kind of moved on to unKnights and more international team, as he mentioned, not necessarily from one country, and just trying to make it work as a group of 5. And Alucard, for me, I have been casting him many times. I've done many finals winning interviews with this guy as well, where his son shows up and all this stuff. It's all very heartwarming with him. And as he mentioned, you know, unKnights as well, they're not necessarily a team that does very well in group stage, but once they do make it to playoffs, if they do, they are able to put on a great performance. So definitely, I'm a little bit worried for them in this match, you know, but I think if they can make it to playoffs, they will do great. What the key players are up for you guys to take a look at. It's going to be a Lucart versus Spoxy. 1.52 and 1.25. KD don't matter. It's the armor versus armor. It most likely feels like. But for LCK, they should be not so much worried to take map number 1 away from unKnights, and then somehow unKnights bounce back and take us to map 3. And as you can see, a very different spread here for the maps the teams favor. As you can see, unKnights completely loves Mexico, whilst Eagle Eye is favored by LCK.
Yeah, it's definitely a big one. I think if those 2 maps don't get banned out by either side, we have a pretty good chance of seeing one of those maps if they get through. It could happen. I mean, besides that, Black Widow is also another one that LCK really loves, that unKnights have not had a lot of support on, as Eagle Eye is open, but it's not going to be picked, actually. It's Ankara into Black Widow. There's the Eagle Eye ban that eventually does come out, and then we have Port for the decider. So very classic map pool for our 3 picks here.
I mean, they teased us with the ban picks, having Eagle Eye open, but picks Black Widow instead. Unfortunate for us, but we will have to leave Mexico and Eagle Eye for yet another day of CROSSFIRE. But it looks like we are ready to go into map number 1 on Kara. This is unKnights pick, and let's see if they're able to take LCK down. You saw just a couple moments ago the match history. LCK came out on top of unKnights 3-0, so can they turn the board around is going to be the question that needs to be answered. And Valdez, I feel like from Alucard's interview, I think unKnights is more than ready to take LCK down in the group stages.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting match. I think we're going to learn a lot from this one, more so than from the other series we've had so far today. So excited for this, to see if unKnights can challenge LCK, one of the big titans of the region right now, or will LCK just take it down? And this key player matchup, as you mentioned, more than anything, is going to be very exciting. Alucard up against Spoxy, 2 of the best in their roles, as already we've got the action flowing. They try to push into quarters, but Spoxy and Flex are right there, so as is the rest of the team, and that aggression does not pay off.
Yeah, as you can see, they died just outside the smoke as well. I don't think if there's a smoke out there, it's probably safer not to just aggress it through, unless I'm pretty sure HCZ or Alucard tossed the flash above and tried to open some room for Beck and Kiko to push through, but there just was too many LCK players outside of A, and I think unKnights may have expected only 1 or a couple of them being outside of A, so eventually it's going to be 2 players going down, and the rest of LCK is going to rotate out from A and start inching closer towards B. That's Pietro, the veteran, and it's going to be the solo player holding down the bomb site.
Yeah, it's going to be all up to him. I mean, they're kind of stretched thin down a couple of members, as he's going to see Flex. But unfortunately, now he's being swarmed from multiple different angles, and that will be the solo man taken down by the swarm. here comes the rest of the UnKnights, what's left of them. ACZ is going to be spotted, trying to make his way in. Only Flex taking a bit of damage from that. But the hold down here, the lockdown, the B site looking pretty good for them. And that shot is not going to hit from Alucard. So that is pretty much a flawless round going the way of LCK to start us off.
LCK picks up the first round. Had UnKnights played this one past him in the first round and didn't sell or wager the bets outside of A, then the rounds would have been different, but let's see what's going to happen in round number 2. No early aggressions, just punches being thrown left and right. Some value being pumped. What the nade as Rapid and Flex is going to take a bit of damage each. And some overnades are being thrown. Let's have LCK as well, but will not hit the money.
Not quite going to land, but you can see that LCK is absolutely favoring a lot of presence outside of A. They do not want UnKnights to get that area of the map for free. Spoxy always going to be looking down that area, whereas Alucard hasn't necessarily been looking for those, you know, sniper battles out there. He's just going to be sitting looking at underneath of B, which is where LCK might go, actually. They got 4 guys looking there, but now a little rotation in towards the spawn. We'll see if Beck is ready for this.
The flash from Pietro allows enough room for Beck to fall back. Kiko's going to open up with an arm of his own. That was Alucard, not bad. And with a minute left on the clock, LCK will have to start moving in. Beck swings out, gets a kill. Pietro as well is going to take the frag onto Lion Claw. Foxy and Rapid on left all alone. The pistol play is on point. This man will click the head. That will be a 4v2, but the money lands right on top of Alucard. Spoxy by Alucard. Pietro with a quick headshot will take down Rapid, and eventually UnKnights will catch up, and we are 1-1.
Yeah, very nice first shot from Alucard. He's able to get things going for the team, and then eventually, one by one, the dominoes fell. It was a little bit of a broken up push from the side of LCK. It wasn't a full team commit. You saw Spoxy with that crazy pistol shot you were highlighting there. He actually put the Colt as his favorite weapon. So he's just another one of those snipers that's like, yeah, I'm pretty good with the sniper, but like, it's all about the pistol, actually. And he shows us a little bit of why. I'm sure we'll see a bit more of that, or maybe a lot more of that in this series.
We will have to wait and see what happens. In the meantime, we will be seeing Spoxy trying to clear out underpass down towards B. Being thrown by Flex. Like you've mentioned, LCK doesn't want to give away outside of A for free, so gonna be looking at some players showing their presence outside of the bomb site. In the meantime, the gunfire did draw attention of Beck to rotate out from middle in towards the A bomb site. However, the aggression is going to be going in towards B. Lucar finds one frag. He's going to toss the nade and fall back down towards middle. And Paul is picked off by Pietro. And all of a sudden, UnKnights ready to spring out from their seats. Pietro will find a double of his own at the end of the day. Spoxy will take him down. The bomb will be planted, but at what cost of losing 2 of their teammates. Onto the retake is going to be UnKnights leading the charge. From all the way towards long is going to be Kiko. Let's see how LCK can respond to the retake.
It's almost like they don't trust that they're both on the site, but as we know, they are. But it's not going to be easy. Spoxy going to lose that 1v1. Alucard takes him down. Beck wins the 1v1 against Raffin. And that is just the defuse coming in. As already, you're beginning to see what UnKnights looks like with Alucard in it. Definitely an extremely strong team, and one that can challenge LCK to start us off. And yeah, just good stuff so far. Just kind of playing standard on the GR side. You know, they talked about how the GR side, Alucard did in his interview, that they feel very confident, their strategies from the GR side. And we're seeing just how well they can lock things down.
How well they can lock things down, indeed. And so far, they are able to lock down 2 rounds in their favor. LCK moving in closer towards middle. The C4 as well will be following the trail. On the way, front line here by Spoxy is going to be the one to open up the gates, possibly. The moment Beck or Kiko spots Spoxy, well, then the problem could become worse for the side of unKnights. Spoxy swinging. Flex gets swung by Beck, and ACC supporting him as well. Beck will pick up 2 before going down, but Design was going to equalize things back down. Alucard swings out, gets a kill. Raffin gets a refrag. So we are back down to 2-on-2. The C4 all the way. Global Risk Spawn is going to be running away. Has no interest in getting the picks, but Design somehow will find the tip of the head of Kiko, leaving HZZ on 1v2. Rapid swings, takes a bunch of damage, and eventually will find the kill. And we are tied to a 2-on-2.
Yeah, just great stuff from Design. He gets into the back, and nobody can root him out. He's just able to get a couple of kills, and then he has to go into 1v2. He backs away smartly, waits for his teammate, and then is able to follow up and get a 3rd kill on top of it. So definitely kind of the clutch power that you really need in moments like that to hold on to close rounds when, you know, as we mentioned before, we thought this should be a close match. And so far it's delivering, as every round has been close so far.
Close so far indeed, and let's see if unKnights is going to be able to continue to hold onto their bomb sites. More nades being tossed out. Flex just going to be crouch peeking in towards the mid window rather, and unKnights this time around they won't be sending Beck down towards A and rather just have that hold on towards middle. As Alucard realized, okay, there were just too many players coming in towards flanking and towards B through middle, so we won't be having Beck holding right by the pillars where it granted him 2 kills in the previous round. I just hope that he can find more kills with the support of Alucard on top of Heaven as well. Minute left onto the clock, and let's see what LCK wants to do. They're going to be on the driveway towards B, getting out from A. But they always and still has enough time to rotate out from B and just hit A in a blink of an eye. I don't think we have had a successful A hit from LCK yet, so let's see what they have devised for this round.
Yeah, which is pretty interesting because I feel like that's the most common strategy you'll see. Trying to isolate Flex here, identifying that he's alone, and they're going to quickly realize, hey, where is everybody? Well, they've got to be in office at this point. They've checked everywhere else. Alucard going to get first contact. He's trying to see what he can see. Also, Pietra is wrapped all the way around. Spoxy just not ready for that. As he was trying to catch the rotation, but he was behind the rotation. Little did he know. Now here comes unKnights on the retake. There is smoke in their face, but it's still 5v3 in their favor. And here comes Design trying to push up and get ahead of the push, but actually he'll just be taken out first. As now Lionclaw, that's two tapping the heads of the guys on unKnights. Alucard does get 1. 17 seconds left, should be enough, but Lionclaw really putting on a huge show there, almost able to hold it down by himself. But at the end of the day, it is unKnights Kiko who does clean it up.
Yeah, Lionclaw absolutely showing some valiant effort. Tabs 2 heads, gets a 3rd kill on towards Alucard, but at the end of the day, the round is given towards the side of unKnight to lead out 3-2. And moving into round number 6. Let's take a look at what unKnights want to do on the global risk side. You're going to be seeing a very widely posted player all the way in as this looked like Pietro is going to be poking prodding in towards Catwalk, rather it looks like. And Flex as well has made his way from a connector and has a good vision of the middle window.
Yeah, just waiting and seeing. Here comes LCK looking to push through mid. Flex has, well, flexed many a time over to the Ulm. This time he's just got an AK in hand and is looking to get some information for the team. But was able to see a couple, actually. He's been able to root Alucard out of one of his favorite spots on this map. So that might be one of the positives of that. As here comes the under push. Coming in, Pietra gonna see this. Flash over the top, just waiting for the push to come in. Seems like it's good, but he's still going to be... No, he's going to get the headshot, actually. And finally, Spoxy is able to take him down.
Yeah, Pietro's position is one of the positions that usually is pressured easily. So him finding that one frag already is enough for unKnights to go on a retake if the bomb does end up planted on towards the bomb site. And with the flash grenade, the bomb will rotate into the bomb site. And the rest of unKnights already gathered just outside the spawn is going to start sending it in. I'm calling HCZ. Make that a second kill for this guy. Spoxy will find a kill of his own, all down to the hands of Alucard. Will go down. Enemy are tied once again to a 3-on-3.
Yeah, this is becoming a pretty interesting match. I mean, it feels like every round could go either way, but this time around, LCK's aggression just a bit too much for them to handle, as it feels like Lion Claw is beginning to heat up in this bout. Able to just basically click on heads over and over and over. Spoxy as well, another guy you would expect to really pop off. He's beginning to hit some of the shots. And so some of those guys doing some good work on the side of LCK. And unKnights are right with them. I mean, I think it really helps, especially that Pietro, the IGL, is putting up some big numbers. Not necessarily what you'll always see, but he's doing his part.
He is definitely doing his part. Minute 30 left onto the clock, and LCK is going to be spread out quite evenly throughout the whole map here. Just covering angles of possible aggressions, you know, as the timer ticks down. Maybe some of the players may have lost their patience and start, you know, swinging out a little bit wide. And LCK is ready to catch those players off guard. And hopefully utilize off of that. But for now, unKnights is also going to keep their composure, albeit Kiko and another player, I think that was HCZ? Or yeah, that was HCZ down a little low, a little bit more than half. Well, Kiko down a little bit less than half, but looks like LCK with 1 minute left on the clock will go down towards B once again. Can they drive Alucard out from his favorite seat?
Well, unKnights already know that this push is going to be... They're going to rotate on it, but Pietro's not able to win that 1v1. Alucard, though, in another one of his favorite positions. He's waiting for the push, but actually it doesn't come in. So Zane got that pick on a Pietro in mid, and they say, hey, the rotation probably came in. Maybe we want to go A. And it looks like they will. Flash over the top at a B onto 3 people, but actually the push is going A.
Kiko's going to stop that for now. We'll also throw a flash to slow down the push. Kiko continues to put the damage. Juggling. Playing with fire is going to be Kiko. Makes a double kill. Flex is going to whiff the bomb shot. Eventually, with only 8 seconds, the C4 will have to go down in the worst spot possible. But the retake is coming in from all 4 angles. As Beck, quick to find the headshot onto Flex to open things out. Raffin and Lionclaw to hold the bomb site down. Kiko is waiting for his moment to peek out, and HCZ has already placed himself on the side of the fence there. Now they're going to start swinging. Raffin has to slow down. We'll find the kill. It's going to be Lionclaw. Make that a double for this guy. Almost made that a third, but looks like Beck is just a little better and find a double kill of his own. More than enough time, plenty of time to defuse the bomb, and looks like unKnights is going to lead out 4-3.
Yeah, nicely done. A couple of key pickoffs before they actually did make their way into the A site is essentially what led them to that victory. Lionclaw almost, I mean, man, this guy is really just kind of insane in the clutch, but not able to quite do enough at that point in time. So back and forth we go for the last 4 rounds. unKnights back in the driver's seat for now. But I would say that I think what Alucard said in his interview is really beginning to show, because unKnights are staying calm. They're reading the pressure. Even in that last one, it looked like LCK had the rotational advantage, but no, unKnights seemed to get there just on time. And so their global risk side play, even here on Ankara, is looking quite good. So might give them the advantage going into that second half.
We'll have to wait and see. Minute 30 onto the clock. Pietro swing, and this guy will be the prankster he is and find the frag and the drop onto Flex. As rest of LCK will be opting for the B push, but look at the position of Alucard. Tucked up. Can always find the opening frag to stop the aggression, and looks like they're gonna rotate out. Pietro gets caught off guard. And eventually, I wouldn't be surprised, LCK, if they rotate back towards B, expecting the rotations from unKnights towards A. And that's exactly what they're doing. As Beck is going to move in towards A bomb site. It's going to come down to a 2 versus 4 skirmish happening outside of B.
Yeah, you see them run back onto the site because they don't want to get isolated in office, but Pietro, he got so much value by that scouting, but then when he gets cut off, they have no idea where they're going to come in from, and now Alucard's going to drop this shot. HZZ, looks like he was spotted, and he's just going to win with the Colt. He says, yep, my favorite weapon. I'll just get this one going anyway with this one, as finally he gets taken out. Beck with a couple, making it interesting. Has 11 kills, the most on his team. 1v2 scenario, it's not going to be easy, but we'll see if he has the magic touch.
22 seconds, he's going to go in towards office and out towards long. Eventually, the Zane is going to be able to find the frag through the smoke. Going to be tied back onto 4-on-4, leaving the last round onto the first half here. We'll have to wait and see which team could come out on top for the first half.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, really hard to tell. Based on the pattern, should be unKnights, just because it's gone back and forth the last 5 rounds, but as we know, patterns aren't going to make the difference in this game. Just got to actually win the round. So let's see what they get going. Either way, it's very close so far. HZZ still looking for his first kill. unKnights could really benefit from an extra guy putting up some numbers.
Yeah, HZZ is seemingly offline for now, and once he comes online, we know what he's capable of, so given that unKnights is picking up these rounds without HCZ doing much is showing to us that maybe unKnights might be able to overthrow LCK in the future maps. But for now, the trend seems to be what I talked about pre-game. Teams just going toe-to-toe with each other, well, not going to their strat books, but rather playing quite default. Beck will hear those push coming to show. Underpass is gonna pop, flash himself out. Eventually gets tapped out. And swings out, almost takes on Pietro. Pietro is gonna get completely boxed in as Lion Claw flanked from the backside. Down to the ends of HCZ. 1v4 in the stream. He will need to find the kill on the flex to make anything happen here. And for now, the bomb does get planted. Will go down to the pistol flex, and looks like our trend will not happen. Well, it's going to be LCK to pick up their 5th round and close out the first half 5-4.
Yeah, wasn't easy for them to get those 5 rounds, but they're going to feel pretty good about getting the 5 and gaining the lead in this match. Curious about unKnights' blacklist side. You know, Alucard talked a lot about the global risk, how they feel like they're very sound strategically from this side. As now they're trying to push into Spoxy, who just gonna challenge them, knowing he can't get away. And it does a little bit of damage to Kiko, but it's not good enough. Kiko takes him down.
And unKnights, within 20 seconds of the round start, is going to find the frag onto Spoxy. With a man advantage, they now have way more angles of attack they can take on towards any of the bomb sites here, as mid is completely emptied out. unKnights not knowing this information, but they know usually in these types of situations, teams will opt out for a 2-2 split and just hold on to the bomb sites separately. So for now, going to be looking at the players of unKnights gathered outside of A with Beck trying to sell a fake here. The setups are out. Rapid events will have to hold this one down. Lion Claw's going to find Frank. Gets straight up by ACZ. Beck will swing out, get a kill of his own. And finally, ACZ will find a double kill for himself and tells us that he is finally online.
Okay, he's here to play. And this should be a pretty free plant in to win, unless DAY1 has something to say about it.
Has some utils to work with, too.
Yeah, HCZ, it looks like he may have wanted to, take the 1v1, but that can be risky. He's just going to back away. Get some information, though. They know exactly which angle DAY1 is coming in from, and there you go. Alucard says, I'll handle it from here. Pokes his head out of air duct and gets it done. So, nice little round start here for unKnights. Gonna tie things up once again.
Tied back on to 5-on-5. And we're gonna be looking at the rest of unKnights outside mainland once again. The early nades not finding value. And LCK as well start to play quite default as well. 2 players out on A, 1 player of Lion Claw all the way in office now falling back. This is the one I was talking about when TBL played in the same map a couple of series ago. Minute 47 onto the clock. unKnights after taking the first round down. It's going to be pretty slow on their take here. Just burning the clock down. The C4 even lingering just outside of the blacklist spawn. As Kiko looking to peek into the Zane if possible. As Spoxy, the armor for LCK, is tucked up in deep of B-bomb site.
Yeah, just waiting for the eventual push. I mean, unKnights got to go for something here. Zane thinking about going towards A. Not a lot of information given over to LCK, who are just kind of holding standard, waiting to see where the actual push will come in. C4 is still back towards spawn, so you would expect, Beck's just going to pick this one up, and they're going to look to hit A. Meanwhile, right at this timing, Raffin is going to see someone needs some help over here on A if they want any hope of holding this. As here comes the utility over the top. Flash, and now Raffin's got this angle. They don't check in the air ducts. He almost takes out 3, and that is really going to cut the tail off of this push. As, Kiko gets in. He's got Alucard, but it's 2v4 now.
2v4 now. The bomb soon to be planted, but at the same time, Alucard was able to clear out the bomb site with Kiko having full control of the global risk spawn here. If Alucard finds a couple frags, equalize back down to 2-on-2. Him going down, make that 1v2. Kiko might be able to clutch this one out. We'll have to wait and see. Timer is ticking down, and LCK is going to be coming in. Back to the side, Kiko opens up, 1 kill. Looking for the second onto Lion Claw. Spoxy goes down, but eventually Flex will swing from the staircase. Find the refrag. And looks like LCK will now lead out 6-5.
Yes. Definitely pretty good stuff there. I think that the way that Raffin's able to play in the air ducts has been a thorn in the side of this team. You can see that their A push a little bit slow, perhaps, but I'm not even sure that I can blame them. I think it was just really Raffin's pace with which he was able to push in was fantastic. So now they're trying to root out Spoxy once again. They're going to be able to push him out of bottom, but they're not going to be able to do as much damage as they did last time, which was a kill, of course. Spoxy now able to back all the way up, feeling the pressure. And now the rotations are coming in. Zane gets one. Spoxy able to hold down the front yard. Finally, Flex, the 1 kill to go over to unKnights, but LCK still in a pretty dominant position here. Alucard, though, on the site alongside of Kiko. If they can get it planted, maybe Alucard gets some magic shots down. Could potentially go their way.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. The flash is going to drive the position of Spoxy away from peeking into the bomb site. Having the Zane kind of flank from the long area with Raffin coming in from underpass. The moment they swing together, Kiko might be a dead meat here. Shots! Unless he just does that and Alucard just gets a double kill like that. You're a tie back on 6-6.
I guess so. I mean, that was just crazy. You mentioned, if he moves into the 2 of them into that crossfire, he's just going to get ground up, but instead he takes both 1v1s isolated, and that's really what makes the difference. We didn't see the other side of that, but you could assume that Alucard did something similar. And
now I want to see a replay of that in Alucard's pocket.
I wouldn't mind that. Here comes Dezane just pushing out. He's had enough. Okay, and now they're just going to check on the flex, not expecting him to also be holding that angle.
Pico finding the drop in Spoxy. All of a sudden, LCK has to worry about the players coming in towards B, but it's only Kiko. And looks like Flex is completely boxed in. As we have Alucard coming in from the backside as well. The Zane came in for the refrag. Alucard spots him out. But down to a 2-on-3. A is completely open with HCZ clearing out the corridors, and the moment he goes deep into the spawn, now that's going to be a problem for LCK. That's going to be the thorn in the back of the foot. And Alucard is going to be able to come onto the bomb site and get the plant closer towards the spawn area, and he himself goes into spawn, have an angle onto the bomb, and, you know, just shoot and gun down the players of LCK trying to get the defuse done.
Yeah, I liked how LCK were staying together, just trying to re-clear everything, but now with the plant coming down on unKnights, they put the pressure onto them, and it looks like LCK want to come in through the front door, send Raffin into the air duct to see if Alucard can hold down the pressure from multiple angles. He hits the one, HCZ gets the other two, and unKnights are holding on. They're going to take the lead here for the first time in quite a bit, so shoutouts to unKnights, man. You know, Alucard was talking about their global risk side, but the Blacklist side is looking pretty good here on Ankara.
Looking pretty good indeed. As this is their map pick for unKnights, picking Ankara over other maps, so wouldn't be surprised to see unKnights taking the lead here right now. Thing is, can unKnights maintain the lead here? And so far, Beck is going to say yes by finding the frag onto Flex.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you get that first kill. You're able to clutch out the last round. You can really feel the momentum going back into unKnights' favor. And especially getting a kill that early on in the round without much work put in. You know, you don't use a lot of utility. It's basically just a one-on-one peek. You get them down. That really makes you feel good for your follow-up for whatever you do want to do. It does look like unKnights are going to wind down the clock a bit after that play and just try to force LCK to go back into default and hope that they're not stacked onto whatever site unKnights eventually do go for. And it looks like I thought they were going to push towards A, but instead it's just right down the middle. Trade of snipers. Well, actually, Spoxy gets Kiko and Alucard stays alive. So definitely still advantage here to unKnights.
Definitely an advantage for sure. As Pietro now is going to be leading the charge outside of B. In towards office. Looks like only 30 seconds remain onto the clock, and B will be the target with the overnades, over setups being thrown out. Dezane, though, will be picked off as he swings. That will not put the halt to the push. The bomb will be planted. unKnights, looking to secure their lead, will go into post-plant.
Raffin, I think, spotted that HCZ. Still going to go the way of Raffin, though. Going to take that one. And now the spray from Line Claw is pretty good, but they're very low on health, to both of them. And Alucard low is not the worst issue. And, yeah, 16 seconds. Here comes LCK. They got to make a push somehow, some way. That's another kill going to Raffin, though. 10 seconds and a tap on the bomb. Alucard. Oh, he's just going to play the time beautifully, and he's going to stay alive until the very end. And yes, he does go down, but it does not matter. It's still the round over to the side of unKnights as they take a big lead here now, 8-6.
8-6 is going to be the round, and looks like we do have a timeout coming through. And let's see if LCK can utilize this time to possibly bounce back, spring back, and take us into a sweep of the final 4 rounds and close this one out, or is it going to be unKnights to close the map out?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, unKnights have really taken control from the Blacklist side. It's only 1 round that went to LCK for their respective global risk side. So it feels like unKnights are really running away with this one. So LCK take a bit of a timeout, take a bit of a talkie time, think about what they want to do. Flex obviously has a lot to say. He's the IGL of this one. He looks very concerned, frustrated. But, you know, you got to do what you got to do. We have these sack timeouts for a reason. And hopefully he can talk some life into his squad to figure out what they got to do here from the global risk side up against unKnights.
I mean, the reason why they lose or lost the past couple rounds is because players from LCK decide to poke and prod on the global risk side. Of course, if you are confident enough, sure, why not? But at the same time, if the round scores are now being tucked up all the way up to your neck, 8-6, then that's when you should probably not poke and prod, be more passive. I mean, I don't believe playing passive means you're gonna win the round. Sometimes you do have to go aggressive, but right now, the aggression that LCK is taking is being read by unKnights like a book. So, I'm not saying LCK shouldn't be aggressive at all, but they need to take their aggression somewhere else instead of where they have been taking it so far.
Yeah, definitely can be pretty difficult to read the situation, and hopefully Flex figures it out for the team and tells them what they got to do. Otherwise, unKnights might be just running away with their pick of Ankara.
Might as well do a 5-man stack and start rushing out and do some ultimates blazing.
Sure. Why not?
I would take that.
Sounds fun. Not sure if that's strategically sound, but sure. Go for it.
Yeah, it's one of the ways, right?
It is.
Kiko took a bunch of a beat down to himself. As another nade from Spoxy. Almost did it. But eventually he still lives and gets to see another day with 6. Oh, Spoxy.
He snuck in.
Did not spot Kiko. Oh, Kiko spotted Spoxy. No, he's gonna wait. He's gonna gain more information. Still waiting. Now he springs out and gets the kill. And all of a sudden, Lion Claw is dead stuck here. And he will be traded out in just a moment of time.
Yeah, I mean, he'll get the 1. But as you mentioned, the trade is expected. HCZ in a cheeky spot himself. He's able to trade 1 for 1. Lion Claw eventually does get traded down. As we mentioned, Kiko does go down to the grenade, though. Making this a very even spot. Flex, though, way too close. And he'll be taken down. Alucard nearly traded back. But now at the end of the day, it's Raffen has to pick up this 1v2. Not an easy task. Let's see if he's got it in the tank. I mean, Alucard low on health, but he's the sniper, so could definitely go the way of unKnights, I would expect here, unless Raffen has the big clutch.
I don't think unKnights. I mean, they should have a bit of a feeling that someone could be the last player could be flanking behind, but I don't think they're fully believing that the thing is coming. But now that they realize the push is coming and Lucard's gonna swing back out with the quick scope him out from the lobby. Looks like we are gonna have him that point. 9-6.
Yeah, looking pretty good for unKnights. Their Blacklist side has been so dominant. A lot of these rounds as well. You know, we've seen a lot of close back and forth rounds in the first half. Second half is not that way. Here comes Flex just running, guns a-blazing into mid, gets 1 kill, and then the rest of the kills go the way of unKnights, although Raffen did take down HCZ there out on A. Lion Claw trying to hold the bottom here of B. Pietro not going to poke through. And that positioning of Raffen is really going to be clutch because he wins the 1v1, but he also spots the bomb. So makes it very awkward for unKnights.
I don't know if Raffen throwing that smoke is a was going to do some work for him, because now unKnights realize that, okay, there's a player behind us, and that smoke from Raffin actually even allows PH to pick up the bomb without going down. So yeah, eventually it's down to the hands of Raffin. He lost the bomb. He lost the bomb. He was holding on to B. He wasn't able to take that kill of the bomb recovery. So it's going to be unKnights to close out Ankara in 10-6. Pick up at number 1.
Yeah, big shout out to unKnights. They said, we are very confident in this matchup against LCK. We've done it before, we can do it again. And they come out strong swinging in the first map. It was their map choice. Very confident on Kara, but to be honest, you know, especially when a map is very close and then it goes very heavily in one way, you gotta love the momentum going to unKnights. But now, let's take a closer look at the highlights. And that was unKnights taking down LCK on the first map of Ankara. You see Alucard picks up the 2 KD. Such a key member in this lineup. And although he's not the IGL, kind of has that leadership quality just through his play. And was able to put up some big numbers alongside a Beck on the side of LCK. Lineclaw definitely having some big rounds, but across the board, definitely felt like, especially in that second half, I mean, unKnights really dominated them there from the blacklist side of Ankara.
Even HCZ, he started to come online as well, expecting him to put out bigger numbers going to map number 2. We did finish off Ankara as unKnights picks it up, and we are going to be moving on to Black Widow. This is going to be LCK's pick. And if LCK is going to be able to secure the map, pick up their own, like how unKnights did on Ankara, then we will go on to Port for the decider. Quick reminder that this is going to be the last series of the day, but we will be back at the same time tomorrow to bring you 4 more series of top-notch Crossfire of this region, as we are now kicking it into the first round of Black Widow, LCK versus unKnights, and unKnights versus LCK. LCK starts off on the global risk side.
And you know what, Bench? Stats don't always tell the story when it comes down to it, but I have some stats for you.
Sure.
LCK,
go at it.
13-2 on Black Widow for CFWL West League for 2024. unKnights on Black Widow, 0-5. So there's a reason, I would say, why LCK have selected this map. And this will be their bouncing off point to say we should absolutely be favored on this one. They've played it a lot. They've picked it a lot. They have had success against great teams a lot. on this one, whereas unKnights have not had success at all on this map this year. So definitely does feel like when it comes down to stats, we're not just going to say, hey, LCK should definitely win this, but I think we might see a much closer matchup, maybe even LCK favored based on those numbers, unless unKnights are just kind of reaching a new level today, which they looked great on Ankara. Maybe they can bring that same energy here into Black Widow.
Early catwalk push being set out by unKnights with a minute left onto the clock. Spoxy will have to hold this one down. The nade flash is going to hold it down for a couple of seconds, but unKnights will continue to plow in. The Zane and Spoxy will fight one each. And Kiko with a double to equalize it back down. Kiko to the clutch here, 1v2, takes the Zane down. Makes it to a 1v1. 36 seconds, and Flex somehow lands that arm shot. And looks like LCK is going to be taking the first round of Black Widow.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, this Kiko guy is just going insane today, but immediately just gets sniped down. Still an insane round, even if he doesn't win it for the team. You could see that Kiko's really got these fancy angles that his teammates just do not expect. Able to get some of those firefights really heavily in his favor. But yeah, not enough to lock down the round. LCK from the Global Risk side of Black Widow should be feeling pretty good to start off with that first round, especially a close one like that. As that push through the catwalk was stifled, and now unKnights might be looking at a B push as everybody rotates over here.
But B could be reinforced very quickly and very fast, as Raffin is just right outside of Global Risk spawn. And Flex as well stop the initial aggression by taking the initial frag. First nade doesn't do too much of a value. Flex back. Raffin swings in, gets the frag. Let's trade it out, but the information has been passed to the side of LCK. But it looks like they're going to stick to that 2-2 split. But the setups are now being thrown out. Will LCK send the rotation? Flex is going to leg a player. Flex springs out. Lionclaw finds a double kill. The nade stack is good to take Flex down. Lionclaw as well getting tapped out on a 2v2 with the smoke still not dissipated yet. unKnights might just have enough room to get the bomb planted and take this into the post-plant situation.
Yeah, I mean, not bad from them to trade it back, especially when you're going into such a densely defended site like B, especially when your opponents know exactly that you're there. So HCZ trying to put in some heavy work, trying to make up for perhaps his sleepiness on the first map. And there he is again, third kill. Picked up in this one, but Spoxy is able to trade it back immediately. Has not taken out HCZ, only 15 seconds. He's going to get this plant down. And it's all up to Spoxy with the Colt.
HCZ seemingly more online. 3 kills already for him. Can he find the 4th kill? Bomb time ticking down. The Colt puts a good use, and Spoxy will not miss these. And looks like LCK is going to somewhat secure their lead. It's going to be 2-0 on the scoreboard. And Black Widow definitely showing why this has been picked by LCK. Flex almost missed that shot through middle.
Yeah. I mean, I looked deeper into the stats. 3 of the losses from unKnights on this map were against LCK. So not only did LCK win a bunch against unKnights, but also unKnights lost a bunch to LCK. Not just against random teams in the league, but specifically against this team, they have struggled. And it's been, you know, mostly dominant map wins as well, not super close ones.
That's fair enough, right? Because just as you can see on the map comparisons before the series started, LCK favors Eagle Eye and unKnights favor Mexico. It's 100 to 100.
Very different styles.
Very different styles. So Ankara, unKnights picking it up, their map pick, their favorite. It fits their style, sure. Black Widow going towards LCK, not only for this series, but in general, sure, because this fits LCK's style and LCK's patterns. So Looks like unKnights is going to be burning the clock down whilst all that talk to a minute outside of B. Is going to be sending it once more with the setups.
Just straight into the barrel of Flex. I mean, he's watching that, and he's going to get a flick down as well with the one tap. Alucard does get one, but there's just way too much defense in here. Alucard is going to have to be a superhero, and he will not be that today. 3-0 is the score line so far for LCK. They're feeling fantastic. unKnights, they say, okay, you want to play Black Widow, we'll choose the Blacklist side. And so far, no success for them. So they're really going to have to go back to the drawing board, maybe an early timeout, or just go send
Or
back.
like that.
Yeah.
Sure.
Just go kill them.
I mean, I would want unKnights to go for a catwalk aggression and try to just overthrow A. Haven't seen that happen in a while, so just about the right time to, you know, send it full send. One time.
Yeah.
In towards A. B, you failed twice. Might as well as go A, right?
Yeah, I mean, generally pushing in a B very often isn't a common strategy. You know, you can mix it in, do it a couple of times, but even in our first Black Widow that we saw, two very different teams, but we only saw B pushes like once or twice, right? It's generally not a very easy site to break into unless you have a lot of mid pressure, and then you have to have like 3 smokes set up. It's difficult, to say the least. Oftentimes you'll see a lot of pressure through catwalk, oftentimes paired with long pressure. So yeah, they try to send it a couple of times into B. It doesn't work, so I'm on the same page with you, Ben. So I think you kind of need to explore your options a little bit, especially with that initial kill from Beck. Could help you out on this A push.
Sure, but LCK is going to have 3 players holding it down, and here's the setup. Lion Claw ready to spring out from his position down underpass. Flash is going to find him just enough. Gets the kill, gets traded out. The Raffin comes in huge, though. Find a double kill. And Spoxy on top of bump site. Almost catching the toe. As the pistol from Alucard will find the tip of the head. Down to a 1v2. It's going to be Flex trying to do the work, but Alucard will somehow find a double kill of his own. And find the first round for unKnights as we now move into round number 5.
I mean, Spoxy definitely pretty fantastic with the pistol, but yeah, Alucard can get it done in a crazy way as well. He's 2 with the pistol in that round, and yeah, it's going to be big for unKnights just to get on the board, kind of get that pressure off your back of not getting an initial round win. And although there's still a lot of work to do, at least they begin with 1. Bit of a close round, though. You know, LCK definitely still feels like they have major control of this map, which is to be expected. So let's see what the next strategy will be here for unKnights, because last time, you know, Beck got that initial kill, he got aggressive, and then they went for a follow-up push on the A. It was a little bit dicey, but they got the job done. And I'm sure for LCK, they're not just going to give away a free kill once again, a free pick-off into an A push, so it will be much more difficult.
Got the job done indeed. Minute 20, unKnights, after tasting a success on towards A bomb site, seems to show interest out towards A long here, towards Sniper. Spoxy, oh, the jump spot. That has the dip. Otherwise, he will be gunned down. And Beck getting spotted out means that the catwalk push may come in any moment soon. Finding the 2 spray down. As ACZ is there to find a refrag, but the damage has been inflicted.
Some very long shots here hit by Beck and HCZ, and now it's just Raffin. And they have no idea where he is, though, so he's trying to... Oh, what? He's not looking in the right spot, and he's not going to shoot him down, and it's an easy cleanup. Raffin not getting the memo. And all of a sudden, unKnights a couple of rounds, and it's beginning to look like a different picture. Definitely a very nicely coordinated push they had into A that time around. And that's without even getting that initial pick off. So now LCK maybe scratching their heads, saying, okay, we need a little bit more defense here on A. We need to make sure we can hold this. And now it begins to open up the map a little bit if unKnights want to explore back towards B.
But at the same time, just the players holding down B bomb site are able to do enough damage for a retake, for a successful retake even. So B, like you said, even for two different teams in the first series playing this map, like you said, only one time or a couple times that they decided towards B. So it does feel like unKnights is thinking about going towards B, but I would opt for yet another A push. That's what it should feel like to me.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind it. It's where they've had success, and, you know, as we can tell, LCK, they have a pretty similar setup. Like, Flex is here in mid, he's flexing around, he's ready to go either side, but at the end of the day, I think A is where you're going to find more success on this map in general, so you've already found success there. Even if it's predictable, maybe you just want to send it again. But as we can see, the C4 is in water over towards B. That's a nice little pick off through mid. Flex with the Alm, not able to get much value there.
Ooh, and that frag actually may allow unKnights to take down B from both angles. Claw will have to put the work, but he cannot. The bomb site is completely opened up. The C4 can cross into bomb site any moment here. Down against the Zane, takes a bunch of damage through the wall. Has a nade, but not a lot of health left in him.
Absolutely an excellent call from unKnights on this push, but Zane's still alive. I mean, there's still a chance, even if it's not a great one, especially because Alucard with the sniper covering this bomb plant specifically is just so difficult to clear out. Zane has to come all the way out here, clear out Alucard. He's not able to do that. He might just throw smoke down and try to go for a little plant, but he's running out of time, so I don't think we're going to get the defuse now. So we sweep back on top of the site. Easy cleanup. A couple of shots into the low health to Zane, and there it is. I mean, that's part of the reason why you want to go B, is that those retakes can be so darn difficult. And yeah, just the pick off into the push through mid with the smoke, just excellent stuff from unKnights.
Looks like unKnights is going to be able to successfully take control of A long once again, driving Spoxy all the way back towards Catwalk. So finally, I think unKnights learned after a failure twice of just going into B doesn't work. You need to go for a split. You need people hitting from containers and hitting from the global risk spawn, and that's exactly what they did. And they were able to roam the bomb site and take the round, which was direly needed for a tie. And indeed, they were able to get the round and tie it back to 3-3. Minute 30. And so far, we can't quite tell which bomb site they want to go to.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, even LCK is going to be left with their head scratching. They're like, I don't really know how do we set up now, because you can only do default, you can only do what you've planned so many times before you begin to question yourself and say, well, they keep finding angles, they keep getting pickoffs, how do we deal with this? So 3 rounds in a row felt great for LCK, but now, you know, you had 3 rounds in a row, but now you lost 3 rounds in a row. It's kind of a different feel. Zane going to be holding this down. He had very big success last time around. They tried to push into him. And there's another headshot, but this time it's only 1. As it's immediately traded back, but Spoxy right there to snipe one down. There's a second kill, looking for a third. Once HCZ is not going to get it, and now from long, here comes Beck. Trying to put on the pressure, but it's still advantage to LCK. So yes, this plant might come down, but they have the man advantage.
But HCZ was able to successfully get onto the bomb site safely and possibly go for the plant here. Has just enough room to get the bomb planted with Beck on the bomb site. Beck's getting swarmed. Down so low in a 1v2. He's getting pressured. Finds one more frag in the process, but just wasn't quite there to find the final kill. LCK will find the 4th round.
Yeah, pretty close one. Not much that unKnights could do about that. They just got cleaned up by Spoxy on the catwalk. As now grenade spam into storage. A different kind of way to handle some B pressure without fully committing. A lot of utility, but they already have Flex down to pretty low. Unfortunately for unKnights, Flex also going back to the Alm, so he's not going to be too bothered with some of the damage done to him.
Smoke wall being put out to delay the aggression coming their way, but unKnights is going to be creeping in towards a long here. Take control of Sniper. We do have Spoxy up on bomb site, but we've seen him getting swarmed from time to time. Last round he was able to hold it down, but will he be able to do so this round? Is going to be the question being asked here. Has support from the Zane, but the moment the Zane looks away as Beck is trying to sell a fake down towards me, she's coming. Spoxy 1. Can he get the second kill? Cannot. Kiko finds a quick double and make it a triple. What a flick by this guy. Completely getting the bomb site by himself. I bet the player in Windows left scratching his head. What just happened?
Yeah. I mean, it's just Kiko. He's having another one of those Kiko rounds. One of those kooky Kiko rounds. He just goes in and all of a sudden he's taken over the spotlight entirely. This time in a little bit of a different sense, though. He's just able to enter and pick up 3 kills super easily. Very nice flicks, great gunplay. And now, all of a sudden, LCK with backs against the wall. Trying to pressure into Pietro, but there's just so much firepower here on the site. 12 seconds left. They do take out Kiko, but now from long, there's just way too many guys. As Raffin does get a second, but there's just not enough time to take out 2 and get the defuse. That will be another round going back to unKnights. And we've really got a close map here. Kiko, huge round. And that will tie things up once again, 4-4.
With just 1 round as the remainder for the first half. Let's see which of these teams could come out on top. Takes control of A long once again. Have Beck kind of anchoring out towards Sniper. Yet another similar setup by LCK as well, but this time Flex is more interested in providing the support down towards B bomb site. And unKnights, they're enjoying this right now. They are just burning the clock down, see if they can find any picks. If nobody is picked off by, let's say, 1 minute mark, then they will just send it towards A. This time around, maybe not long, but rather catwalk could be of the push. But yeah, I think unKnights has learned that A is better for their scorer.
Yeah, the issue is, though, LCK able to clear out water and throw some smokes down, so they have a very good idea that this is most likely A. And you see a little bit of pressure on a catwalk. Maybe unKnights is going to rotate, which would be a great read. But I'm not sure how they would actually make that read. Would be kind of insane. They do have Pietro going all the way over towards B, so I still feel like this is going A at this point in time, with Pietro to make a little bit of noise. But LCK are already in position with 4 guys over towards the A site. Will they be ready for this catwalk push is the next question. And the flash is excellent. Able to trade one back is Spoxy. As Zane is spotted, and this push is getting huge value from the side of unKnights. They're able to clear out the A site entirely, and it's only Raffin who's just left scratching his head by himself over on the opposite side of the map.
1v4 and a dream. I mean, 3 players of unKnights are down low. Doesn't matter. ACZ springs out. 10 kills for him. Definitely came online, and unKnights is going to show some strength. Finishing the first half in their favor. 5-4. But now, we're switching sides. Can unKnights continue on to defend their lead? Or will they give it away and have LCK in the driving seat?
I mean, again, I always refer back to what Alucard said in his interview, where he feels like they're a team that is very sound in their strategy, especially from the global risk side. They haven't had a lot of success on this map, but you can always change that up. You know, numbers are a thing of the past. The stats are stuff that have happened in the past, but you can always write new history starting today. And we'll see if they can do that. It's still a very close map, but it certainly does feel like LCK are really being pushed to their limits. I mean, we've seen a lot of different strategy changes and different setups from them from the GR side. But now they got to get it done from behind for the Blacklist side for the second half.
Pietro took some damage. They're going to be pushing out towards Catwalk with the flash. The pop flash just might be good enough for Kiko to take a double kill. And goes for the pistol out of bullets, but Beck will find a double kill of his own. Spoxy left all alone with an AWP and a Dream out towards A long. What a setup by unKnights. The pop flash arranged. Beck double kill, Kiko double kill, and looks like we might have unKnights finding their 6th.
It's looking very likely at this point. Spoxy 1v5. We've seen it before, but we're not going to see it here in this round. And it really just comes down to great information. You spot them in mid, you see a couple of guys running into the catwalk, and then you just set up that pop flash. You have 2 guys ready there. It's a very nice set play. And LCK are just caught with their pants down. The flash straight to the face. They try to spray, but I mean, they're just 2 steps behind at that point. They didn't know they were spotted, and you know, generally, if you're going to go for that play, maybe you try to throw some deep smokes, but not checking all the boxes, and the set play from unKnights catches them off guard.
Flex and a duel with Pietro. Might just have an off angle to find a tip of the head for Pietro, but it wasn't there this time. Lost all that. Rest of LCK are going to be moving in closer towards middle. But are they going to be going catwalk once again? It failed last time. Looks like that failure isn't going to stop LCK from going for the catwalk aggression, but do they realize 4 players of unKnights are on top of the bomb site?
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue. They just have great reads from Global Race's side. Nice spot here from Flex, though. He's going to get that initial pick and really kind of opens up the entire B site. So they say, well, we should threaten this. I mean, nobody's here, so might as well try to push into B. And the quick rotation coming in from LCK is just going to leave unKnights in the dust. HCZ super low. I mean, he's still alive, but he's got 1 health. So definitely feeling pretty good for LCK at this point.
B is so much harder to retake. So Pietro going down like that may have cost them this round, but the retake's still in the talks. Let's see what unKnights have brought to retakes. Kiko with 1. It looks like ACZ will find 1 before going down as well. Beck versus World. 1v3. Oh, the wallbangs are there, but he needs to find 2 more kills. Rapid goes down to a 1v1. Spoxy spotted out. But playing with pillars, Spoxy will find the frag, and that was one close round for sure. 5-6.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you enter into B by yourself, you kill 2 people, and then you have to go into a pistol match 1v1 with Spoxy. You're not going to win that, but it's got to feel a bit rough for LCK that it felt like a pretty much done deal. They got B for free, and yet still it was like pulling teeth. Like, they almost lost that round, even after all of the value they got out of the first half of that round. So, yeah, I mean, a win's a win, and they're going to be happy that they're keeping it close, but it still feels like unKnights are kind of in charge, obviously outside of Flex with a very excellent entry himself into B. But kind of reading the situation, saying, hey, they looked a bit stacked on A, so maybe we can, you know, poke into B, see if there's only 1 guy here. If there is, maybe we pick them off, maybe we can rotate. And that's exactly what they're able to do. So nice call from Flex to go for that play.
Smart adjustments coming out from unKnights, boosting Beck on top of the boxes. Unless LCK clears out every single corner. This allows unKnights to send 1 more player down towards A. So the long push. This one down. No. But Pietro has arrived for support as well. All of a sudden the Lucard then stuck in truck, can't do much, and now Beck versus World 1v3 once again. The bomb gets planted. That gets one.
Yeah, kind
stops the plant too.
Yeah, that's a very interesting one. I mean, he must have heard the plant going down, just gets the spray through the box. Kind of an unexpected kill. And at the end of the day, just gets finished off by a snipe to the head. And that's going to even things up. So now LCK back in the driver's seat. A couple of close rounds back to back. And Flex is beginning to pop off here. He's just bringing the and that's 3 rounds in a row now where he's getting really important kills. You know, gets that B entry, and then he gets this kill in the last round, and now he gets the kill to start off this round, so really beginning to pull his weight, even as the IGL, as once again we're going to have this boost.
Strong boost that allows 3 players of unKnights to possibly fend off the aggression gun coming down towards A. And even if LCK actually hits B side, Beck can find 2 or 3 rank, that should do the dirty work for the rest of unKnights. And looks like, let's see if that position is going to pay off dividends. Oh, the headknocks. Oh, it is spotted by the Zane. And eventually the ball side is cleaned up.
I love that shot of Beck's face after that happens. Like, all of that effort to put him up there 2 rounds in a row, and he just gets cleaned up. I mean, the best players will read some of the craziest things, and that's not the first time somebody's boosted into that corner.
CZ now in goal. Gets 1. Timer is continuously ticking down, though. Kiko? Alright, he's going to start moving up to the bomb site. The nade down by himself, goes down to Raffin. It's gonna be a 7-6.
Yeah, LCK back in it. It was looking a little bit dicey for them for a while there. They lost 3 rounds in a row. I was getting unsure about their chances, but all of a sudden they're right back on the horse as if nothing happened, and now they're back in the lead. And everybody's pulling their weight, but really big shout out to Flex, who had a bunch of clutch first kills, but now a fast push in from LCK. Some long angles held here by unKnights. Gonna give them the advantage to start this one off, but the site here will go the way of LCK, and we'll see if they can hold them off the aggression.
The retake is coming through. Bunch of new tools are left onto the side of unKnights, and they can always flash their teammates in towards one of the angles. So we can see what they are willing to do. Nobody going towards A long, as LCK is going to invest. Foxy. Take a look towards A long. Flashes are coming out from windows. The Zane will pick up 1. Beck somehow through windows. He's now spotted out. Now the bomb gets defused. It looks like we are tied to 7-7.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I have no idea who's going to win this one. I mean, a very fast push from LCK down A long. They try to mix with the tempo. We see a lot of great teams do this, but unfortunately, unKnights were very ready for it. And they're able to just get some incremental advantages that win them the round. Pretty straightforward one there. And now LCK gonna try to go back to the drawing board and maybe just look to hit B. I mean, there has been pretty sparse defense from the side of unKnights on this site, but not in this round. I mean, there's 2 guys in mid, 2 guys on the B side, so they're expecting the B hit this time.
But the position of Pietro and Alucard are a little bit funky. If the actual push comes to shove, this is going to be tougher to defend. Whereas how LCK held off the B bomb site, having Lion Club play behind the boxes and have him play on the bomb site. So they're going to go for that setup exactly. Okay, Pietro will take down Rapid, but this position has been compromised. The nades are flying now. Not exactly sure how he can survive this one.
I mean, Pietro just trying to buy time at this point. He's super low, but the rotation has come in, and we've even got Kiko behind him. But they're going to expect this. Spooky going to shoot him down, and all of a sudden the map is open wide for LCK. They can continue to push into B if they like, but they could also go for a big rotation, which really leaves unKnights in a rough spot. Pietro just going to try to hold down the fort here on B and probably hope that it doesn't come into the B push, but as you can see, it is coming in. Flex again. And this guy just will not be stopped. Another shot with a pistol this time.
Now ACZ in a 1v4. Tough one to ask. Spotted by Zane, eventually goes down to Spotsy, so given towards LCK. 8-7. And unlike unKnights, LCK could favor the B bomb site given how weak the defense is. It's not the player's issue, it's more of experience issue, I would say. Not that PHO is not experienced. He's a veteran in this game. He knows he probably knows every single angle better than LCK, but it comes down to the delivery, and you're not the only one delivering, right? Your teammates have to deliver too, right? So sometimes there are angles that you are hitting better than the other angles, and so far LCK seems to do a tad bit better on B for this map, whereas unKnights have better edge on the map was played prior. Kara.
Yeah, and it does look like LCK are considering going back that direction, although it looks like they want to re-clear mid. So could just be a catwalk, actually. And you see that Beck is trying to get this information. Not sure if they did, but as we can see now, big rotation over towards A. So yes, they absolutely know that a push is most likely to come into A. A lot of utility being used in this direction. Really just making it clear, okay, we know you guys are coming into A. We will be ready for this.
That's a warning sign.
Absolutely.
But will LCK respect that and rotate, or are they just going to force the issue here? Less than a minute, and looks like A will be the push here. Straight not quite there, leaving PHO to a 1v3. Maybe possible as straight down landing will grant the map point the side of LCK. If unKnights wants to go into overtime, they need to pick up these final 2 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, the second that flick comes in from Spoxy, I kind of felt that round was just over. Really insane flick from him. And it really just opened up the right side of that site. The rest of the team couldn't quite hold it down after that one. And now a lot of aggression to B. Big shot once again from Spoxy in the 1v1 sniper duel, but quick response coming in from the side of unKnights. It's still even. They're able to get that kill in mid as well. And now all of a sudden, as LCK do continue on this push, it looks like absolutely they will. They've got Lion Claw in, but headshot comes down from Pietro. And now the C4 is in on the site. A lot of spam onto this one as Dezane has to move forward, but not a comfortable position for him.
And another flank is coming in from Kiko. And I'm not exactly sure how LCK can solve this problem here. Dezane trying to jiggle peek, see if he can clear any corners. Has cleared the left, swings out to the right. The C4 is down in the dead middle of the connector. Oh, down to the end of Spoxy, could be swung any moment here. Will flash himself in the windows, gets swung right back. Looks like Valdez, we are waiting to go into overtime, as there's only one last round remaining. It's 9-8.
Yeah, I mean, it might just happen. I do think that LCK has been more dominant on this map. They probably deserve to clear it out and just get the 10-8 and move on to port, but I mean, it's not entirely up to them, right? So we'll see how this last round plays out, if they can just close it out here. If it goes to overtime, really anybody's map, you know, unKnights could easily make it happen in overtime. They've been excellent today. But man, Flex has just really owned this Blacklist side with this Had some questions with the Blacklist auming today, but no questions for Flex, as he has been excellent himself.
For sure, indeed. Minute 30 left on the clock, and oh my gosh, what if LCK just hits B with about like 50 seconds onto the clock? Only PH are holding onto the bomb site. And with the setups, it only stalls unKnights from moving in. They are going to do it. They are going B.
Yeah, I mean, Flex potentially leading the charge. I mean, they don't have a lot of information on what the defensive setup looks like here, but if they get Pietro, as you mentioned, that's huge. They do not get Pietro. And maybe some information given, but unKnights going to hold their ground. And it looks like they're just going to go for the retake. They just concede the site. They say, hey, you take it. That's fine. We're going to go for the 5-man retake. We'll see how that works for unKnights. I mean, already you can see Waters is held. They need to retake Waters if they want to have any hope of taking the B site.
I'm not exactly sure how they want to retake this. Sure, they got some source, but yeah, it seems their own as well. They're going to send it in. They're seeing down one by one. That will be that number 2. Flatwitter going towards the side of LCK, and we are going to be moving into the courts.
Yeah, as I said before, I think LCK, absolutely deserved they take down this map, but still a very close one. Could have gone the way of unKnights. Wasn't meant to be. You could see still a lot of concern. A very tense map on the side of LCK, but also similar feelings here for unKnights as the pressure's mounting between these two teams. And we're going to take a short break, guys, before we do get into map number 3, so we'll be right back. And there you have it, a very back and forth map number 2 that does go the way of LCK, but just barely, as you could tell they were still not exactly satisfied just yet. They want to get the series win. They feel like they're the favorite teams, but unKnight is making it very difficult. Beck having a big map, but on the side of LCK, everybody pulling their weight.
For sure, indeed, Lucar a little bit quiet coming into the second map of Black Widow, but now we are going on to the side of map of course. So let's see what the Armor has to say, because it's a bigger map, and the Arms usually fire stronger bullets, so we'll have to wait and see what happens. But yeah, all in all, before coming to the series, we expect the LCK to somewhat close out in a 2-0 or 2-1, but unKnights is putting up a really good fight.
Yeah.
I'd say that.
I mean, at the start of this, I was like, it's going to be a close one, but expecting LCK, as you mentioned. So I feel like it's really delivered, but also not in exactly the way we were thinking. I thought that LCK would come out strong, but you know, it's taken them a little while to really get that foundation underneath them. Maybe they feel like, okay, we were able to win Black Widow just barely. unKnights are playing well, but we're still the better team. Let's go into Port and really take it down. But Port's a funky map. It doesn't really play the same as really Black Widow or Ankara. We saw it once today, and already that was, you know, a bit wonky. You can get a lot of pickoffs. You can have some really insane rushes. You can play very passively. It really just comes down to the way that the teams want to play it. And we've already talked about how these teams have pretty different play styles. So Port, I think, is really going to deliver in terms of we're going to see the whole... We're going to see kind of the whole spectrum of what we can see in terms of strategies on Port from both of these teams.
Port, speaking of some stats, is 1-2 in match histories. unKnights picked up 1 map of Port against LCK, and LCK picked up 2. So the numbers do favor LCK, but based on how unKnights played on Black Widow, Port could go anyone's way, and especially Alucard being quiet on Black Widow. And the moment he starts speaking for himself, that Beck is now all fired up and ready. He's all fully warmed up. Pietro having some huge moments here and there, although the stats are pretty low. Only because he's IGLing and is entry fragging and is solo holding onto the bomb site. There's so much weight on this guy's shoulder. And I'm just amazed at how he can carry all those weights by himself. But he's doing it, and that's allowing the rest of the team, like Kiko and Beck, to start doing some funky stuff. So going into Port, it shouldn't be that case where Pietro has to do everything and Lucar can start talking about some bomb shots now. And we've seen him make some huge plays on top of the A-bomb site with the going for the crouch peaks and taking down like 3-4 players easy by himself. So yeah, I'm definitely interested to see how Port turns out to be instead of what's on the sheet for data.
Yeah, I mean, the stats can only say one thing. Funnily enough, the stats continue on Black Widow. It's now 0-6 for unKnights on that map, and I think it's like 14-2 or something for the side of LCK. So the stats can certainly tell a story sometimes, but as you mentioned, you know, I think this is, I do agree with you. I think this is a very different scenario where we're coming off of 2 different maps that are very close, and LCK barely scraping by, and you've got unKnights starting off on Global Risk side, and it's Alucard. He loves this map. I do give them a slight advantage, actually, which is kind of funny. You know, coming into today, I think absolutely we would give the edge to LCK, but I think circumstances have changed, and we might see a very different scenario here. Now, that's not to say that Spoxy can't hold his own, but I think especially starting off on Global Risk can really be a big boon for Port, which is a very Global Risk-sided map, and we have seen Alucard and a lot of snipers really essentially just take over the map by themselves, regardless of who they are, regardless of team, can really just kind of own that map from that side. So we'll see if it works out for them.
I mean, eventually we'll find the run out of the series in just about 20-30 minutes. So don't go anywhere, as we are about to go into the final map of the series and final map of the day, actually. That's going to be Port. unKnights versus LCK, and LCK versus unKnights. The players are ready to go all guns blazing. Even HCZ came online as well, and that's the interesting factor to me. The players that have been quiet are now shouting in the lobby, "I'm right here, come get me."
Yeah. For me, it was Flex, actually. And in the second half of Black Widow, I think he really turned it on. You know, you were talking about the role of IGLs. He fulfilled a different role than Pietro. Pietro was kind of, you know, carrying a lot of weight in terms of strategy and in terms of holding down sites by himself. But Flex was essentially just fragging out, which is sometimes what you need from your IGL. Here's Alucard on top of A. Who could have seen this coming?
Supporter HCZ, but looks like A is wide open. Unless Beck comes in, gets a double. He does bring one. Kiko comes around the corner, gets one as well. Bomb site is taken. And the rest of unKnights, remainder of two. The H-rank Kiko will have to find a different angle to retake this one.
Yeah, it's a very clean entry. They isolate Alucard. They know he's going to be there. A couple of nades over the top. The shot goes down. He's down. And now trying to challenge here on the back road. Not a lot of time for unKnights to get in. Kiko trying to get funky with it once again, but it's not going to happen. Spoxy just pulls out his reliable pistol and picks up 2 kills. So just like that, LCK starting off right. You always love when you're starting Blacklist side of port and you win that first round. Really just feels like a lot of weight is taken off your shoulders, but still a lot of work to be done.
Going with your reliable 1911. That's what history wrote. And this time, moving into round number 2, we do have a bit more reinforcement down towards A. Not only Alucard and HCZ, but we also do have Beck moving in towards A, having HCZ look down towards middle rather. The nades are going to do a little bit of value, a little bit of damage onto Pietro. But nothing major here so far. Minute 40 onto the clock. And Beck, boosted, may spring out from here any moment soon.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of action towards that B main area. And that's going to push Pietro and Kiko back onto the site. Even HCZ is going to rotate over. Even Alucard's, you know, not on top of A at the moment. He's got, obviously, Beck, as you mentioned, in sideways, just ready to cover that angle. So it doesn't necessarily have to be as close. They can edge over towards B, which is exactly what they're going to look to do. And LCK, as we can see, minute left, might just be going for a fast B push.
Fast B push indeed. But looks like the timer just not burnt down yet. Allows enough time for LCK to rotate out from B and possibly go for A. Beck being counter boosted. It's like Beck being boosted onto the boxes on Black Widow as well. But didn't work out last time, and LCK is going to drive themselves out from A and back towards B once again. They might just have enough time to get onto the bomb site if they're able to clear out the defense of 3 players by Pietro, HCZ, and Kiko.
I mean, there's just so much defense here, but the shots aren't necessarily ringing true as Flex. Not going to see that one coming. Zane's going to go down, and with 8 seconds left, they try to make that push happen onto B, but they were red from, I feel like 2 minutes ago. Like, the unKnights were so ready for that push. They almost had all 5 members on top of the site if they thought that would be a good idea. But instead, they just kept 3 guys. They had a couple guys nearby, ready to spring a trap and get the flank going, which they did, and they cleaned that up easily.
Burning the clock down to the wire probably wasn't the wisest decision they could have made. Sure, they can go A, but I mean, whilst them moving towards A, they can change their mind. Sure, you can do that. Not when the clock is burnt down to about 25 seconds. In that case, you just stick to the bomb site you decide to move into.
It seems like Flex has got somewhat of an idea, but not entirely. He checks it, but kind of half-heartedly. Doesn't commit to that corner. And that's going to be a nice cleanup from Beck. So that boost is going to be spotted in this round. Wasn't spotted in the last round. And maybe that value has run its course now, but value nonetheless. Beck pretty low. So at the end of the day, I mean, he's alive, but will he be able to stop this push with his team?
I mean, the value has been realized at least. He did find the frag. Oh, Beck so close. Lucar on top of the bomb site will find a one-to-take shot. Second pistol. HTZ came in for the support, finding big double spray down of his own. Zane trying to show what he got. Lucar will quickly find the head, and unKnights are going to be able to find their second round.
Yeah, pretty straightforward stuff there. I mean, Beck gets the win in the sideways connector, and then after that, LCK feel forced him to push on to A, but they are not effectively able to deal with Alucard, but also more importantly, HCZ, who does make quick work of that push, hits a couple of heads, and the push ends. That's kind of the way it goes on port. It's got to be a bit cleaner. You got to get some pickoffs in your push, otherwise you're really struggling. And now unKnights pushing out into B. They want to take more of the map and kind of pressure a different part of the map rather than boosting Beck up into sideways connector. And maybe with that presence, yeah, LCK looking to pressure in towards the sideways connector themselves and maybe look for a follow-up into A.
That's possible for sure. Minute 30 left onto the clock. And opening from Beck onto Flex is going to change the course of the story here. As Lion Claw does find a refrag. He will eventually go down to Kiko. C4 gets caught off guard by Kiko. Double kill for Kiko, as though he got shredded out. That alerts the rest of unKnights to hold on to the bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, look at the immediate response from unKnights. They say, okay, well, we saw enough guys. We can just put HCZ so far out here, and he's going to have huge information if the rotation comes out from these two guys. Pietro looking to push in himself, and they absolutely know that B main is the hot spot. And here comes HCZ on the flank, looking for the kill. He picks up one, looks for a second. The spray is good eventually. He's able to finish it off with the pistol. But yeah, just the in-round movements there. Rotations coming out from unKnights, very good stuff. They're able to lock down 3 rounds so far from the global risk side. Feeling pretty good about this trend that they have going.
Lucar going for the crouch peaks. And as he has to flash himself out from there. Nate's flying. All 5 Nates flying his way, so luckily he was able to dodge the bullets in time. Flex will push through smoke. Beck will find the frag. Not exactly sure what LCK wants to do here, but unKnights have them boxed in.
Yeah. I mean, they got the first round win, and the push was very clean. It was decisive. It was a great execute, and they pushed into A, and they won the rounds, and it was kind of a done deal. Since then, it feels like they're lost. You know, like you mentioned, they don't really have a clear plan. They're sending guys forward. They're looking for pickoffs. This time it's going to work. They finally do punish Beck. And now Kiko, I mean, he's been in that spot a lot, so that's going to be red as well. He gets cleaned out. And all of a sudden, LCK, they're somewhat randomly looking pressure. It begins to take form. They're able to get multiple pickoffs, and now they're able to get onto the B side.
And the caster curse is on point tonight.
Absolutely.
Every single thing we say goes exactly the other way around. But eventually, it's going to be a 2-on-4. LCK, they just need to hold on to the bomb here. Lucar swapped on him for not going to happen. This spray down catches him. And LCK will chase up to the second rounder. 3-on-2. Still, unKnights is in the lead for a 1-round lead. Not a lot. So this could be tied up in overtime any moment soon. The nade running down towards middle is going to take away a health away from Beck here.
That's a very nice nade. In a bit of trouble. I mean, he's been playing that same spot very often, so eventually they're just going to be able to utility you out, pressure you out. You know, maybe get a set play, some hot flashes, and just straight up kill you. And unKnights had elected to fight fire with fire. They just push through mid. They get that pick off on a flex, and they get out alive.
unKnights is not scared. Rather, they will try to go toe-to-toe with that of LCK. Minute 30 onto the clock with 4 players remaining. They're going to go out towards a long once again, but Lucard is going to continue to jump spot this one. He definitely saw this, but the wallbang is right on the money by the Zane. Takes down Lucard, which triggers the rotation from unKnights on towards A. Hence is why they rotate out from long and coming in towards middle. If they gain control of deep middle, then they can go whichever bomb site they want to get to.
Yeah. It does feel like sometimes on port the positioning is so predictable that you're the players are just like, if I just spam that box, he's dead. And they probably saw him as well. I mean, he was trying to peek up, and maybe he kind of messed up the timing and showed himself, and it was an easy spray down. But yeah, I mean, they just know Alucard's going to be there, and LCK isolate, take him out. They rotate over to B, and now they're looking to take out Kiko here. 30 seconds, that's plenty of time. As they get onto the back of the site, they clean it out. And they're looking to tie it up already in 3-3 fashion, unless HCZ and Beck have something to say.
2-on-4 retake once again. This time different people though, different players. Flash up and over. Oxy not being able to catch that kill. Beck will find quick 2 kills. Opens up the room for AC to do something. Gets one, but eventually Lionclaw will be able to find the frag, and we are tied back on 3-on-3.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty huge for the side of LCK, right? I mean, they already have 3 rounds from Blacklist side, and they got 2 in a row in very dominant fashion with some great map reads, some great pickoffs. This time Alucard's got a new answer, though, a new positioning here on top. And they're not able to clear him out at all this time around. Plus, he picks up that kill on the Raffin. So this is more of what you would expect out of the value of the sniper on top of A. You know, he gets a pick off, he immediately shuts down any aggression and really just kind of chokeholds the Blacklist into a more predictable angle.
Unless now the Zane starts spamming the exact box that Lucard is positioning himself at, but wasn't a box this time. He was on the top of the staircase. So we get one kill like that. But LCK is going to be in towards middle. That almost takes away a bunch of health from Peck. But the rotation is going to be out towards B. But unlike the last round, this round, it's going to be Pietro supporting Kiko to hold onto the bomb site. So it would be a tougher aggression if they do end up going towards B. The C4 is lingering down towards middle. Minute left on the clock, and they may just even think about going in towards a connector. But look at HZZ. He is going even wide out towards long.
Man, that's a good angle. He's going to get a lot of value and information, but I also still like this push from LCK, especially if they get those entry frags. They get one, but Alucard shows up with just 1 Colt and a Dream, and he locks down that mid push. Now, Spoxy is still going to pick up the C4, and he's got a free plant here on A, so still there is hope for him, but not looking too good. We'll see what Spoxy has in terms of this one, as unKnights are coming in very fast, trying not to give him time. HCZ is spotted though, but the shot is going to be dropped, and immediately it's an easy spray down and a kill over to unKnights as they're back on the board, but still a lot of work for them to do. I mean, they really need to close this one out and not give any more rounds over to LCK if they want to have a good shot in the second half.
Last 2 rounds remaining on the first half, and unKnights will want to pick up these 2 rounds. But early aggression puts off on the ready by Pietro and Kiko. And Coalition taking down 3 players. Rotation has came in. HCZ trying to finish it off. Not quite gonna happen as the C4 gets picked back up by Flex. Now it's gonna be a 2-on-3.
Yeah, I mean, they push in, big firefight in B main, and then they get out. And I mean, you talked about this before, actually, in our first viewing of Port tonight, which was, it's a very wide map, right? So at the end of the day, if you're playing Global Risk side and you're down multiple members, it gets into like 2v3, 2v2 scenario. It can potentially be good for Blacklist if they can isolate one guy and push, because the follow-up rotation and support will be very delayed. And you'll note that Alucard, he just abandons A and he takes a more defensive angle over by his teammates because of this. And he's still got eyes on it, just he won't be isolated as easily.
You are absolutely on point. Ooh, the angle's so close. And eventually, Beck is going to be rotating in towards A and make things harder for LCK. Minute left with the clock. The C4 is somewhat stuck on the bomb site. I don't think he has nowhere else to go. Unless he's able to jump down. However, the C4 will be ended up planting on towards the A-bomb site, and the retake is now on.
Yeah, I mean, Spoxy, they get the plant, and he's actually gone all the way back. Also, he's going to get that kill on the sideways, giving himself a chance, but now two members come in, and HCZ is snappy with it. Just going to shoot him down one headshot, and he removes all of the interesting moments at the end of that round. He says, nope, we're winning it right here. That's it. No Spoxy talk. I've had enough.
You're right.
Yeah. 5-3, and yeah, so that's going to be very good for unKnights. I mean, they're getting pretty close to that 6-3, which is generally pretty acceptable, and now trying to push underneath. Here comes LCK, and they're doing a pretty good job of it. Headshot, though, comes in. The spray from Kiko. He has one of those Kiko rounds where he's able to really shore it up for the team.
Yet again, another 2-on-4, but this time a lot worse in favor of LCK as Flex is down about half. And even the smoke kind of not going through the gap there to make things worse. Let's see what they're willing to do here. Hot shots through the wooden window. Not going to connect either. C4 is making a long rotation out towards A long, and yet again, very similar triangle retake setup by unKnights here.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, it's very safe. You know, you have three guys over, ready to respond to B. You also hold the long angle here. I do like that LCK will throw a smoke this time before they start jumping through, but Alucard, he will not be thwarted by smokes, he says, as now Flex just has to kind of push into that, and nearly takes him out, actually. But Flex extremely low on health. One grenade would do it. That one, not gonna do it.
Flex has had enough.
And, I mean, he has 11 health, so he does not have enough health. But he is going to go for the full rotation all the way out of A, over to B. This Kiko nearly goes down.
Juggling with fire here. Alucard can peek out any moment soon. Eventually, it's going to be back to find the headshot, and Fort will be wrapped up. The first half will be wrapped up at 6-3 in huge favor of unKnights, but anything could happen on this map. I've seen worse rounds, let's say 7-2, get overthrown, so unKnights will need to put in their best effort to hold this map down.
Yeah, I think it really just comes down to how good LCK are on the global risk side. As you mentioned, you know, we've seen like 9-0, 8-1. We've seen some crazy score lines on this map, especially as teams get better and better on GR. But I think as LCK, you're feeling pretty good about your 3-round wins. As guys, we do have a slight issue, so we'll be getting back into the game in just a moment. But currently 6-3 in favor of unKnights, of course, who just played the global risk side. And essentially, they just have to get 3 rounds from Blacklist, which is easier said than done. And so, if LCK is super strong on global risk, might just be a done deal. Maybe they just win it from here. Or do unKnights have some nice tactics up their sleeve?
I'm not exactly sure, but if I was unKnights, if you have picked up 6 rounds on the first half, I would go right into some of the tactics that you have prepped for the playoffs. Might as well as pick up a series win when you can, right? I don't think they would like to lose a series early on into the tournament. I mean, if you're able to pick up one, then that leaves you in a better spot to go into the grand finals, right? So we'll have to wait and see what happens. Of course, if you go into the playoffs and end up bumming out at 4th, then you aren't going to the grand finals. But eventually, I guess it just really comes down to the whole team decision of whether do they want to reveal the tactics, special tactics they have prepped for the playoffs, or will they just go with the continuously default plays they have brought up on the board.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the other teams in their group, Lazarus, TBI. I would favor both LCK and unKnights against both of those teams, to be honest. I think that at the end of the day, you look at this Group B on paper, you're like, LCK and unKnights are almost definitely getting out. Unless Lazarus, have some kind of big glow up, right? They took the win today against TBI, so maybe they can build off of that, and perhaps they do actually, pull it off against unKnights. But I do worry for them because LCK, very strong, we know that. unKnights, generally not so great in group stage, but they're looking really good here against LCK. So maybe they're just over-prepared for LCK. Maybe they're just putting on a great show for this match. But I do wonder about September 27th, Friday.
September 27th.
Which is, of course, Lazarus up against unKnights. Because, that might just be the decider for second place or for first place, depending on how this one goes. So it's going to be an interesting match.
I've seen one of those group stages go 3-way tie for the first place. So it had to come down to, I believe, the rounds that they have won and lost.
Yeah.
And what happened was first place got decided and the second place had to go down to the kills eventually. So it was a very weird group stage, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that generally happens when there's 3 teams that are very close, and then the 4th team kind of gets bullied by those other 3 teams, and essentially everybody ends up with the same rounds, or same match score, similar round score, because they're all in a very similar spot. But, yeah, I think, again, on paper, LCK unKnights probably the favorites for top 2, but if Lazarus put on a great performance, then we've got a 3rd team in the mix, and really anything can happen from there. So, really, we'll just come down to, again, that match on Friday, Lazarus versus unKnights, I'd say. Also, Lazarus versus LCK, because, what happens if LCK goes down tonight? Maybe they lose a little bit of confidence. Lazarus look good, they take a match off of LCK, then the whole group is thrown into some weird spot we didn't expect.
I don't think LCK would have expected to drop a series on the very first match against unKnights, the team that they seemingly would beat any day and any time.
Yeah. I mean, in general, but...
In general, yes, but,
yeah.
When it comes to tournaments, I mean, anything and everything could happen. Underdogs could always come out on top. So, I don't even want to say unKnights is, like, the underdog, for sure.
No.
Not at all.
No.
So...
It's just that when it comes to, like, on paper, who does everybody consider the top 2 teams? It's 3BL and LCK, right? So, eventually, we can see if other teams get added into that upper echelon, into, like, the top tier of those 2 teams. But we do have a pretty clear top tier, which is just the 2 teams, which unfortunately doesn't include unKnights. But that doesn't mean that unKnights might not get the win, as they could still get it here. But yeah, really will just depend on their blacklist side of port, which is sometimes what it comes down to in very close matches. You really got to pull it out in a spot that's not easy.
That is true.
So do they have it in the tank? It looks like our issue is solved, and we should be able to figure it out very soon and see if they can get the job done. Or will LCK just shut the door in their face and get 7-round wins from the Global Risk side? If they do that, then LCK are the victors tonight.
Well, it looks like unKnights are going to be on the blacklist side, seemingly the harder side to play on for this map at least. And like you said, if unKnights can juice out 4 rounds, they have it. If not, it would be problematic, as it may A, go into overtime, B, just drop the series. And for unKnights as well, they don't want to drop the series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just the fact that they've played it close already is great, but now that you've tasted how close it can be, one more. And Beck, well, he's not going to get more this time. He gets shut down. Now unKnights looking to get in, but Spoxy going to shut down that aggression immediately. There's another one. And this is what we're talking about. This is how snipers can really hold down the top of A. And Spoxy is showing how he gets it done. It's only Pietro against 4, and I've got bad news for him. It's he's being swarmed by 4 people, and down he will go.
Down he goes. LCK will find their 4th. 6-4. All of a sudden, LCK looking to tie this back up. Not exactly sure what will happen in round number 11. But unKnights has a really good chance of just closing this one out if they are the first victor of the early gunfights, find off the opening frag. But so far, Flex is just going to continue to find the first frag of the round going to the second half. As Beck went down last round and Kiko goes down this round. unKnights mightily struggling to find their own opening.
And you can see how aggressive he gets. I mean, Flex, it's almost like when the pressure gets higher, when we get into these second halves that are just very close, he's like, all right, team, I'm here to carry. And it's not even necessarily his role, but he's showed a lot of that tonight in rough spots. I mean, they just barely won Black Widow. There was a chance that, unKnights just win there, and then that's it, 2-0. But Flex had other things to say. And he's getting aggressive. He's looking for more. He's going to get another shot down onto Beck, but it's through a wall. I believe that was him at least. Maybe it was a bit of damage here in B main instead. But either way, still doing his job in mid and really forcing unKnights into a rough spot here to push towards B.
Looks like unKnights is willing to go in towards B bomb site, but do they realize it's going to be 3 players holding it down? Although Design is going to be moving out from B towards the spawn area. 40 seconds remaining onto the clock, and mid to B is what unKnights is willing to go to.
Looking like it, and it's just an immediate cleanup here from LCK. Clean. There's a whistle. Everybody just gets lined up and shot down by Zane and Raffin, who is stone cold. And yeah,
Steve Austin?
Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Mr. Austin. And at the end of the day, I mean, they were down a member already. They were up against the wall. They didn't want to push an A, especially after that first round. So they just say, well, let's send it down mid. And that's not a recipe for success, So we'll see if they've got something else in the tank.
Recipe for a series loss, we say. However, unKnights, off to a slow start going into the blacklist side, has the potential to just full throttle into the series win here. We've seen that pull it off in Ankara.
Yeah.
And they might just be able to deliver the same amount of power coming into Port's blacklist side as well. They finally have moved in closer towards connector without losing a player to begin things, so this changes up the whole atmosphere.
I mean, Lion Claw is very far forward. That's the first kill. Nice spray, but immediately he's taken down. But the damage has already been done. I mean, he sees multiple members. He gets a kill, does a bit of damage, and now Flex is set up. He's not going to hit his shot, though. Second shot also not landing, but again, now there's only 1 minute. They know exactly where all the Knights are. The initial push doesn't really work out. And again, you're kind of down a member. At least they're able to trade one. But that A site is looking pretty rock solid. They're not pushing into that, and so they have to go into B again.
However, they do have Beck playing anchor. 30 seconds. If Beck can find a frag, they can always rotate back out towards A. Not anymore in just about 3 seconds, but Flex holding on towards the back of B. For the opening frag, he does get it, even though he got splashed. Somehow Rapid quickly sprays down too. And eventually, we are tied back up to 6-on-6. And things are suddenly looking not so great for unKnights.
Yeah, it felt pretty even in that first half, but you can see that the pressure is really getting to them. The timeout called here by unKnights. As, you know, 6-3, that's very doable, right? That first half, that's fine. You got 6 rounds, you held them to 3, okay. Move over to Blacklist side, you immediately get swept 3 rounds in a row. It's a totally different story. And they've really got to reset their mental from here, but it's not going to be easy.
Tough call. I would say that too. However, smart use of the attack timeout. Possibly slowing down the momentum of LCK, picking up 3 rounds in a row, so.
Yeah, I
feel
feel
like a
like
lot of talk coming out from Alucard for sure, and Pietro.
Yeah, I feel like maybe attack timeout 1 round prior, you know, because there's something mentally defeating, I think, about Port where it's like, okay, we're tied up and we're on Blacklist side. You know, that doesn't feel great. It just feels like you have so much work to do. Whereas if it's like 6-5, you feel like, okay, well, we're still ahead, you know, we're a little bit behind the 8 ball, but maybe we can get something going. But yeah, there's a lot of pressure on these guys at this point. And, you know, there's only so much that attack timeout can do for you. So at the end of the day, the timing of it maybe not going to matter all too much. But we'll see what they have, because so far LCK have shut the door at every single angle. You know, they try to go sideways connector, Lion Claw's right there. They try to go down mid, you've got Flex sniping people. You try to go into B, and it's been lights out every time. They tried to go to A the first round, and that wasn't even the same question. They just immediately died, and they're like, well, okay, I guess we can't go to A.
It did not even come close, that's the problem, so we'll have to wait and see. But attack timeout is over, and we are going to be bouncing back into the game in just a moment. As you can see, it was called by unKnights, but LCK was able to utilize that time as well for themselves. Possibly going for some wild expectations. Okay, they might just bomb rush out towards A connector. And sends 4 player out towards A. However, Knights are going to be playing this one slowly, rather. Just going for some punches down towards middle, trying to catch off any lucky kills. Unsuccessful that was, and let's see what unKnights is opting out to do after that mid pot shot.
Well, they're just going to hang back and wait and see if they can actually clear this out. For now, they're going to push forward, but Flex is very far up. And they're going to check it, but it doesn't matter. He's not even going to hit the shot. And Flex has so much backup from his team right there to help him out. And, I mean, if things could not get worse, it just went from bad to really, really, really bad. As coming off the attack timeout, LCK just smashed them in mid.
That mid connector was a slaughterhouse. Players on unKnights running through it, gets wall banked, gets shot by 2 different players, so that round didn't work out. And speaking of not working out, it's going to be Kiko going on top connector, only to be greeted by a nade. Lose about half HP, 40 to be exact.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not going to end the rounds, but it definitely does, again, some mental damage where it's like, okay, well, we just got smashed, and now we're entering the next round, and we're already down some health. So really got to reconsider your options. There's been a lot of mid-focus here from the side of unKnights, either going mid into connector. Haven't tried mid into B main and trying to retake that a couple of times. You know, LCK have just left that open. And now it looks like they want to hit A again.
I wouldn't mind an A hit. B has been unsuccessful, I would say. And so was A, but the chances were higher. As Lion Claw behind boxes only gets knocked out. Kiko and Spoxy on top of the bomb site will have to hold on to that here. Bomb site. Zane though, using smoke to his advantage, will pick up 2 quick kills. However, HCZ and Lucard will take a kill each, leaving Raffin all alone to a 1v2. The C4 soon to be planted. Does Una realize, oh, Raffin spotted out. Eventually the pistol play is good. And unKnights are gonna start inching in closer for the series win. We're tied back up to a 7-7.
Yeah, I mean, making it pretty interesting. They really open up that A site for themselves now because it was a double stack on A. All the shots missed from both Spoxy and, of course, Lionclaw. And that's got to feel great for unKnights. Immediately, it's like, okay, well, now we have pressure on A. Now we can really begin to pull them around the map. Maybe we can go back to A. Maybe we can force multiple members to defend A and then go B. Whereas before it was like, okay, A's totally locked down. We don't really have access to that. So I do like, for their chances, for their sake, that they're able to take a round like that. Not necessarily mean that they'll be able to replicate that success, but let's see what the next question is really trying to choke down the mid part of the map here is both of the teams, actually.
Here comes the Sands, but the Zane's gonna halt it right away. And somehow, I don't think unKnights was supposed to issue down towards middle. I thought they would, after a successful A hit, would take temporary speed. Kiko though, clean swing. Wallbang headshot on towards Flex to open things back up. 4-on-4, minute left on the clock. And a 2-2 split can be observed to the side of LCK.
Absolutely. I mean, this is going to be interesting now. I think there is an angle for them to try to go down mid, which is where a lot of their focus is, but actually now rotation over towards B. When you're able to trade evenly and you're on the blacklist side, we already talked about this, you know, there's going to be a lot less potential for stacking, and the rotations, the support rotations will be slower. Dzane going to go down already. And now the push going to come into B. Rapid. Very nice angle from him, and he's able to close it down by himself. Takes 3 kills. But Beck has something else to say. He's going to turn around with the 180 no-scope and take down Lionclaw, making this a 1v1.
1v1 in a dream. Spoxy, though, was quick on his feet. Was able to position himself deep into the bomb site. Was able to come out on top and take the round for his team. It's going to be 8-7. Let's take a look at the replay here.
Just great positioning. They didn't expect him to be that far out, and then lands a couple of headshots, holds the spray. Very good stuff from him. He's had, you know, mostly an okay performance today, but that's really his pop-off moment.
Pop-off moment indeed. But in the meantime, whilst we were watching that replay, Kiko and Flex has been traded. Not exactly sure who found better value out of it. Of course, losing Flex should hurt more for the side of LCK. Not that Kiko is being quiet on this map. He had some huge moments here and there too. But this time around, LCK is going to be opting to have 3 players holding onto the bomb site. Ooh, Beck could be spotted out here any moment soon.
Spotted, but the clamp down from Long comes in. Nice nade, but now Raffin's in a bit of trouble as well. He's got Dzane nearby, but he's going to go down to some shots and some nade damage. Raffin not even looking the right way. And unKnights right here towards the end of the map are finding ways to claw their way back. Against all expectation, Spoxy's still alive, but he's got a lot of work to do. Comes out with the Colt, not good enough. Alucard with an AK actually is going to take him down. And unKnights, just one more round, and we've got potential tiebreakers, potential overtime to come down in this one. It's 8-8.
8-8. Tight numbers here. Valdez Wouldn't be surprised to see back somehow finds the better of Flex, swinging out a little too wide. And are we looking at unKnights taking the map point here?
I mean, that's just a fantastic start. Beck, all reliable, goes through, gets that pick off, backs away. Flex, aggressive angle, doesn't pay off. And now, unKnights, you know, you can feel that momentum shift. Another round that begins in their favor. This could be the beginning of them making a big step in the right direction on this map. Maybe some pressure into A, but I'm not too convinced. They're not committed just yet. And they're just hanging around in the center of the map for now.
But the setups are now being thrown out towards A to isolate middle, isolate A. They're going to be sending it from mid to B. Oh, this is clever. This is so clever. The Zane has to fall back, but Rapid at the bomb site tries his best to hold this one down. We do have the Zane, B main, trying to do much. Well, let's see what he can deliver. The bomb has been planted now, going into post plant.
Trying to make their way in. It's all up to the Zane. He's got about 18 health. And this is not looking good for him. He does push on in. Takes a trade against Alucard, but there's two members. He's going to throw a nade. Might work out. Ooh, not enough. Pistol shots could do it, but he's just going to get shot down. ACZ with the M4. Makes it quick, makes it easy. And unKnights, they take the first step in the right direction. That tactical timeout has done wonders for them.
9-8, last round on the first half. Can LCK drive this one into overtime, or will unKnights be able to take their foe down? Big aggression down towards A. Long it is. Boxy had to fall back. Beck barely dodging those bullets, but the nades from unKnights will be good to take some health away from Spoxy. In the meantime, still maintaining their interest of looking down towards A long, that is. unKnights not really opting to go to B just yet. Last round was very clever, isolating everything except the B connector and going mid to B. Completely caught LCK off guard, but this time around, now they cannot use that same strat once again. What are they willing to do? Minute 30 on the clock there, burning the sweet time down. So is LCK, not swinging out wide. Flex going down early costed them the last round.
Yeah, I don't mind this at all from LCK. They've had a lot of success on this map, but not in the recent last 5 rounds. So, you know, Flex has to make a tough call. He has to say, okay, you know, play a little bit more passively, let them take some angles. It's not going to feel good, but this is what worked for us earlier on. GR side. Some spam coming through, and you can see unKnights not committing just yet, but now rotation towards B main.
They might just swarm this, but Raffin, can he hold this one down? He gets 2 straight out, gets 1, goes for the second, he gets second. It's traded out, but all of a sudden LCK with a man advantage. Can they use that? Going to overtime. Flex will find a quick frag onto Kiko, but the bomb site has been opened up. Should have planted any moment soon here. 2v4. And a dream to close this one out. Alucard and HCZ, can they make this one happen? 22 seconds and ticking. HCZ rifle goes, swinging out. Finds the kill onto Flex. 2v3 now. 14 seconds remaining. HCZ trying to defend the bomb site for himself. He goes down, Alucard goes down, and we go into overtime. 9-9.
It's just meant to be. These two teams are just that close. We've had 10-6, 10-8, and now the 9-9, the overtime on port of all maps. These overtimes can get really, really greasy. It's so difficult to find the right strategies, to make the right adjustments when you've only got 3 chances on one side of the map. But unKnights, man, props to them. They are able, after losing 4 rounds in a row, after the second half began, they get 1, and then they get a couple more to bring us into overtime. LCK, of course, they don't get a essentially, I wouldn't even call it reverse swept, but they don't get swept out of the map at the very end there. They're able to tie it up, so we do have this overtime, but we wouldn't have overtime in the first place unless unKnights were able to fix what was going on at the beginning of that second half.
Let's take a look at how the first half of the overtime will roll out. Like you said, only 3 chances. You have only 3 darts to shoot at the bullseye, and so far, unKnights back on the global risk side. Can they close the first half out in their favor? Not even 2-1. They need 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, that's very true. I mean, that's why it can get really rough, because if the team on Blacklist side gets even 1 round win, the enemy doesn't feel good. So, for unKnights, they really want to close it out and not allow a single round to go the way of LCK. LCK going to go with a tried and true strategy. Sideways connector towards A.
Setup is out. Can Spoxy spot a Lucard out? From there, you see he swings out, gets 1. Almost gets the second, but not quite there to get the shot. But Krafen just continues to put the damage. Back alone to a 1v3. The C4 will be planted, and it looks like the first round may go in towards the hands of LCK unless Beck pulls out something crazy.
You remember what I just said? You really want to limit the Blacklist side to 0 wins, but that is not looking too likely. Beck does start it off with at least the 1 kill. Also lands a grenade onto Spoxy. So definitely giving himself the best chance, but still not a great chance. Trying to push in here with the Aum. Flex going to say, okay, well, he's definitely on bridge. And Spoxy just with the jump shot might get it done. That 1 shot with the Aum not going to ring true for the side of Beck. He's just begging Spoxy to peek him, but it's not going to happen. He needs to run up here. He's got about 3 seconds, and he has run out of time officially. LCK start off with a win on Blacklist.
Yeah, he has no information that the nade has landed on top of Spoxy, so he had to stick to the not knowing exactly how much health the enemy had. But this time, after picking up that 1 round, LCK technically just go AFK in for the next 2 rounds, but looking to close this one out. Back at a good angle, spots the players out. Apparently, LCK is going to just pry the bomb site open cleanly.
She's pressure down mid and pressure through B main, and they're just able to take some very aggressive 1v1s. And perhaps this is the way LCK can defeat unKnights. Just kind of run at them and look for some more aggressive plays. That has definitely not been their style. And unKnights are going to fall now. 2 rounds going to LCK on the Blacklist side. Almost a death sentence unless unKnights can replicate this success on their own Blacklist side. But pretty unlikely based on the stats.
Would be a tough call indeed. But let's take a look at how LCK wants to play this final round out for the first half. Hot shots being thrown out. As they're expecting somebody to be behind the smoke, and exactly going to be that is Pietro.
Uh-oh.
All right. That makes things even worse for unKnights as Lucard goes down. Down to a 4-on-5. They need to really decide to stack a bomb site at this point. And it looks like they might just stack A. Having Flex push out the smoke. That's going to be the thing we're about to make. HCZ takes a punch. Motivated Flex. This position pays off dividend. 2 quick kills make that almost a 3rd. This is the world on top of the bomb site. Goes down after a double.
Pietro gets a nice angle, but there's still so much time. I mean, Pietro has way too much on his shoulders at this point. He's got to also clutch it out here just to prevent 3 Blacklist rounds in overtime. That's just a bit too much, but we'll see if he can somehow claw this one. In a 1v2, he's made some good time. He's in here pretty close, and he's not going to win that first 1v1. So that is 3 rounds from the Blacklist side going the way of LCK. An excellent start for them.
12-9. And now, LCK just needs to hold onto the bounces for one single round.
Yeah. Now they just move over to GR. They're feeling really comfortable. Obviously, it's not done yet. You still need to get that first round, but you can see unKnights feeling a bit defeated after that first half of overtime.
And even if LCK loses all 3 rounds, they still have the golden round to be played on the global risk side. So
yeah. So feeling pretty good about your chances if you are LCK, but let's see if unKnights have, once again, one more final push for themselves. They were able to force overtime in the first place, and unfortunately didn't get much going after that.
Yeah, couldn't force the issue going into the overtime. So we'll have to take a look at how LCK wants to play this one out. Of course, if you're an LCK fan, you wouldn't want to stretch it too long. But for unKnights fans, 3 rounds in a row, very tough, not impossible.
Not impossible. We've seen it happen before. Big push up here from LCK. They say, okay, we are actually going to pressure you. You don't necessarily have to do this, but I think using the momentum to get aggressive, not a bad idea. Here comes a flash. So unKnights want to get in there, but Flex is going to take down Pietro already, and Raffin gets Alucard. That might just be the final nail in the coffin.
Final nail in the coffin, indeed. The C4 gets spotted out as well. HCZ for a retake. However, Kiko goes down to Raffin in the meantime, leaving Beck all alone.
And that's it. It's over. Just like that. LCK say they've had enough. Raffin, he picks up a 4K. He's like, yeah, get me out of here. I've done enough work today. And certainly enough work is taking down unKnights in 3 maps. So congratulations to LCK. They will take the victory tonight. unKnights, nice try. But it wasn't meant to be, not this time around. LCK, the favorites, do take it down in the end.
They will take this one down, but unKnights didn't go down without a fight. So, nope, I don't think they feel defeated. It's more they are a little bit concerned on the retakes. However, I do see them coming out onto, of the group stage to make the playoffs.
There you have it. Was very back and forth. It forced overtime, and then overtime was very one-sided. LCK said, this is a bit too close for comfort. We're just going to end it right here, right now. 3 rounds in a row on Blacklist, and then the cherry on top with that final round. nice try from unKnights. Definitely a good showing against LCK. I mean, they kept it very close, but at the end of the day, LCK win.
Yeah, and the rounds weren't completely lopsided as well. unKnights had some great effort come out. 10-8 and 13-9, almost driving 2 matches into overtime and losing that final map of port in overtime. So this could have been anyone's series, honestly speaking. However, LCK was better than unKnights.
Yeah, I think unKnights showing on Ankara especially, definitely better than LCK. That was the most dominant map. And from there, LCK had to claw and fight their way to take the victory down. Raffen is going to be our match MVP. And, you know, definitely a big round towards the end, a big couple of rounds in overtime, but very consistent play over the course of this entire series.
However, I do believe that we are going to be entering Flex. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from Raffen.
So there you have it. Raffen able to pick up the MVP. Excellent play from him and from the entire team of LCK. So big congratulations to them. We do have the interview ready right now with Flex. So we're going to be hearing from the IGL right now. Congratulations on your big victory today. It was a very close match. How were you guys able to claw your way to the victory this time around, Flex?
Thank you. Well, when we started the series, we didn't really feel any pressure. Maybe that's why we underperformed. And then, not to take away from unKnights, I think they played great, but I think we were not ourselves in that first map, and also like the start of the second map. But once like we started losing, and like losing became like a reality, we really felt the pressure, and that really helped us to get things going.
If you were to consider one factor playing against unKnights, what was the one factor that you felt was the toughest and the hardest thing to play against unKnights?
Well, I think they were doing a lot of mid-round info plays, like just they were gambling a lot that we were not holding specific angles, and so they were just like pushing mid-rounds, and they usually got the right call, and they were able to flank us and stack bomb sites on Ankara. I think that was their strongest point there.
Well, you guys are definitely one of the favorites in this entire tournament. Many teams have mentioned you and 3DL as the top favorites. So what is your guys' determination for winning this entire tournament, and how far do you guys think you can go in CFS this year?
Well, for this tournament, our main goal is just to be top 3. Obviously, we'll give everything to win the whole thing, and you know, and I think we will win it. But our goal right now is just to be top 3, and just to qualify for the grand finals. And for the grand finals, I think you'll have to wait and see.
Well, I can't wait to wait and see. Absolutely. Congratulations on the big win today, Flex, and thank you for the interview.
Thank you. Thank you as well.
And good to hear from him. Feels like still, you know, perhaps coming out a little bit slow out of the gate, maybe not expecting some of those plays from unKnights, who were perhaps uncharacteristically over-aggressive in this one. So either way, still able to get the win, and that's really all that matters for LCK. They can go back to the drawing board and continue to improve, as this is what's happened today, Bench.
Quick rounds happening for the series number 1, but at the end of the day, we have flied through the series. 4 series happened on day 1. We have 2 more days of group stages, and then the top 2 teams of each group will be playing the playoffs.
Yeah, so certainly some close ones We're going to take a look at the standings here, as two of our teams have won, 3BL and GV. Here in Group A, Anubis and SSV did go down to some of those teams, as now we'll take a look at Group B, which is
Lazarus out on top as LCK follows up second as they had to go into overtime, had to go 2-1, and unKnights in third and TBL on the top 4 as they do have a little bit more work to get through.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, nothing's decided. We've still got 2 more days of group stage. Teams could totally change their situation. Let's say TBI wins 2 in a row. That could happen, and maybe they go on to playoffs. But definitely some good matches tomorrow. Going to be looking out for 3BL Anubis and also Lazarus LCK. Start off the day. Should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely indeed. And if LCK is going to be able to take down Lazarus 2-0, if they go 2-1, then their position could be unstable. But however, if they're able to take it 2-0, then things could be different.
Yeah, it's going to be a close day of games tomorrow, no doubt, as well. But we're done here for today. Thank you so much for watching CFS Regional Finals here for Eumena, and we'll see you tomorrow.